Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku quit hero life, became a farmer, and built an unexpected harem? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. The sound was a flat line. It wasn't the scream of metal, or the concussive blast of a shockwave, or even the ragged gasp of a final breath. It was the soft, definitive click of the lock on his apartment door settling into place. The sound of a world closing behind him. Izuku Midoriya stood in the narrow hallway, a single duffel bag at his feet. It held everything that mattered now. A few changes of soft, worn clothes. A stack of notebooks, their pages warped from rain and tears. The framed photo of his mother, her smile a distant beacon. The rest, the sleek, reinforced hero suits, the countless All Might figures. The analysis books for a future that had curdled in his chest, remained inside. A museum to a ghost. Sunrise bled through the hallway window, painting the cheap linoleum orange and pink. It was the same sunrise that had once filled him with a frantic, buzzing hope, a signal to start another day of desperate striving. Now, it just looked tired. It illuminated the fine, pale scars webbing his hands. The permanent ache in his right arm that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. A phantom pain for a phantom dream. The letter in his pocket crackled as he shifted his weight. He didn't need to read it again. The words were etched behind his eyes, in the shaky, careful script of his own hand. To All Might, Mr. Izuku, Class 1A. I'm sorry, I can't carry it anymore. The weight, the fear in their eyes when I fight, the doubt in yours when I stumble. I'm breaking the world faster than I can save it. I have to go. Please don't look for me. I am so sorry. Izuku. He hadn't signed it, Deku. That name didn't belong to him anymore. It was a relic, a battle cry that had turned into a scream trapped in his throat. The train ride was a blur of shifting light and hushed conversations. He was just another boy with a bag, anonymous in a crowd. No one looked twice at his green hair, his tense shoulders. The symbol of peace had shattered, and the shards had scattered. One of them was sitting in the corner of a commuter car, feeling the immense, terrifying void of stillness for the first time in years. He transferred from train to bus, the landscape slowly unraveling from urban concrete to scattered suburbs. Then to the patchwork greens and browns of the countryside. The air changed. It lost the sharp tang of exhaust and desperation, gaining the rich, damp scent of turned earth and distant rain. His destination was a dot on a faded map, a place mentioned once by a long-gone relative. Musutafu's shadow didn't reach here. The bus wheezed to a stop at a crossroads marked by a rusting sign. Sora Village. The driver grunted. Izuku stepped down onto gravel. The bus pulled away, the sound of its engine swallowed by a vast, humming quiet. He was alone, utterly. The silence was a physical thing, pressing against his eardrums. No sirens, no distant explosions, just the wind combing through endless fields of rice, the chatter of unseen birds, the sigh of the earth itself. Before him, at the end a dirt path choked with weeds, was the house. The agent's photo hadn't done justice to its leaning posture. The roof sagged like a tired spine. The wooden siding was silvered with age, and the front porch seemed to be holding its breath. The small plot of land around it was a wild tangle of grasses, brambles, and the skeletal remains of what might have been a vegetable garden. It was perfect. It was a ruin. It was his. The key was cold in his hand. The front door groaned open on protesting hinges, revealing a single room dominated by dust and stillness. Sunlight pierced the gloom in solid, golden shafts, illuminating galaxies of floating motes. It smelled of old wood, mildew, and profound neglect. He dropped his bag on the floor. The thump was absorbed by the silence. For a long time, he just stood there, waiting for the panic to set in, for the guilt to crash over him like a tidal wave, for all to stir in his bones, begging to be used. But there was nothing, just a hollowed-out exhaustion so deep it felt like the bottom of the universe. He walked to the grimy window overlooking the wild land. His reflection was a pale smudge against the green chaos outside. The eyes that stared back were not a hero's eyes. They were lost. Quiet. Okay, he whispered to the empty house. The word didn't echo. It just faded, absorbed by the waiting dust. Okay. The work started because there was nothing else to do. He found a rusted hand scythe in a crumbling shed, its blade dull but present. He walked out into the afternoon light, the warmth of it unfamiliar on his skin. No armor, no schedule, no imminent doom. He picked a corner of the field and began. Not with the explosive, overwhelming power that could level city blocks, but with the slow, grueling human motion of swinging the scythe. The tough stalks resisted. Blisters rose on his palms, then broke, staining the worn wooden handle with pinpricks of red. Sweat stung his eyes, carving clean trails through the grime on his face. Muscles he didn't know he had, honest, simple muscles for lifting and pulling, burned with a new kind of fire. It was a clean pain. A pain that meant progress you could see. A small, cleared patch of dark, rich earth emerged from the wilderness. As he worked, a strange thing happened. The whirlwind in his mind, the constant analysis of threats, the cycling of quirk percentages, the echoing voices of his teachers, the screaming faces of those he'd failed, began to still. The only voice was the rasp of the blade through grass, the rhythm of his own breathing, the thud of his heart. Not the frantic hammering of a hero's heart before a fight, but the steady, determined beat of a body at work. He worked until the sun dipped below the tree line, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep golds. He stood, wiping his forehead with a trembling arm, and looked at his hands. Dirty, bleeding, real. For the first time in years, he hadn't thought about saving anyone. He had only thought about the next swing, the next route, the next inch of ground. A deep, unsteady breath filled his lungs. It didn't hitch with unshed tears. It just was. He turned back toward the dark shape of the house, his body a symphony of new aches. He'd need water, food, light. He was 3 steps from the porch when a sound froze him in his tracks. Not the sound of a villain, or a comrade in distress. It was the soft, pathetic mewl of a creature in pain. From the shadow of the overgrown azalea bush by the porch steps, 2 pinpricks of reflected starlight stared up at him. A small, tortoiseshell cat lay there, one hind leg twisted at an unnatural angle, its fur matted with dirt and something dark. It tried to hiss as he approached, but the sound was weak, swallowed by fear. Izuku's body moved before his mind could catch up. He knelt, his hero training surfacing in this quiet, different emergency. He moved slowly, his voice a low murmur. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." The cat flinched but was too weak to flee. His hands, so recently tearing through the earth, now hovered, gentle and assessing. He could see the break. Clean. A fall from a tree, maybe. A fight. Without thinking, he reached for the power inside him. A flicker of green lightning danced over his skin, not for strength, but for speed and precision. He found 2 straight, sturdy sticks and a length of old vine. In a blink, the makeshift splint was secure, firm but not tight. The cat blinked, its panicked breathing slowing slightly. It didn't purr. It just watched him, a flicker of wild confusion in its eyes. He gathered the small, warm body into his arms, careful of the splint. It was trembling. He carried it into the dark house, placed it on an old cloth from his bag, and set about finding a bowl for water. As he worked by the light of his phone, the cat's gaze never left him. Here, in this forgotten place, on his first day of exile, his first act had not been one of destruction, or growth, or escape. It had been an act of care. The realization settled over him, lighter than the dust, heavier than the sky. He sat on the bare floorboards, his back against the wall, watching the small creature drink. The hollow inside him wasn't gone. It was still there, a vast and silent cavern. But in that cavern, for the first time, there was a single, tiny point of warmth. A small, broken thing, trusting him not to be a hero, but just to be kind. The night deepened around the little house. The cat slept. Izuku Midoriya stared into the darkness, the ghosts of his past silent for now, and listened to the unfamiliar, living silence of his future. He had run away to find nothing, but he had found a single, wounded life. And in the deep, watching dark, he wondered what else this quiet earth would bring to his broken doorstep. The morning did not arrive with an alarm, but with pressure. A small, insistent weight settled on his chest, accompanied by a raspy, rhythmic vibration. Izuku's eyes opened to the grey predawn light seeping through the filthy window. The tortoiseshell cat was curled on his sternum, purring like a rusty engine, its splintered legs sticking out awkwardly. It blinked its green gold eyes at him, and for a heart-stopping second, he saw not an animal, but a silent judge. He lay perfectly still, afraid to break the spell. His was the first time he had slept through the night without dreaming of collapsing buildings or smiling, blood-stained villains. The sleep had been so deep it felt like drowning in dark water, and waking was a slow, strange ascent. Gently, he lifted the cat. It gave a soft chirp of protest, and set it on the cloth nest. His body protested as he stood. Every muscle from yesterday's labor sang a chorus of raw, honest pain. It was a map of his effort, written in fire across his shoulders and back. He stretched, hearing joints pop, and looked at his hands. The blisters had wept and dried. They were just hands now. Tools. The silence outside was not empty. It was layered. The low sigh of wind. The distant crow of a rooster from a farm over the hill. The skitter of something in the tall grass. He filled a pot from the single, creaking tap in the tiny kitchen sink. The water ran brown for a full minute before clearing, and set it on the ancient two-burner stove. It lit with a worrisome whump and a smell of gas. He made instant oatmeal, the bland scent filling the barren room. He poured a little into a saucer for the cat, who sniffed it with aristocratic disdain before limping to the water bowl instead. Breakfast was a quiet, mechanical act. He ate standing by the window, watching the world lighten. The wild field he had attacked yesterday was a small, ragged scar of brown in a sea of unruly green. It looked insignificant, overwhelming, a lifetime of work. He pulled on his worn clothes and stepped outside. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp soil and blooming things he couldn't name. He picked up the scythe, its handle now stained with his blood from yesterday, and faced the field. One swing at a time. The morning passed in a rhythm of strain and sweat. He didn't think, he just moved. His mind, so accustomed to racing at max speed, was forced into a slower gear. It began to notice other things. The way the dew clung to spiderwebs, turning them into necklaces of diamonds. The particular hum of a bumblebee busy in a patch of clover. The distant, blue shape of mountains sleeping on the horizon. He was so absorbed in the monotony that he didn't hear the app. Roach until a voice cut through the sound of his labor. "You're doing it wrong." The words, blunt and clear, sent a jolt through him so violent he almost activated full cowl. His body tensed, ready for a threat, his head snapping up. Old instincts screamed, assess, position, enemy, but the scene before him was anything but a battlefield. A girl stood at the edge of his cleared patch. She looked to be about his age, maybe a year older. She wore sturdy rubber boots caked with mud, worn denim overalls over a faded red t-shirt, and a wide-brimmed straw hat that shadowed her face. In one hand she held a wicker basket filled with leafy greens. Her other hand was on her hip. "The angle," she said, nodding at the scythe in his white-knuckled grip. "You're hacking. You'll wear yourself out by noon." It's a glide, a pull. Izuku could only stare, his mouth slightly agape. His brain, trying to shift from hermit to social interaction, sputtered. This was the first human being he'd seen up close. In days who wasn't on a screen or a distant figure on a bus. And she was talking about scythe technique. He managed, his voice rough from disuse. She stepped forward, unconcerned by his obvious shock. She had a frank, open face, dusted with freckles across her nose and cheeks. Her eyes were a sharp, intelligent hazel. She looked at the work he'd done, then at his blistered hands, and Our expression softened from criticism to something like pity. "New in town," she stated. It wasn't a question. "The old Miller place. We heard someone bought it. Figured it was a city investor, gonna turn it into a vacation home." "Not," she gestured vaguely at him, taking in his sweat-soaked shirt, his ragged pants, his general aura of overwhelmed defeat. "Someone actually trying to work it." "Izuku," he blurted out, then flushed. "Midoriya, I'm trying." "Hana," she said. "My family's farm is over the ridge. The Shiraishi property." She set her basket down and walked toward him. "Here, let me show you." Before he could protest, she was beside him. She didn't reach for the scythe, but instead mimicked the motion with her empty hands. "You're using all arm. It's in the hips. A twist. The blade does the work. You just guide it. Like this." She demonstrated. Her movement was economical, graceful. It spoke of a lifetime of knowing how to use her body not for combat, but for endurance. Izuku watched, the analyst in him kicking in despite everything. He saw the transfer of energy, the perfect efficiency. It was a form, just like a fighting style. Oh, he said, understanding dawning. You use the core's rotation to generate consistent force, minimizing strain on the smaller muscle groups. It's about leverage. Hana paused, her hands in midair, and looked at him with a new curiosity. Yeah, that's a fancy way to put it, but yeah. Here, try. He took the stance she showed, adjusted his grip. He swung. The blade bit into the grass and tangled roots with a cleaner, smoother shush. It required less brute force. The difference was immediate. Better, Hana said, a note of approval in her voice. She watched him take a few more swings, then nodded. You learn fast. For a city boy, the label, so casually applied, stung in a way he didn't expect. He wasn't a city boy. He was Deku, or he had been. Now, he was just a boy with a scythe, being taught by a farmer's daughter. Thank you, he said, stopping to wipe his brow. She picked up her basket. What are you planning to plant here? Once you've beaten back the jungle. The question floored him. He had been so focused on the act of clearing, on the physical punishment, that he hadn't thought a single step beyond it. A future, a purpose for the land. I don't know, he admitted. I hadn't gotten that far. Hana's lips quirked. Well, you can't just fight the land forever. You have to work with it. This soil's good for roots. Potatoes, carrots, beets. The sunny patch near the house could handle tomatoes, if you're feeling brave. They're fussy. She said it all as if it was simple, obvious scripture. Potatoes, he repeated, the word feeling foreign and solid in his mouth. Start simple. She shifted her basket to her other hip. I've got some seed potatoes chitting in our shed. I can bring you a few to start. If you want. The offer of help, so straightforward and without obligation, was like a splash of cold water. His old life was a tapestry of debts, expectations, and desperate reciprocation. This was just kindness. From a stranger. You don't have to do that, he said automatically, polite refusal of someone used to being a burden. Hana shrugged. It's no trouble. Neighbors do that around here. Or they used to. She gave him another long, appraising look. You'll need more than a scythe. There's a decent tool shop in the village. Tell old man Goro I sent you. He won't cheat you too badly. And with that, she turned and began walking back up the path, her boots making soft, sure prints in the dirt. She paused once, looking back over her shoulder. And get some gloves, Midoriya. Your hands are a mess. Then she was gone, disappearing over the ridge, leaving only the impression of her practical presence and the scent of fresh-picked greens. Izuku stood alone again in the buzzing quiet. The interaction had lasted less than 5 minutes, but it had shifted something in the atmosphere. The world felt less empty. It had a voice now, and it had spoken about hips and potatoes and neighborly kindness. He looked down at his ruined hands, then at the scythe. He adjusted his grip once more, feeling the truth in her lesson. He swung again. The motion was smoother. He was learning. The sun climbed higher, warming his back. He worked with the new technique, finding a better rhythm. His mind, however, was no longer blank. It was ticking forward. Gloves, tool shop, seed potatoes, work with the land, not against it. It wasn't a battle strategy. It was a plan for survival. A tiny, green shoot of purpose poking through the cracked concrete of his despair. He worked until his stomach growled, a basic, animal demand. He went inside to find the cat had knocked over the empty oatmeal saucer. It was now sitting primly in the middle of the table, as if claiming the space. You need a name, he said aloud, his voice less rusty now. The cat yawned, showing a tiny pink tongue. He thought of its mottled, black and orange and white fur, like a stained glass window. He thought of the way it had found him, broken, on his first night. Kintsugi, he said, the art of repairing broken pottery with gold lacquer, embracing the flaws. A thing more beautiful for having been broken. The cat, Kintsugi, blinked slowly. It seemed neither to approve nor disapprove. That afternoon, he walked to the village. It was a cluster of maybe 24 buildings along a single main road. A post office, a tiny grocery, a closed-down cafe, and Goro's tools and supplies. A bell jingled when he opened the door. The air inside smelled of oil, wood, and metal. An old man with a face like a walnut and forearms thick as ropes looked up from behind a counter. "Help you. Hana Shiraishi sent me," Izuku said. The name feeling like a password. Goro's eyes narrowed, then cleared. "Hana, hey, good girl, so you're the fool who bought the Miller place." He came out from behind the counter, moving with a stiff but steady gait. "Gloves first, those are a disgrace." He fitted Izuku with a pair of tough leather gloves, showed him a proper hoe, a spading fork, a hand trowel. He explained the differences with the gravity of a general discussing artillery. Izuku listened, asking careful questions about steel quality and handle length, which seemed to earn him a grunt of respect from the old man. "You're not completely stupid," Goro conceded, ringing up the purchases. "Just inexperienced. That can be fixed. Stupid is forever." As Izuku was leaving, his arms full of new tools, Goro called out. "Boy." Izuku turned. "The Miller place, it's got a history. Old land. It remembers. Don't try to conquer it. Listen to it." He turned back to his workbench, the conversation clearly over. The walk home felt different. The tools in his arms were a new kind of weight. Not the weight of the world, but the weight of intention. The village had seen him. Hana had seen him. He was no longer a ghost. He arrived back as the long summer twilight began to bleed across the sky. He put his new tools in the shed, the gloves on the porch step. He was about to go in to check on Kintsugi when he saw it. Sitting neatly on the top step was a small burlap sack. He crouched down. Inside were a dozen pale, knobby tubers, each with several sturdy green shoots sprouting from their eyes. Seed potatoes. Next to the sack was a smaller parcel wrapped in wax paper. He opened it. Inside were 4 perfect, golden brown cookies, studded with oats and something that looked like dried berries. Hana. He hadn't heard her come. She had just left them. A welcome gift. He sat on the step, the potatoes beside him, and took a bite of a cookie. It was still slightly warm. It tasted of butter, honey, and a tart sweetness from the berries. It was the best thing he had eaten in months, maybe years. He ate slowly, watching the fireflies begin their first, tentative flickers over the darkening field. Kintsugi limped out and settled beside him, purring. He wasn't okay. The vast hole inside him was still there. The guilt was a sleeping beast. The fear of being found was a constant, low hum. But on this porch, with a purring cat, a sack of potatoes, and the taste of a homemade cookie on his tongue, something else existed too. A single, fragile thread, connecting him to this place, to these people. It wasn't a lifeline, not yet, but it was a start. He finished the cookie, brushed the crumbs from his hands, and looked up at the first stars piercing the deep blue veil. Somewhere out there, his friends were fighting, training, being heroes. The thought should have crippled him with shame. Instead, he felt a strange, quiet conviction settle in his bones. A different kind of strength, patient and deep as the roots he would soon plant. Tomorrow, he would break the earth, not with a fist, but with a fork. Tomorrow, he would begin. The earth did not yield willingly. Izuku stood over the patch of ground he'd cleared, the new spading fork feeling alien and clumsy in his gloved hands. Hana's potatoes waited in their burlap sack on the porch, patient and expectant. The soil before him was a tapestry of roots, rocks, and hard-packed clay, a far cry from the soft, forgiving beds in gardening books. He drove the fork down with a grunt, using his weight to sink the tines. The impact jarred his arms, singing up through his healed bones in a familiar, unpleasant symphony. He leaned back, pulling on the handle to lift and turn the clod. It came up with a sound like tearing fabric, a dense, dark wedge of earth laced with pale, severed roots. The smell that rose was rich, damp, and profoundly alive. It was the smell of work. For hours, he repeated the motion. Drive, sink, lever, turn. It was brutal, mind-numbing labor. Sweat soaked through his shirt, and the new gloves grew stiff with dirt and moisture. His thoughts, which had briefly been occupied by Hana's visit and the novelty of cookies, emptied once more into the rhythm of his body. But this time, the emptiness was different. It wasn't the hollow echo of flight. It was the focused silence of a single, consuming task. He was so absorbed that he didn't notice he had an audience until a shadow fell across the freshly turned soil. He looked up, squinting against the sun. A woman stood at the edge of his plot, watching him. She was older than Hannah, perhaps in her late 20s, and wore a simple, practical dress the color of lavender, with a wide apron tied at her waist. Her hair, a deep chestnut, was tied back in a messy but elegant bun. A few strands escaping to frame a face that was both kind and etched with a subtle, weary wisdom. In her arms, she cradled a woven basket covered with a checkered cloth. "Hard way to do it," she said, her voice soft but clear, like water over smooth stones. Izuku straightened, wincing as his back protested. He was beginning to understand that in Sora Village, people didn't announce themselves. They just appeared, stated an observation, and waited. It's the only way I know," he replied, panting slightly. A small smile touched her lips. "It is the way, but you're fighting the tool. It's not a weapon, it's a key." She set her basket down on a relatively flat stone and stepped forward. "May I?" He handed her the fork, feeling strangely self-conscious. She took it. Her hands, though slender, looked strong. She didn't just drive it into the ground. She placed the tines, set her foot on the shoulder, and applied a steady, sinking pressure. The earth gave way with less violence. She used the handle not as a pry bar, but as a pivot, turning the soil over with a fluid, almost gentle motion. "You're trying to force it with your arms and back," she said. "Let the tool and your body weight do the negotiation. The earth will listen if you speak its language. Force just makes it stubborn. Speak its language." The phrase resonated somewhere deep inside him. He had spent so long trying to shout down villains with overwhelming power. The idea of a quieter conversation was foreign. "My name is Ayami," she said, handing the fork back. "I run the herbalist's shop in the village. The little one with the blue door. Izuku Midoriya." He took the tool, his grip adjusting unconsciously to what he'd observed. "Ayami," she repeated, as if tasting the name. "I heard we had someone new at the old Miller place. I brought you something." She gestured to the basket. He followed her to the stone. She lifted the cloth, revealing not food, but plants. Bundles of green, some feathery, some broad-leafed, their scents mingling into a pungent, green perfume. "Comfrey for that soil. It brings up nutrients from deep down. Borage to attract bees for when you plant flowers or vegetables. And some chamomile and lavender starts for the edge. For calm, and for keeping some pests away." He stared at the plants, then at her. "This is too much. You don't even know me." "Knowing comes later," Ayami said simply. "The land has been lonely here. It welcomes care. These plants will help you care for it." Her eyes, a warm, deep brown, lingered on his face. They didn't scan him for threats or weaknesses like a hero's would. They simply observed. "You have the look of someone who has been speaking in shouts for a long time, Izuku Midoriya. The land here, it requires a whisper." Her words cut through him with an accuracy that stole his breath. He looked away, his throat tight. She didn't press. She simply began to show him where to plant the comfrey, how to tear the root ball gently to encourage growth, how to pat the soil around the borage with a firm but tender touch. Her movements were sure, economical, full of a deep, practiced intimacy with growing things. She talked as she worked, not about him, but about the soil's acidity, the path of the sun across this particular plot, the way certain plants communicated with each other through chemical signals in the roots. It was a science, a slow, beautiful, intricate science. His analytical mind, so long tuned to combat and quirk theory, latched onto it hungrily. He asked questions about mycorrhizal networks and companion planting, his words tumbling out faster than he intended. Ayami listened, answering with patience, her eyes lighting up at his genuine curiosity. "You see it," she said, a note of surprise in her voice. "Most people just see dirt and plants. You see the system." By the time the lavender and chamomile were nestled in a sunny spot near the porch, the sun was high overhead. Ayami brushed the soil from her hands and apron. "They'll need water, deeply, not just a sprinkle. And talk to them. It helps." "Talk to them," Izuku repeated, deadpan. "It's about the carbon dioxide you exhale. And the intention. Plants are more receptive than people give them credit for." She said it with such matter-of-factness that he couldn't tell if she was serious or not. "I'll come back in a week to see how they're settling. And to see how your hands are." She picked up her empty basket and gave him a final, measuring look. The whisper, "Izuku, try it." Then she was gone, walking back down the path with a quiet, graceful step, leaving him surrounded by the scent of turned earth and new lavender. He stood there for a long moment, her words echoing. The look of someone who has been speaking in shouts. He walked to the water pump, filled a bucket, and began to water the new plants. As he did, he found himself murmuring, his voice barely audible. Hello, grow well, please. It felt ridiculous, but also, in the profound quiet of the afternoon, it didn't. He returned to the digging, trying to incorporate Ayami's lesson. Less force, more leverage, a conversation. The work became slightly less brutal, though no less exhausting. He was breaking the ground, but the ground was also breaking something hard and frantic inside him, grinding it down. The next day, he planted the potatoes. Hannah's instructions, delivered via a hastily drawn diagram left under another small bundle of cookies, were precise. Eyes up, deep trench, plenty of space. He laid the strange, sprouting tubers in the graves, covered them tenderly, and mounded the soil. It felt like a ritual, a burial that promised a resurrection. He was patting the last mound flat when a new voice, loud and brash, shattered the morning calm. Hey, you, farm boy. Izuku spun, his heart lurching. This was no soft-footed village visitor. A man was stomping up the path from the road. He was big, broad-shouldered, with a face red from sun and what seemed like perpetual irritation. He wore work clothes and a heavy scowl. You the one who bought this place? The man demanded, stopping a few feet away, hands on his hips. Yes, Izuku said, straightening up. Can I help you? The name's Ryo. I farm the land south of here. My field drains this way. He jabbed a thick finger toward Izuku's property. That old drainage ditch is clogged solid with years of junk. Last big rain, my lower field flooded. Cost me. You need to clear it. Now. It wasn't a request. It was a demand. An accusation. The tone was one Izuku knew all too well. The anger of someone who'd been inconvenienced, who saw a problem and the person they could blame for it. It was a familiar song, just in a different key. The drainage ditch, Izuku echoed, looking toward the wild tangle that marked the southern border of his land. Runoff from the hill comes right through there. Miller let it go to hell. Now it's your problem. I'm not losing another seedling because some city kid doesn't know how to manage land. Ryo's eyes swept over Izuku's slight frame, his cleanish new clothes, his obvious inexperience. The disdain was palpable. An old fire flickered in Izuku's gut. The urge to justify himself, to explain, to prove he wasn't negligent. But another part, the part that was exhausted by shouts, just looked at the man's angry face and felt tired. I'll look at it, Izuku said, his voice calm. Too calm. Look at it. Ryo scoffed. You need to clear it. With a digger. Today. Or you'll what? The new voice was quiet, but it cut through Ryo's bluster like a knife. Ayami stood at the corner of the house, a basket of herbs on her arm. She must have approached silently. Her expression was serene, but her eyes were sharp. Ryo turned, his bluster faltering slightly. Ayami, this doesn't concern you. Everything in this village concerns me, she said, walking forward. She didn't look at Izuku. Her gaze was fixed on Ryo. The ditch is on Midoriya's land. It is his responsibility, yes. But it is also a shared legacy of neglect. Miller let it go. The village turned a blind eye. You can march onto a newcomer's land and demand immediate restitution with a snap of your fingers. He needs to know. He knows, Ayami interrupted, her voice still soft but now layered with steel. I told him about the drainage issues yesterday. He has a list of priorities longer than your arm, Ryo. Yelling at him won't make the work go faster. It just makes you look like a bully. Ryo's face flushed an even deeper red. He clearly wasn't used to being spoken to this way, especially not by Ayami. He spluttered for a moment. My crops will survive a few more days. The weather is clear. Come back at the end of the week. Offer to lend him your ditch digger if you're so concerned. That's what neighbors do. The silence that followed was thick. Ryo glared at Ayami, then at Izuku, who stood silently, watching the exchange with a surreal detachment. He felt like he was watching a play about a life he was only vaguely connected to. Finally, Ryo huffed. End of the week. It better be done. He shot Izuku a final, warning look. And it better be done right. He turned and stomped back the way he came, his anger leaving a visible tremor in the tall grass. When he was gone, the quiet rushed back in, feeling heavier than before. Ayami let out a small sigh. I'm sorry. Ryo is a good farmer, but he has the patience of a startled hornet. And he's scared. A bad season could break him. You didn't have to do that, Izuku said. Yes, I did. She turned her warm eyes on him. This is how it starts. One person decides you're an easy target, and soon everyone feels they can make demands. You must set boundaries, Izuku. Even here. Especially here. Kindness is not weakness. Kindness is not weakness. All Might had said something similar, once. But it had been about smiling in the face of fear. This was different. This was about not letting your peace be invaded. Thank you, he said, meaning it. She nodded. The ditch is a real problem. It will be hard work. But it is your work, on your time. Remember that. She reached into her basket and pulled out a small jar of salve. For your hands. At night, it will help. She left him then, with the salve, the memory of the confrontation, and the new, weighty problem of the ditch. He spent the rest of the afternoon investigating the soggy, overgrown trench that marked his southern border. It was a mess of rotten leaves, collapsed soil, and young trees that had taken root right in the water's path. Clearing it would be a monster of a task. He had no machine. It would be him, a shovel, and sweat. As twilight gathered, he sat on the porch, applying Ayami's salve to his aching hands. It smelled of herbs and beeswax, and it soothed the raw, cracked skin. Kintsugi wove around his legs, purring. He looked out at his domain. A small, dug patch for potatoes. A few herb plants by the porch. A wild, threatening ditch. An angry neighbor. A kind herbalist. A practical farmer's daughter. It was no longer a blank slate. It was a world, with its own politics, its own debts, its own gentle and not so gentle voices. He had come here to escape complexity, to find simplicity. But life, it seemed, was determined to be intricate, to weave him into its fabric, thread by demanding thread. He heard a rustle in the grasses near the ditch. Not Ryo returning. Something else. Something, deliberate. A flash of movement, low to the ground. Then another, a few yards away. Then silence. He stood, peering into the deepening gloom. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched, assessed by something other than human eyes, prickled the back of his neck. The land, Goro had said, remembers. He took a step forward, off the porch. From the shadow of the ditch, two pairs of reflective eyes gleamed back at him. Not the eyes of a cat, or a fox. They were too close together, too intelligent in their stillness. Then, as one, they winked out and were gone, leaving only the rustle of disturbed reeds. Izuku stood in the half-dark, his heart beating a steady, wary rhythm against his ribs. The ditch wasn't just a drainage problem. It was a territory, and he had just met its inhabitants. The next morning, the ditch was just a ditch. In the clear, honest light of dawn, the tangled mess of roots and muck held no mystery. It was a job, a big, dirty, back-breaking job. The memory of those watching eyes felt like a fragment of a dream, brushed away by the reality of sore muscles and a growling stomach. Izuku ate his oatmeal standing at the window, watching the mist cling to the low places in his field. Kintsugi wound around his ankles, then hopped onto the sill, her tail twitching as she tracked the morning birds. The cat's presence was a quiet comfort, a touchstone of normalcy. He pulled on his stiff, dirt-caked clothes and his new gloves. The Tulsht was a dark, cobweb space, but it was becoming his arsenal. He selected a heavy-duty shovel, its blade sharpened by time and neglect to a wicked edge. This wasn't a tool for conversation. This was for declaration. He walked to the southern border. The air was cooler here, damp, smelling of decay and standing water. The ditch was about 4 feet wide, and who knew how deep under years of sediment. Young willows and thick-stemmed reeds choked its bed. He picked a spot at the uphill end, where the water would logically want to flow from the distant hill, and drove the shovel into the soft, wet earth. The first shovelful came up heavy, a slurry of black mud and rotten leaves. He tossed it aside, onto a growing pile. The second was worse, snagging on a network of fine, hair-like roots. He pulled, strained, and the roots gave way with a wet tearing sound. It was mindless, brutal work. Within an hour, he was caked in mud up to his thighs, his shoulders burning with a fresh, specific agony. But there was a grim satisfaction in it. Each shovelful was progress he could measure. Each obstacle, A half-buried rock, a stubborn root, was a concrete enemy to be overcome. It was a fight with rules he understood. He was so engrossed in the battle that he didn't hear the soft footsteps behind him until a voice, high and clear, spoke. "You're making a mess." Izuku jerked, nearly losing his balance in the slick ditch. He turned, shovel still in hand. A girl stood on the bank above him. She was young, maybe 11 or 12, with wild, dark hair that fell in tangles around a narrow, sharp-eyed face. She wore shorts and a t-shirt that had once been white but was now smudged with various stains. She held a long, straight stick like a staff, and she was looking at his pile of excavated muck with an expression of profound disapproval. "It's not a mess," he said, leaning on the shovel handle, catching his breath. "It's excavation. You're piling it all wrong," she declared, ignoring his correction. "It's going to fall right back in when it rains. You need to build a berm. A slope." She gestured with her stick, drawing an invisible line in the air. "And you're cutting all the reed roots. The muskrats won't like that." Izuku blinked. "Muskrats? The ones who live here," she said, as if he were an idiot. She pointed her stick at a section of reeds further down the ditch. "Their lodge is over there. You're digging up their front path." He followed her gaze. Now that he looked, he could see a distinctive, dome-shaped pile of reeds and mud nestled among the thicker vegetation, with a subtle, slick entrance leading into the water. He hadn't noticed it. He'd been too focused on the mud in front of his shovel. "Oh," he said, a strange pang of guilt hitting him. He was destroying someone's home. Again, the girl studied him, her head tilted like a curious bird. "You're the new person. From the city. Hana says you're okay. Ayami says you listen. Ryo says you're a nuisance." She listed these verdicts without inflection. "I'm Sachiko. I live in the woods." She said it not as a confession, but as a statement of fact, like stating her species. "Izuku," he replied, feeling utterly off balance. "Do you belong to the village?" Sachiko shrugged one bony shoulder. "I belong to the woods. The village is there. Sometimes I go." She jumped down from the bank, landing lightly on a drier patch beside his muddy trench. She peered into the hole he'd made. "You should talk to them first." "Talk to the muskrats?" "Yes. Explain what you're doing. They'll move if they understand. Or they might help." Izuku almost laughed, but the girl's face was utterly serious. There was no whimsy in her dark eyes, only a deep, unshakable certainty. She believed this the way Hana believed in proper scythe technique or Ayami believed in speaking to plants. "How?" he asked, not humoring her, but genuinely curious about the logic of her world. "You stand still. You think it at them. They're smarter than people think. They know the water needs to flow. Their lodge will flood too if the ditch stays clogged." Sachiko crouched, poking her stick into the mud. "They're just scared of the big noise and the shovel." It was, in its own way, a perfect analysis of conflict. Misunderstanding leading to fear, leading to resistance. He'd seen it in villains, in civilians, in himself. He leaned his shovel against the bank. "Okay." He closed his eyes, not because he believed it would work, but because it felt like the respectful thing to do. He focused, not on projecting a message, but on clarifying his own intention. "I am not an enemy. I need to clear the water. Your home is safe. I will work around it." He pictured the water flowing cleanly, the lodge intact on its bank. A clear channel beside it. He opened his eyes. Sachiko was watching him, a faint, approving nod in her expression. The ditch was silent but for the buzz of insects. "Good," she said. "Now, watch." She scurried up the bank and disappeared into the tall grass. For several minutes, nothing happened. Izuku waited, feeling increasingly foolish. Then, he saw movement. A sleek, brown furred head broke the surface of the murky water 20 feet downstream. Dark, bead-like eyes observed him. Then another head appeared. They watched for a moment, then dove with a soft plip. A minute later, from the area near the lodge, he heard a distinct, rhythmic gnawing sound. Sachiko reappeared, a faint smile on her face. "See, they're chewing through the clog from the other side. They'll open their own channel. You just need to meet them in the middle. And don't pile the mud like that." For the next 2 hours, Sachiko was his foreman. She showed him how to shape the bank to prevent collapse, which reeds to leave for stability, how to check for old animal dens before shoveling. She was a fount of practical, wild knowledge. She pointed out bird nests, showed him where the best wild berries grew on the edge of his property, named every weed and its use, or nuisance, with casual authority. She was, he realized, the genius of this place. A wild, untamed intelligence. That understood the ecosystem in a way no textbook ever could. As they took a break, sitting on the grassy bank sharing a canteen of water, she drank deeply. Like a small animal, she looked at him. You have a loud heart, she stated. Izuku choked slightly on his water. What? It beats like a drum. Even when you're still. My dad had a heart like that after he came back from the city. Too many sirens. She said it plainly, without pity. It gets quieter here, but yours is still shouting. He didn't know what to say. She was right. The frantic, desperate pulse of one for all, of his anxiety, was a constant percussion in his veins. He'd just gotten so used to the noise he thought it was silence. Does it bother you? He asked quietly. Sachiko considered. No, it's just a fact, like the woodpecker in the pine tree. Loud, but part of the forest. She stood up, brushing off her shorts. I have to go. The fox cubs will be waking up. Fox cubs, on the other side of the hill. Mother lets me watch them sometimes. She picked up her staff. You should come, if your loud heart can be quiet. And then she was gone, melting into the undergrowth with a rustle, leaving him alone with his half-cleared ditch. His rearranged piles of mud, and a profound sense of dislocation. The world kept expanding. It wasn't just Hana's practical kindness or Ayami's gentle wisdom or Ryo's blustering anger. It was also Sachiko's wild, uncompromising truth. A truth that included talking to muskrats and diagnosing heartbeats. He worked until his body screamed for mercy. He'd made significant progress, thanks to Sachiko's guidance. A clear channel was emerging, and he'd carefully diverted his work around the muskrat lodge. As the afternoon waned, he saw evidence of their work too, a newly opened passage in the reed wall, leading to his cleared section. Cooperation, not from a fellow hero, but from a rodent. He washed as best he could at the pump, the cold water shocking the fatigue from his skin. He was heading inside when he saw a figure coming up the path from the village. Not Hana's purposeful stride, or Ayami's graceful walk. This was slower, more tentative. It was a woman, perhaps in her early 30s, with a delicate, nervous posture. She wore a simple, pretty dress and carried a book bag over her shoulder. Her eyes were large and seemed to take in everything with a kind of wary fascination. She stopped a respectful distance from the porch. Excuse me, Midoriya-san. Her voice was soft, almost whispery. Yes, he said, trying to sound welcoming and not like a mud monster. I'm Yumi. I teach at the village school. She gave a small, quick bow. I heard, that is, Hana mentioned you were living here now. And Ayami said you seemed thoughtful. She clutched the strap of her bag. We have a small library in the schoolhouse. It's not much, but if you ever want something to read about farming, or anything, you're welcome. A library. The word sparked an old, deep hunger in him. A hunger for knowledge, for pages, for the quiet company of books. He hadn't realized how much he missed it. That would be amazing, he said, and the gratitude in his voice was unmistakably real. Yumi's face brightened, a shy smile touching her lips. Oh, good, I'm glad. She shifted from foot to foot. I paint landscapes. The light on your field in the late afternoon is really quite beautiful. The way it hits the wild grasses. Would it be an imposition if I sometimes sat just there at the edge to sketch? I wouldn't disturb you. She was asking permission to observe, to capture the beauty of his neglected field. It was such a gentle, artistic request, so opposite to the demands and assessments of the last few days, that it left him speechless for a moment. Of course, he finally managed. Any time. Thank you. She bowed again, a little deeper. I'll bring you a library card tomorrow. And, welcome. Then she turned and hurried back down the path, as if she'd used up all her social courage for the day. Izuku watched her go. A teacher, an artist, another thread. He went inside. Kintsugi was on the table, licking a paw. The cat looked at him, then pointedly at the empty food bowl. Right, he muttered. He needed groceries, a real supply run. The following morning, he walked to the village store. It was a cramped, cluttered space that smelled of dried fish, rice, and old wood. The elderly woman behind the counter, Mrs. Tanaka, peered at him through thick glasses as he picked out basics: rice, beans, vegetables, a few cans of fish for kintsugi. As he was paying, the bell on the door jingled. Hana walked in, her basket already half full of supplies. She saw him and nodded. "Survived Ryo, then?" she asked, a hint of a smirk on her face. "Barely, thanks to Ayami." Hana's smirk softened. "She's good at that, putting raging bulls in their place with a look." She eyed his purchases. "You'll want some of the local sweet potatoes. Better than anything you'll get from the city. Here." She took a few knobby, red-skinned tubers from a bin and added them to his bag on the counter before he could protest. "On me. Welcome to the neighborhood that includes Angry Farmer's Gift. You don't have to." "I know." She paid for her own things. "You fixing that ditch?" "Trying. Got some unexpected help." "Sachiko," Hana said, not a question. "Yeah, she's the real owner of most of the land around here. We just live on it. She's a good kid. Lonely, though. Her dad, well, the city wasn't kind to him either. There was a story there. One Hana clearly wasn't going to tell in the middle of the store. She likes you. Said you have a loud heart but you listen." Izuku felt a flush creep up his neck. "She's very observant." "She is." Hana shouldered her basket. "Keep listening. To her, to the land. It'll tell you what it needs." She gave him a last, appraising look. "You look less like a lost puppy today. More like a tired stray. Progress." And with that, she was out the door. Mrs. Tanaka bagged his groceries slowly. "You're the Miller Place boy," she stated. "Yes. Hana's a good girl. Ayami's a saint. Ryo's a fool, but his carrots are the best in the prefecture. Yumi-chan is too nervous for her own good. And Sachiko-chan." The old woman shook her head, a fond, sad smile on her face. "That one sees the world as it is, not as we pretend it to be. A gift and a curse." She pushed the bag across the counter. "You be careful with that ditch. Old Miller, he wasn't just neglectful. He was mean. Trapped things he shouldn't have. Buried things. The land hasn't forgotten." A chill that had nothing to do with the store's cool air traced Izuku's spine. Buried things. He thanked her and left, the grocery bag heavy in his hand. The woman's warning heavy in his mind. The walk home felt longer. The beauty of the countryside seemed to have a sharper edge now. The gnarled roots of an old tree looked like clutching hands. The quiet was no longer peaceful, but watchful. He put the groceries away, his movements automatic. He fed Kintsugi, who purred her approval. The normalcy of the act steadied him. He couldn't sit still. The warning gnawed at him. He needed to move, to work, to prove to himself that the past was just past. He went back to the ditch. The afternoon sun was warm. He picked up his shovel, his muscles groaning in protest, and returned to the section he'd been clearing. He drove the shovel down, hard. Clang. The sound was wrong. Not the wet thud of soil or the crack of root. It was metallic, hollow. He froze, dropped to his knees, scraping away the mud with his gloved hands. His fingers brushed against something cold, something straight and rigid. He cleared more mud, his breath coming short. It wasn't a rock. It was a bar. A rusted, thick iron bar. He dug faster, panic and a morbid curiosity fueling him. He followed the bar, clearing the muck. It was part of a grid. A heavy, rusted grate, about 2 feet square, set into the side of the ditch bank, half buried and completely concealed by overgrowth. A man-made thing, deliberately hidden. Old Miller's mean, buried things. With a final heave, he cleared the last of the mud from the grate's face. Behind the rusted iron bars, darkness gaped. A tunnel, angling back into the soft earth of the bank. A chill, foul-smelling air whispered out from the blackness. And from deep within that darkness, something shifted. A dry, scaly rustle, like a bag of bones being dragged across stone. Then, a sound. A low, pained, utterly inhuman sound. A cross between a wheeze and a hiss. It was the sound of something that shouldn't be alive, but was. 2 pinpricks of faint, phosphorescent green light ignited in the deep black. Far back in the tunnel, they fixed on him. Izuku scrambled backward, falling into the muddy channel, his heart not just loud now, but hammering against his ribs like a frantic prisoner. The glowing eyes in the dark did not move. They just watched, and the horrible, rasping breath from the tunnel continued, steady and slow and terribly, terribly close. time stretched, thin and brittle. The glowing eyes in the tunnel didn't blink. They held him, a cold, silent anchor in the rushing torrent of his own pulse. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to call for backup, to power up and face whatever lurked in the dark. But his body was locked, trapped in the mud, paralyzed by a fear that was older than hero training. It was the fear of the unknown thing in the dark, the monster under the bed made real and breathing foul air into the afternoon sun. The sound came again, that dry, skeletal hiss, followed by a weak, rattling cough. It wasn't aggressive. It was miserable. Slowly, forcing air into his frozen lungs, Izuku pushed himself up. Mud suctioned at his clothes. He didn't take his eyes off the tunnel. The grate was old, the rust deep. With a surge of one for all, he could rip it free. He could face what was inside. That's what a hero would do. But he wasn't a hero here. He was a farmer, and the thing in the tunnel was on his land, in a cage someone else had built. Old Miller was mean. Carefully, keeping his movements slow and non-threatening, he backed away until he was up on the bank. The eyes tracked him. He turned and walked, not ran, back to the house. His mind was a white noise of panic, but one clear thought broke through: light. I need light. He fumbled in the shed for an old, battery-powered work lantern he'd seen. He tested it. The beam was weak but serviceable. He grabbed a crowbar from the tool rack. Not to fight, but to pry. And on impulse, he scooped a can of fish from his new groceries and a bowl of water. Armed with lye, tea and supplies that felt absurdly inadequate, he returned to the ditch. The eyes were still there, watching. He set the lantern, bowl, and can on the bank well away from the tunnel. He approached the grate, the crowbar in his hand. I'm not going to hurt you, he said, his voice low and steady, the way he'd talk to a scared civilian. I'm going to get you out. The thing in the tunnel shifted. The raspy breathing hitched. The eyes seemed to waver. He wedged the crowbar into the space between the grate and its rock frame. The metal screamed in protest, a shower of orange rust falling like dead leaves. He applied pressure, not with a quirk, but with the stubborn, straining strength of his own body. Muscles corded in his arms and back. The grate groaned, bent inward slightly, but held fast. He repositioned the bar, gritting his teeth. Again, the old welds at the top corner shrieked and gave way with a sharp crack. One corner of the grate swung free, hanging by a single, twisted hinge. A wave of that dank, animal-scented air washed over him, stronger now. He dropped the crowbar and picked up the lantern, shining it into the hole. The beam illuminated a space about the size of a large dog crate. Carved into the soft earth. The floor was covered in old, moldy straw and what looked like the brittle remains of long-dead rats. And in the back, curled into a tight, trembling ball, was the source of the eyes. It was a lizard, a snake, something in between. It was about the size of a large cat, but slender, with dull, dusty gray scales that seemed to flake away in places. A long, whip-like tail was wrapped around its body. Its most striking feature was a pair of small, leathery wings, folded tightly against its back, one of them twisted at a cruel angle. The phosphorescent green glow came from two faint, bioluminescent patches under its eyes, now dim with what looked like exhaustion and pain. As the light hit it, it flinched, trying to press further into the earth, a low, continuous whine vibrating in its throat. It was terrified, and it was hurt. This was no monster. This was a prisoner, abandoned, forgotten, left to die in the dark. Izuku's fear evaporated, replaced by a hot, sharp anger at the long-gone Miller, and a swelling tide of pity. He knelt in the muck at the entrance. Hey, he whispered. It's okay. You're okay now. Slowly, he reached a hand into the opening, palm up. Fingers relaxed. The creature recoiled, hissing, but it was a weak, defensive sound. It had no energy to fight. Izuku. The voice from the bank made him jump. Sachiko stood there, her staff in hand, her dark eyes wide as she took in the scene, the bent grate, the lantern, him kneeling in the mud reaching into a hole. Don't scare it, she hissed, her voice urgent. He slid down the bank with practiced silence. What is it? I don't know. It was trapped in here. Sachiko crept forward, peering past him. Her sharp intake of breath was the only sign of her shock. A Ryu Kozu, she breathed. A little dragon, a juvenile. I thought they were all gone from these hills. My grandfather told stories. She looked from the trembling creature to Izuku's face. Its wing is broken. It's starving. We need to get it out, Izuku said. Can you talk to it? Like the muskrats. Sachiko shook her head, her expression grave. This is different. This is pain and fear. It doesn't understand words. It only knows the dark and the hurt. She studied the situation. We need something to carry it. A blanket. And it might bite. It's scared. I'll risk it. He moved slowly, telegraphing every motion. He reached further into the den, not for the creature, but for the old, filthy straw around it. He gently cleared a path. The little dragon watched him, its glowing eyes huge in its gaunt face. Its breath coming in quick, shallow pants. Okay, he murmured. Okay, I've got you. In one smooth, deliberate motion, he slid his hands under its body. The scales were cool and dry, like old parchment. The creature went rigid, a jolt of panic going through it. It twisted its head, and needle-sharp teeth sank into the meat of his forearm, right through his jacket sleeve. Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't pull away. The pain was sharp, clean. Her animal's fear. He held still, letting it bite, his hands a steady cradle beneath it. It's okay, he repeated, a mantra. You're safe. I've got you. The bite pressure held for a long, terrifying second. Then, as if sensing no threat, no retaliation, the little dragon's jaws went slack. It released his arm, a tiny drop of blood welling on the fabric. It let out a shuddering sigh, its entire body going limp in his hands. The fight was gone, leaving only profound, broken exhaustion. Carefully, he drew it out into the light. Sachiko had spread an old, cleanish feed sack she'd produced from somewhere on the bank. Izuku laid the creature on it. In the full sun, it looked even more pitiful. Its ribs were visible under the scales. The broken wing was clearly an old injury, healed wrong, the joint swollen and crooked. We need to get it to Ayami, Sachiko said decisively. She knows about wild things. She can help. Izuku wrapped the sack gently around the little dragon, creating a makeshift sling. It was frighteningly light. He cradled it against his chest. It felt like holding a bundle of twigs and old leather. Its head lolled against his arm, those faint green lights flickering. Together, they hurried through the field toward the village, a strange procession, the wild girl, the mud-caked city boy, and the mythical broken creature in his arms. They arrived at the blue-doored herbalist shop. The bell jangled violently as Sachiko pushed the door open. The interior was cool and dim, shelves bursting with jars of dried plants, hanging bundles of herbs, and the rich, complex scent of 100 growing things. Ayami looked up from a worktable where she was grinding something with a mortar and pestle. Her serene expression vanished, replaced by focused intensity as she took in their mud, their urgency, and the bundle in Izuku's arms. On the table, she commanded, clearing space with a sweep of her arm. Izuku laid the sack down. Ayami leaned over, her gentle hands hovering, then carefully peeling back the fabric. Her breath caught. Oh, you poor thing. Her voice was a soft ache. Shush. He examined the creature with a healer's swift, sure touch, checking its eyes, feeling along its spine, gently probing the twisted wing joint. The little dragon trembled but didn't resist. Dehydrated, malnourished. This break, it's weeks old. It's been in that hole a long time. She looked at Izuku, her eyes hard. Where did you find it? Buried in the ditch bank. Behind a grate. Ayami's lips pressed into a thin line. Miller. She spat the name like a curse. He was a superstitious, cruel old man. He must have caught it, been afraid of it, and locked it away to die. She turned back to the creature. But you didn't die, did you? You're a tough one. She moved with efficient grace, fetching a small dropper bottle and a dish of water. She mixed a few drops of a golden liquid into the water. This will help with the shock and pain. She carefully administered the mixture, drop by drop, into the creature's mouth. It swallowed weakly. Sachiko, the comfrey and lavender salve from the cold shelf, and the bamboo splints. Izuku, hold its body still, just here. He did as instructed, his hands steadying the fragile ribcage. Ayami worked with a mesmerizing deftness. She cleaned the area around the old break with a mild herbal wash, applied a thick poultice of green salve that smelled of earth and life, then, with Sachiko's help, expertly rebroke the badly set wing bone with a quick, precise motion. The creature jerked but was too weak to struggle. She aligned the bones and bound the wing against its body with soft cloth and delicate bamboo splints. It will never fly like it should, Ayami said softly, tying off the bandage, but it will heal straight. It won't hurt anymore. She prepared a thin, nutrient-rich broth from powdered roots and mashed insects, warming it slightly. She fed it to the little dragon with infinite patience. Slowly, under their care, the trembling subsided. The creature's breathing deepened. The eerie green glow under its eyes, which had been guttering like a dying ember, stabilized into a soft, steady luminescence. It blinked up at Ayami, then at Izuku, its gaze no longer fearful, but clouded with a deep, weary confusion. It needs rest, quiet, safety. Ayami looked at Izuku. It is from your land. It is your responsibility now. Do you want it? The question hung in the herb-scented air. It wasn't a pet. It was a wild, wounded, magical thing. A piece of a history the world had forgotten. Caring for it would be another burden, another complexity. He looked down at the little dragon. It had bitten him. It had trusted him enough to stop. It had endured darkness he couldn't imagine. Yes, he said, and there was no hesitation. Ayami nodded, satisfied. Good. For now, it stays here. It's too weak to move. In a few days, you can take it home. I will show you what to feed it, how to care for the wing. She covered the creature with a light cloth, creating a dim nest. It will sleep now. The tension in the shop eased. Sachiko, who had been watching with rapt attention, let out a long breath. I have to tell the woods, she announced, and slipped out the door as quietly as she'd come. Ayami cleaned her hands in a basin. You did a brave thing, Izuku. And a kind one. Not many would have reached into that dark hole. He bit me, Izuku said, showing the punctures on his arm. Ayami examined the wounds, then applied a dab of the same salve. A bite of fear is cleaner than a wound of neglect. This will heal. She looked at him, her gaze penetrating. You are collecting quite the family. A feral cat, a wild girl, a broken dragon, and the rest of us. He hadn't thought of it that way. They weren't a family. They were just people and creatures, intersecting with his solitude. I should get back, he said, suddenly overwhelmed. The ditch can wait. The earth is patient. The healing of a life is not. She handed him a small jar. Give this to the creature, mixed with its food, once a day. Come back tomorrow. He took the jar, the ceramic cool in his hand. Thank you, Ayami. Thank you, she replied, for reminding me that cruelty can be undone. One gentle act at a time. The walk home was long and quiet. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery shades that reflected in the newly cleared sections of his ditch. The water was already flowing more freely, a quiet trickle over the stones. He stood at the edge, looking at the dark, ragged hole he'd opened. It wasn't a place of fear anymore. It was a crime scene, now empty. A grave that had given up its prisoner. He felt a presence beside him. He didn't need to look. He could hear the soft, raspy purr. Kintsugi sat, wrapping her tail around her paws, looking at the hole with an unreadable feline expression. She's safe, he told the cat. We have a guest, soon. Kintsugi blinked slowly, then stood, stretched, and limped back toward the house, as if satisfied with the report. Izuku stayed a while longer. Watching the stars emerge one by one in the darkening blue. His arm throbbed where the little dragon had bitten him. The pain was a grounding, honest thing. He had come here to escape the world of villains and victims. Of overwhelming power and crushing responsibility. But the world, it seemed, had followed him. Not with towering villains and city-smashing battles, but with smaller, deeper conflicts. Cruelty and kindness, hidden in the earth. Fear and trust, in the bite of a desperate creature. Responsibility for potatoes, for ditches, and now, for a piece of forgotten magic. He wasn't just building a farm. He was building a sanctuary. And as the first true night breeze sighed through the field, carrying the scent of Ayami's lavender from the porch, he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that he would defend this fragile, quiet world with the same ferocity he had once reserved for entire cities. The power inside him, one for all, hummed, not with the desire to smash, but with a new, protective vibration. A whisper of green light, like the glow under a dragon's eyes, flickered across his scarred knuckles and was gone. The land was remembering. Answer, at last, was he. The little dragon slept for 2 days. Izuku visited Ayami's shop each morning and evening, a quiet pilgrimage to the blue door. He would sit on a stool in the back room, watching the small, cloth-draped form breathe. The rhythmic rise and fall of its ribs was a hypnotic, reassuring sight. Ayami taught him how to prepare the nutrient broth, how to check the bandages for infection, how to read the subtle shifts in the creature's dim bioluminescence. A brighter glow meant pain or fear, a steady, soft light meant peace. It needs a name, Ayami said on the second evening, as they watched it stir in its sleep. Names have power. They help a thing understand what it is. Izuku thought of the dark hole, the rusty grate, the years of silence. He thought of the green, persistent glow that had refused to die. Keru, he said softly. It meant, to return, but also, to change. A homonym of hope. Ayami smiled. Keru, yes, a good name. On the third morning, Keru was awake. Its eyes, dark, intelligent pools now, with only a ghost of the green light behind them, tracked Izuku as he entered. It didn't flinch when he approached, but watched with a weary, ancient curiosity. He offered the broth in a shallow dish. Keru's forked tongue flicked out, testing the air, then it dipped its head and drank, a slow, deliberate lapping. He knows you, Ayami observed from the doorway. You pulled him from the dark. That creates a bond, whether he is beast or something more. That afternoon, Ayami declared Keru strong enough to travel. She placed the little dragon in a ventilated basket lined with soft herbs. Keep him warm. Keep him quiet. Let him learn the sights and sounds of your home slowly. The wing must stay bound for a month, at least. Izuku carried the basket home with a care usually reserved for explosives. Kintsugi was waiting on the porch, her tail twitching with high alert curiosity. As Izuku set the basket down and opened the lid, the cat crept forward, her nose working overtime. Keru lifted his head from his herbal nest, his neck craning slowly. Cat and dragon regarded each other across an impossible evolutionary divide. Kintsugi's ears went flat. She hissed, a low, warning sound. Keru recoiled, a tiny puff of dust-dry smoke escaping his nostrils. Enough, Izuku said, his voice firm. He placed a hand between them, not threatening, but a barrier. This is Keru. He lives here now. Be nice. Kintsugi gave him a look of profound betrayal, then sat, wrapping her tail tightly around herself, her gaze locked on the basket with unblinking suspicion. Keru, after a moment, relaxed back into the herbs, their one eye remained fixed on the cat. It was a start. He settled Keru in a quiet corner of the main room, away from drafts, on a bed of old towels. The little dragon spent most of its time sleeping or watching the world through half-lidded eyes. Its presence was a soft, silent weight in the house, a living piece of the land's secret history. The ditch work continued, but it was different now. He wasn't just moving mud. He was cleaning a crime scene, restoring a pathway. The work felt sacred. He finished the clearing by the end of the week, just as Ryo had demanded. The water flowed freely, a clean, chuckling stream heading south. Ryo came to inspect, his boots heavy on the fresh-turned bank. He grunted, peered at the neat channel, the reinforced berm. The careful work around the muskrat lodge. HMPH, it'll do, was all he said, but the anger was gone from his face, replaced by a begrudging respect. He even nodded once before stomping off. A small victory, one with a shovel, not a smash. The rhythm of the days began to find a pattern. Mornings were for tending, feeding Kintsugi and Keru, watering the herbs and the potter. To mounds that were now showing their first, brave green leaves. Afternoons were for work, more clearing, planning a proper garden plot, repairing the sagging porch step with wooden nails bought from Goro. Evenings were for stillness, watching the light change, listening to the crickets, feeling the ache of honest labor in his bones. Yumi, the teacher, became a quiet fixture. True to her word, she brought a library card, a simple piece of laminated paper, and a stack of books, a field guide to local flora, a manual on organic gardening, and a worn collection of folktales from the region. She would appear in the late afternoon, set up a small folding easel and stool at the edge of his field, and paint in utter silence for an hour or two. She never intruded, only ever offering a shy wave. Sometimes, she left a finished sketch tucked under a stone on the porch, a delicate rendering of the old oak tree, a watercolor of the morning mist over the wild grasses. They were beautiful, capturing a peace he was only beginning to feel. Hana came by periodically, a force of practical energy. She critiqued his potato mounds, a little more soil here, you want a good hill, helped him string a line for future bean poles. And once dragged over a rusty but serviceable wheelbarrow from her family's barn. You can't keep hauling everything in your arms like a martyr, she'd said. Her visits were brisk, full of useful information and no-nonsense camaraderie. She was the first person here who felt like a peer, even if her expertise made him feel like a child. Sachiko was a creature of unpredictable appearances. She'd materialize from the woods to report on the muskrats, they've rebuilt the lodge entrance, it's better now, or to leave a handful of wild strawberries on the step, or to see MPLY sit with him silently while he worked, her presence as natural as a bird's. She was the only one Keru seemed immediately comfortable with. The little dragon would lift its head and emit a soft, clicking noise when she was near, as if recognizing a fellow wild thing. And Ayami was the anchor. Her visits were less frequent but deeper. She'd check on Keru's progress, bring new salves or herbal infusions, and ask questions that gently probed the state of his soul, not just his farm. Is the quiet settling in you, or is it just sitting on the surface? When you look at the mountains now, what do you feel? He was surrounded, not crowded, but held. A loose, gentle net of connections, each strand different, each strengthening his tether to this place. One evening, about a week after bringing Keru home, the pattern broke. He was inside, attempting to follow a recipe from a cookbook Yumi had lent him, a simple stew that was currently threatening to burn, when a knock came at the door. It wasn't the soft tap of Yumi or the confident rap of Hana. It was hesitant, almost apologetic. He opened it to find a woman he'd never seen before. She was perhaps in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful in a sharp, elegant way that seemed utterly out of place in the muddy twilight. She wore designer city clothes, a tailored coat, sleek boots, all now dusted with fine road dirt. Her dark hair was perfectly styled, but her eyes, a cool, assessing gray, were wide with something that looked like shock and desperate hope. "Excuse me," she said, her voice cultured but strained. "I'm looking for someone." A young man, green hair. He might have come this way. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Ice water flooded Izuku's veins. His breath stopped. The spoon in his hand felt suddenly like a weapon. She saw the recognition in his frozen face. Her own expression shattered. The cool elegance melted into raw, trembling relief. "Oh, thank God, Izuku. It's me, Momo, Yaoyorozu." The name hit him like a physical blow. Momo, creation, Class 1A, one of the brightest, most capable people he'd ever known. Standing on his broken porch, looking at him as if he'd risen from the dead. He couldn't speak, he could only stare, the world tilting on its axis. The farm, the ditch, the dragon, the cat, it all receded, a fragile dream about to be punctured by the sharp, real pin of his past. "Can I?" Momo's voice cracked. "Can I come in?" Quote, silently, numb, he stepped aside. She entered, her eyes sweeping the single, rough room, the bare walls, the patched furniture, the pot of burnt stew on the stove, the cat on the table. The little dragon blinking from its nest in the corner. Her face worked, trying to reconcile the image with the boy she knew. "The prodigy, the successor, everyone's been looking for you," she whispered, turning back to him. "For months. It's been hell, Izuku. A special kind of hell. We thought you were dead. Or worse." Tears welled in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. She was fighting for control. All Might, he's aged a decade. Uraraka cries when she thinks no one is looking. Ida, he doesn't sleep. He just patrols, like if he covers enough ground, he'll find you. Each name was a knife twist. Izuku found his voice, but it was a stranger's. How did you find me?" Momo let out a shaky breath. "The property purchase. It was under your name. It took a while to filter through the systems. I have resources. My family. I've been following every lead, no matter how small. This was the smallest. A cash purchase for a derelict farm in the middle of nowhere. It didn't seem like you. But it was the only lead left." She hugged herself, a gesture so vulnerable it hurt to see. "Why, Izuku, why did you leave? Why didn't you tell us?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the scent of burnt food and herbs. How could he explain? The crushing weight, The fear in people's eyes, the feeling that he was a bomb waiting to go off. To Momo, who had always been so perfectly in control, so flawlessly powerful, I had to, was all he could manage, the words hollow. I was breaking. We break together. The words burst from her, fierce and pained. That's what Class A does. We fall apart and we put each other back together. You didn't let us. You just vanished. She took a step toward him, her composure crumbling. Do you have any idea what it's been like? The rumors, the media, symbol of peace's successor cracks under pressure, disappears. They're saying you were a fraud. That you couldn't handle it. And we can't even defend you because we don't know. Her anguish was a physical force in the small room. Kintsugi hissed, leaping down from the table and hiding under a chair. Kaoru let out a low, worried warble. Izuku flinched. He deserved her anger, every bit of it, but hearing it, seeing it on Momo's face, was a torture he hadn't prepared for. I'm sorry, he said, the apology utterly insufficient. I thought it was better. If I was gone, the target would be off your backs. The pressure, you idiot. The insult was choked with tears. You colossal, self-sacrificing idiot. You are our class. You're our heart. Without you, we're just a bunch of powerful kids, falling apart. Bakugo is insufferable. He's so angry at himself for not stopping you. Todoroki barely speaks. Jiru's music has gone dark. We're a ghost ship, Izuku. And you're the wind that left our sails. He had no answer. He had pictured the disappointment, their confusion. He had never let himself picture this, their collapse. Momo wiped her eyes roughly, regaining a shred of her composure. She looked around again, truly taking in the details, the gardening books, the handmade tools by the door, the peaceful, purposeful simplicity of it. Her gaze lingered on Kaoru, and a flicker of her old, analytical curiosity surfaced through the pain. What is this place, Izuku? She asked, her voice quieter now. What are you doing here? He followed her look. This was his sanctuary, his fragile, hard-won peace. And now his past stood in the middle of it, a beautiful, grieving ghost. I'm learning, he said, the truth simple and immense. I'm growing things, fixing what's broken. Momo was silent for a long moment. She walked to the window, looking out at the dark field, the rising moon painting the grasses silver. It's quiet, she observed. Yes, you look different. She turned back to him. Thinner, rougher, but your eyes, they're not frantic anymore. He said nothing. She took a deep, steadying breath, the kind she took before a big creation. I won't force you to come back. I can't. I see that now. The admission seemed to cost her. But I can't go back and tell them I found you and said nothing. I won't lie to them. Not about this. Panic, old and familiar, clawed at his throat. Momo, please. They can't know. If they come, the media, everything will follow. This will be destroyed. I know, she said, her voice firming with resolve. So I won't tell them where you are. Not yet. But I will tell them you're alive. That you're safe. That you need time. She met his gaze, her gray eyes pleading. Give me that, Izuku. Give them that. The not knowing is killing them. Let me take them that one piece of mercy. He wanted to refuse, to beg her to keep the secret completely. But he saw the desperate love for their friends in her eyes. A mirror of his own, and he knew he was asking the impossible. She had crossed lines, used her family's influence, to find him. She would not return empty-handed. Just that I'm alive, he whispered, the concession feeling like a surrender. And safe. Nothing else. No location. Nothing else, she vowed. She walked back to the center of the room, her eyes falling on Kaoru again. What is that? His name is Kaoru. I found him. He was hurt. A faint, sad smile touched Momo's lips. Of course you did. She looked back at Izuku, and in that moment, she was not just a hero, or a classmate. But a friend seeing a friend clearly for the first time in a long time. You're healing something here, aren't you? He nodded, once. Okay, she said softly. Okay. She moved toward the door, then paused. Will you be here? If I needed to find you again. The question was loaded. It was a request for permission to remain a thread, however thin. He looked at his farm, his wounded dragon, his feral cat. He looked at Momo, a piece of his heart he'd thought severed, now standing in his kitchen. Yes, he said. She nodded, a world of understanding passing between them. Then she was gone, slipping out into the night, her sleek city silhouette swallowed by the rural dark. Izuku stood in the sudden, ringing silence. The ghost of his past had come and gone, leaving the scent of expensive perfume and old pain hanging in the air alongside the smell of burnt stew. The door was closed. The world outside was unchanged, but everything inside him was in tumult. He walked to Keru's nest, sinking to the floor beside it. The little dragon nudged his hand with a cool, scaled snout. Kintsugi emerged from under the chair and jumped into his lap, purring loudly, as if to drown out the echoes of Momo's voice. He had built walls of quiet and earth. He had thought them strong. But it only took one person, one face from the life he'd fled, to show him how thin those walls really were. The peace he'd found was real, but it was no longer innocent. It was a choice now, a conscious hiding. And the people he loved were in pain because of it. He sat there in the dark, a cat in his lap, a dragon by his side, and felt the old, familiar weight settle back onto his shoulders. It was quieter now, shaped by potato hills and ditch mud, but it was the same weight. The burden of being known, the price of being loved. And outside, under the cold, watchful moon, the land held its breath. Sleep was a phantom that night. Izuku lay on his futon, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. Momo's face imprinted on the back of his eyelids. The raw hurt in her eyes, the anger, the desperate relief, they played on a loop, drowning out the familiar night sounds of the field. Keru's soft, wheezing breaths from the corner and Kintsugi's weight on his feet were the only anchors keeping him from spiraling back into the guilt-soaked panic of his first weeks here. He had been naive. He'd thought he could amputate his past and the wound would just scar over. But it was a living part of him, and Momo had just torn off the bandage. Dawn came, gray and indifferent. He rose mechanically, fed the animals, watered the plants. The routines were a lifeline. His body moved through the motions, but his mind was back in the dorms, seeing the empty desk in Class 1A, H. Hearing the silence where his voice should have been. He needed to move, to work until his muscles burned the thoughts away. The immediate, physical problem was the ruined stew pot, a blackened, crusted mess. He took it outside to the pump, scrubbing it with sand and cold water until the metal shone again, his hands turning red and raw. The friction was a punishment he welcomed. He was attacking a particularly stubborn patch of burnt-on food when a shadow fell across the wet stone. That pot has committed no crime. Ayami's voice was mild, but her presence was a sudden, warm reality. Though from the smell last night, it may have been an accomplice to one. Izuku started, almost dropping the pot. Ayami stood there, a basket of fresh-cut herbs on her arm, her expression calm but her eyes missing nothing. She took in his hollow-eyed look, the frantic scrubbing, the tension in his shoulders. You had a visitor, she stated. He didn't ask how she knew. The village had its own nervous system. News traveled through the roots. He just nodded, looking down at the pot. From your old life. Another nod. She set her basket down and sat on the edge of the porch, smoothing her skirts. Quote, and it has left you feeling as if you were standing in two worlds, and both are shaking. The accuracy of it made his throat tight. He gave up on the pot, rinsing it and setting it aside. He sat on the ground opposite her, his back against the pump's cold base. She's a friend, a comrade. She found me, and she wanted you to return. She wanted me to not have left. He swallowed. She wanted to not have been left. Ayami was silent for a moment, plucking a leaf of lemon balm and crushing it gently between her fingers, releasing its sharp, calming scent. To leave without a word is a kind of violence, Izuku. Even when the intention is to protect, it leaves a wound of confusion that festers. I know, the words were ashes. I thought I was sparing them. From me, from the danger around me, from the mess I was becoming. Quote, and are you less of a mess here? He looked up at her. Her gaze was not accusatory, but deeply curious. It's a different mess, he said finally. Quieter, one I can see the edges of. A ditch to dig, a wing to mend, things I can actually fix. And your friend, can she be fixed with a shovel and a splint? The question was a direct hit. He had no answer. Ayami leaned forward. You have built something here. A small, good thing. But you built it on a foundation of silence, and silence, when it is born of fear, is not solid. Your friend has found a crack in that foundation. The question is, do you seal it up again with more fear, or do you strengthen it with truth? If I tell them the truth, they'll come. Or the world will. And this, he gestured to the field, the house, the quiet, this will be over. Perhaps, Ayami conceded. Or perhaps it will change. Things that are alive are always changing. Trying to keep them perfectly still is what kills them. She stood, brushing off her apron. I did not come to lecture you. I came to check on Keru and bring you more salve for your hands. And to tell you that the village harvest festival is in 2 weeks. It is a small thing. But it is important. You are expected to come. He blinked, thrown by the shift. The festival. You are part of the community now, whether you feel like it or not. You have traded with Goro, accepted help from Hana and myself, allowed Yumi to paint your field. You are a thread in the weave. The festival is where we see the whole tapestry. She gave him a look that was both kind and unyielding. Be there. It will do you good to remember there is a here, even when you're there, is knocking on your door. She went inside to tend to Keru. Izuku remained by the pump, her words settling into the churned-up soil of his mind. A thread in the weave. He hadn't meant to be. He'd meant to be a stone, separate and alone. Ayami left a little later, after pronouncing Keru's progress excellent. The little dragon was even attempting to hobble around its nest on 3 legs, the bound wing held awkwardly aloft. His spirit is returning, she said with satisfaction. The day stretched before him, long and fraught. He tried to lose himself in expanding the vegetable plot, but his heart wasn't in it. Every strike of the hoe felt like an answer to a question he couldn't hear. In the afternoon, Yumi appeared for her painting session. She set up her easel but didn't immediately begin. Instead, she approached the porch where he was taking a water break. She twisted her hands, her shyness more pronounced than usual. Midoriya-san. I couldn't help but notice. You seem troubled today. He managed a weak smile. Is it that obvious? The light is wrong, she said softly, her artist's eye seeing what others might not. In your face. It's all shadows, no highlights. She hesitated, then reached into her bag and pulled out a small, cloth-wrapped parcel. I finished this last night. I thought, maybe it might help. To see it from the outside. She handed it to him and quickly retreated to her easel, turning her back as if she'd done something terribly bold. He unwrapped the cloth. It was a small, framed watercolor. It depicted his field at sunset, but not as it was. It was as it felt. The wild grasses were rendered in waves of gold and deep green, looking less like neglect and more like a purposeful, beautiful meadow. The old house was a dark, sturdy silhouette against a fiery sky, with a soft yellow light glowing in the window. And in the foreground, standing by the freshly turned earth of the potato plot, was a small, simplified figure. Him. His back was to the viewer, looking out over the land, his posture not one of defeat, but of quiet contemplation. Of belonging. It was an interpretation, a hope, a lie, maybe, but a beautiful, generous one. He looked up at Yumi, who was resolutely dabbing at her canvas, her ears pink. Thank you, he said, his voice thick. It's perfect. She gave a tiny, nervous nod, not turning around. He took the painting inside and placed it on the rough mantelpiece. It transformed the room. It gave a name to the fragile feeling he'd been clinging to. Belonging. The gift shamed him. These people were giving him a place, a role, a version of himself to live up to. And he was lying to them by omission every day. They didn't know about the power in his veins, the battles he'd fought, the danger that might still follow his scent. Hana arrived just before dusk, a sack of chicken feed slung over her shoulder for some reason. She dumped it by the shed. For when you inevitably get chickens and realize you have no idea what to feed them, she declared. She eyed him. You look like you've been wrestling a bear. A spiritual one. Something like that. Ayami told me you had a fancy visitor. Hana leaned against the porch post, crossing her arms. From the city. An old friend. She put a subtle, questioning emphasis on the word. Yes. And it stirred things up. Yes. Hana was quiet for a moment, looking out over his field. This life isn't an escape, you know. Not really. It's just a different kind of engagement. You engage with the weather, the soil, the pests, the neighbors. The past is just another neighbor. It lives over the hill. Sometimes it visits. You can't ignore it. or it'll tromp right through your best crops. You have to deal with it. Set boundaries. Maybe share a beer. Then send it on its way. Her practicality was a bracing slap. How do I set boundaries with that? You decide what you're willing to give, and what you need to keep. And you say it clearly. She pushed off the post. You're not the first person to come here running from something, Midoriya. You won't be the last. This land is good for that. But it can't do the running for you forever. Eventually, you have to turn around and face what's chasing you. Or decide to stop calling it a chase. With that piece of rustic wisdom delivered, she nodded toward the house. How's the dragon? Healing. Good. Don't forget the festival. It's mandatory. There's pie. And she left, her mission of delivering both feed and blunt advice accomplished. That night, after another mostly sleepless stretch, Izuku made a decision. He couldn't seal the crack with fear. Not after Yumi's painting, Ayami's wisdom, Hana's bluntness. He had to add a thread of truth to the weave, however thin. At first light, he walked to the village. He went to the tiny post office, its single counter manned by the same Mrs. Tanaka from the store. He bought a single postcard. A generic, faded picture of the distant mountains. He borrowed a pen. He didn't write to All Might, or to Uraraka, or to Ida. The weight of those letters would crush him. He wrote to the one person who had seen him now, who understood the duality. Momo, thank you for finding me. Thank you for not dragging me back. I am safe. I am growing, not just plants. Please tell them I am sorry. Every day, tell them I am not gone. Just learning a different way to be strong. This is my address. Only for you. No one else. Not yet. If you need to write, I will be here. Your friend, Izuku. He didn't sign it, Deku. That name belonged to the other world. He stamped it and dropped it in the old, rusted mailbox outside. The clang of the metal flap was final. He had done it. He had reached back. The thread was now a two-way line. It terrified him, but as he walked back home, the morning sun warm on his neck, a strange thing happened. The gnawing, guilty anxiety in his gut didn't worsen. It eased, just a fraction. The silence was no longer a wall he was hiding behind. It was a space he was choosing, and he had just informed someone of that choice. When he got back, Sachiko was there, sitting cross-legged on his porch, sharing a handful of berries with Kintsugi. Kaoru was hobbling in a slow circle around them, investigating. Your loud heart is quieter today, she announced without preamble. But it's sad quiet, not peaceful quiet. I had to send a letter, he said, sitting beside her. To the past. Sachiko considered this, popping a berry in her mouth. Letters are good. They're like trails. They let things find you, but on your terms. Unlike people, who just show up. She pointed a berry-stained finger at Kaoru. He needs to be outside more. In the sun. The old light is good for his scales. So, that afternoon, he didn't work the field. He sat in the grass with Sachiko, and they watched Kaoru explore the small, safe circle of the porch yard, sniffing at dandelions, flinching at butterflies, his bound wing held at a clumsy angle. Kintsugi supervised from the roof, her tail flicking with bemused tolerance. It was a simple, quiet afternoon, a moment of pure here. As the sun began to dip, Sachiko stood to leave. The festival is soon, she said. There will be dancing, and bonfires. The fires are the best. They make the shadows move in ways you can talk to. Will you be there? He asked. She shrugged, a wild, fluid motion. Maybe. The woods are quieter when the village is loud. I might watch from the trees. She gave him a long look. You should go. They will all be looking at you. To see if you are one of them now. After she vanished into the twilight, Izuku carried Kaoru back inside. He lit a single lamp and looked at Yumi's painting on the mantel, at the figure standing in the field. He had sent the postcard. He had acknowledged the thread to his past. Now, he had to face the tapestry of his present. The harvest festival, where the whole village would look at him, the newcomer, the mystery. Where he would have to stand among them, not as a hidden ghost, but as Izuku Midoriya. Farmer, dragon tender, friend of wild girls and herbalists and tough farm women. He wasn't ready, but as he looked at Kaoru, sleepily gnawing on a piece of boiled root vegetable, he knew that readiness wasn't a prerequisite for belonging. You just had to show up. Answer, with a heart that was still too loud, but now beating a steadier, sadder, more determined rhythm, he decided. He would go. The 2 weeks until the festival passed in a blur of work and quiet dread. Izuku threw himself into preparations he didn't truly understand. He weeded the potato plot until the mounds were pristine. He finished the new vegetable bed, turning the soil until it was fine and dark. He repaired the shed door, its hinge finally swinging without a shriek. The physical labor was a prayer, an offering to the land he hoped would grant him acceptance. Kaoru grew stronger. The little dragon had claimed a sunbeam that fell through the east window in the mornings, and would sprawl there, his good wings stretched out. The bound one held carefully against his body, soaking up the warmth. His scales, once dusty gray, began to show hints of a deeper, slate blue, like wet river stone. His bioluminescent patches glowed with a steadier, healthier light, a soft green that illuminated his corner of the room at night. He had developed a taste for the hard-boiled eggs Izuku made for himself, and would chirp insistently until a piece of yolk was offered. Kintsugi had reached a tense detente with the dragon, treating him with the same disdainful tolerance she might show a strangely shaped piece of furniture that occasionally moved. They kept a respectful distance, a living Venn diagram of cautious coexistence. The postcard to Momo had been sent, but no reply had come. The silence from T Quarter was a different kind of wait, a waiting, rather than a hiding. He found himself checking the rusty mailbox at the end of his path every afternoon, a habit that felt foolish and necessary all at once. The day before the festival, Hana arrived with purpose. She carried a folded bundle of fabric. "You can't go looking like a scarecrow that's lost its post," she stated, thrusting the bundle into his arms. It was a simple, well-made yukata of deep indigo cotton, subtle and masculine. "It was my grandfather's. He was about your size. It's clean. Don't spill anything on it." Izuku stammered his thanks, overwhelmed by the gesture. It was more than clothing. It was an invitation to dress the part, to belong in the village's celebration. "There's a potluck," Hana continued, businesslike. "Everyone brings something. What can you make?" His mind went blank. He could analyze a villain's quirk in seconds, but the contents of his pantry were a mystery. "I have eggs." Hana rolled her eyes. "Bring the eggs. I'll make tamagoyaki with them. I'll tell people it's from you. It'll be fine." She looked him up and down. "Just be there by sunset. And try to smile. It won't kill you." The day of the festival dawned clear and cool, the first real hint of autumn in the air. The village, usually so sleepy, hummed with a different energy. Izuku could hear the distant sounds of hammering and laughter as he did his morning chores. His own anxiety was a live wire under his skin. He washed carefully at the pump, the cold water bracing. He put on the indigo yukata, fumbling with the obi until he managed a presentable knot. Looking in the small, cracked mirror, he saw a stranger, a quieter, older version of himself, dressed for a piece he still felt like an imposter in. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of apricot and lavender, he set out. He carried a bowl containing a dozen of his brown eggs, feeling absurdly vulnerable. Kintsugi watched him from the porch roof, her expression inscrutable. Kaoru was asleep in his sunbeam, oblivious. The path to the village green, a large clearing near the old shrine, was strung with simple paper lanterns that glowed softly in the gathering dusk. The air was rich with smells that made his stomach clench with a nervous hunger: roasting sweet potatoes, frying tempura, simmering stews. The sounds of a shamisen being tuned, of children laughing, of dozens of overlapping conversations, created a wall of noise he hadn't experienced in months. He hovered at the edge of the clearing, a ghost in a blue robe. The entire village seemed to be there, maybe 100 people in all. He saw Goro, out of his work clothes, laughing with other old men near a sake barrel. He saw Mrs. Tanaka from the store, directing the placement of food tables with military precision. He saw Ryo, the gruff farmer, actually smiling as he lifted a giggling child onto his shoulders. And he saw his people. Hana was at a makeshift kitchen area, her sleeves tied back, expertly rolling his eggs into a golden, layered omelette on a rectangular pan. She saw him and jerked her chin in a "get over here" motion. Yumi stood near a display of local art, which included several of her paintings. She wore a soft pink yukata and was talking shyly with an older couple. When she spotted Izuku, her face lit with a relieved smile, and she gave a small, encouraging wave. Ayami was by the herb and tea stall, serving cups of something steaming. She looked serene and beautiful in a lavender yukata patterned with white cranes. Her eyes found his across the crowd, and she offered a gentle, knowing nod. Even Sachiko was present, in her own way. He caught a glimpse of her wild hair and intense eyes peering from behind the thick trunk of a cedar tree at the forest's edge. A spectator from her own world. He was seen, recognized, a part of the picture. Hana finished the tamagoyaki, sliced it into neat pieces, and plated it. She shoved the plate into his hands. Put it on the table. Then circulate. Don't just stand there like a lost post. He did as he was told, placing his offering among a breathtaking array of homemade food. Pickled vegetables, glazed fish, simmered pumpkins. Delicate mochi, Hana's family's famous sweet potato pie. His simple eggs, transformed by her skill, looked acceptable. He took a step back, feeling adrift. Midoriya-san. He turned. It was Yumi. Her cheeks flushed. Your field. It looks lovely in the evening light. I've started a new painting. Of the old oak with the sunset behind it. I'd like to see it, he managed. I'll show you when it's done. She bit her lip, then pointed. Ayami has made a special tea for the festival. You should try it. He let her gently steer him toward Ayami's stall. As he accepted a small, fragrant cup, Ayami leaned close. Breathe, Izuku. You are among friends. No one here expects a performance. Just your presence. He sipped the tea. It was floral, slightly sweet, with an underlying warmth that spread through his chest, easing the tightness there. He nodded, unable to speak past the sudden lump in his throat. The music started then, a lively, traditional folk song played on the shamisen, a drum, and a flute. People began to form lines for a simple, circling dance. Hana appeared at his side, wiping her hands on a towel. Come on, it's easy, just follow the steps. I don't know how, nobody does, really, just move. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the forming circle. Answer, Izuku Midoriya, successor to One for All, found himself dancing under paper lanterns in a village clearing. The steps were uncomplicated. A shuffle, a clap, a turn. He was clumsy, out of sync, but surrounded by laughing, moving bodies, his own awkwardness was absorbed, forgiven. Hana was a solid, grounding presence beside him, her movements confident and strong. Across the circle, he saw Yumi dancing with a gentle smile, and Ayami moving with a natural, flowing grace. For a few minutes, the whirlwind in his mind stilled. There was only the rhythm of the drum, the warmth of the lantern light, the circle of community holding him in its orbit. He wasn't thinking of heroes or villains, of past or future. He was just a body in motion, part of a whole. When the dance ended, breathless and smiling despite himself, the bonfire was lit. It roared to life in the center of the green, a tower of crackling, snapping flame that threw dancing shadows across every face. The crowd gathered around it, the mood shifting from exuberance to a deeper, shared warmth. Ryo, of all people, handed him a cup of warm, sweet amazake. For the ditch, the farmer grunted, before moving on. Goro clapped him on the shoulder as he passed. Yukata suits you, boy. He was being welcomed, truly, openly welcomed. As he stood sipping the sweet drink, watching the flames leap, he felt a presence at his elbow. It was Ayami. She wasn't looking at the fire, but at him. You see, she said softly, the weave holds you. He nodded, the gratitude too vast for words. Then, from the other side, Hana appeared, holding 2 sticks with roasted sweet potatoes. She handed one to him. Eat, you're too skinny. He took it, the skin charred and black, the inside steaming and orange. He took a bite. It was sweet, earthy, perfect. The simple, profound goodness of it brought a prick to his eyes that he blamed on the smoke. He was part of this. However tentatively, however strangely he had arrived, he was part of it. The festivities wound on, stories were shared, children fell asleep in laps. The moon rose, a silver coin overhead. Izuku felt a contentment so foreign it was almost painful. It was the feeling of a key turning in a lock he hadn't known was closed. He was out to find a quiet spot to sit when a ripple went through the crowd near the entrance to the green. A low murmur, not of alarm, but of surprise. People were turning, looking. Izuku followed the gaze. A woman stood at the edge of the lantern light. She was not from the village. She wore elegant, modern trousers and a silk blouse, a long coat draped over her shoulders. Her posture was straight, her beauty severe and striking. Her dark hair was styled in an immaculate bob, and her cool gray eyes were scanning the crowd, looking for someone. Momo Yaoyorozu. His heart stopped. The sweet potato turned to ash in his mouth. The warmth of the fire vanished, replaced by an arctic chill. She'd come. She'd found him again. But why? She'd promised not to tell the others. Had something happened? Had she changed her mind? Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through him. This was it. The end of the quiet. The unraveling. He saw the exact moment she spotted him. Her eyes locked onto his across the fire-lit crowd. Her expression was unreadable. Intense, focused, but not angry. She began to walk toward him. The villagers, sensing the shift, parted subtly. Hana, standing beside Izuku, went very still. Ayami's serene expression tightened into one of watchful concern. Yumi shrank back a little, her eyes wide. Momo stopped a few feet away, ignoring everyone else. Her gaze swept over him, taking in the indigo yukata, the half-eaten sweet potato, the peaceful, communal scene. Something in her face softened, just a fraction. Izuku, she said. Her voice was clear, carrying in the hushed space around them. Momo, he breathed. What? Why are you here? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached into the inner pocket of her coat and pulled out a single, white envelope. It was crisp, clean, utterly out of place among the rustic festival. I received your postcard, she said. This is my reply. She held it out to him. He stared at it, his mind refusing to process. A letter. She'd come all this way to deliver a letter. Slowly, numbly, he took it. His name was written on the front in her elegant, precise handwriting. I could have mailed it, Momo continued, her voice lower now, meant only for him. But I needed to see. I needed to understand what a different way to be strong looked like. Her eyes moved past him, taking in the bonfire, the kind faces of Hana and Ayami, the simple joy of the festival. Her gaze lingered on Yumi's paintings displayed nearby, on the half-finished sweet potato in his hand. When her eyes returned to his, they held a profound, weary sadness, but also a dawning, reluctant respect. It looks quiet, she whispered. He couldn't speak. I won't stay, she said, straightening her shoulders, the Yaoyorozu air once more. I just needed to deliver that, and to see for myself. She took a small step back, giving a slight, formal bow of her head not just to him, but to the watching villagers, an acknowledgement. Your secret is still safe with me, Izuku. I keep my promises. She turned to go, then paused, looking back over her shoulder. A ghost of her old, brilliant smile touched her lips. The yukata suits you. And then she was walking away, back into the darkness beyond the lanterns, a sleek silhouette swallowed by the night. The silence she left behind was profound. The music had stopped. The chatter had died. Every eye in the village green was on Izuku. He stood there, holding the pristine white envelope, standing in the glow of the bonfire, dressed in a dead man's clothes, surrounded by his new world, which had just been breached by the old. Hana was the first to move. She stepped in front of him, blocking the stares of the crowd, her expression fierce. Show's over, folks, she announced, her voice calm-ing the same no-nonsense tone she used on unruly livestock. Get back to your drinks. The fire's still burning. The spell broke. Slowly, hesitantly, people turned away, conversations starting up again in hushed, curious tones. Ayami came to his other side. Come, she said gently, but firmly. Let's get you home. He let them guide him, one on each arm, away from the green, down the dark path toward his farm. Yumi followed a few steps behind, wringing her hands. No one spoke. They walked him all the way to his porch. The house was dark, but Keru's soft green glow was visible in the window. Hana turned to him, her hands on her hips. That, she said, was a hell of a boundary. But you held it. She left. Ayami touched his arm. Whatever is in that letter, it is for you alone. Remember, you are here. You are rooted. This, she gestured to the land, the house, is your truth now, too. Yumi just gave him a tremulous, supportive smile before the three women turned and walked back toward the distant glow and music of the festival, leaving him alone in the profound, ringing silence of his own land. He stood on the porch for a long time, the envelope cold in his hand. The distant sounds of the festival felt like echoes from another lifetime. Finally, he went inside. He lit a single lamp. Kintsugi jumped onto the table, sniffing at the envelope. Kaoru lifted his head and chirped a sleepy greeting. Izuku sat at the table, the envelope stark white against the worn, dark wood. He broke the seal with a trembling finger and pulled out a single sheet of expensive stationery. It wasn't a long letter. Izuku, your words helped. More than you know. I showed your postcard to Uraraka. She cried, but she smiled through it. Ida read it 10 times, then polished his glasses for an hour. Bakugo grunted and said, damn nerd, better be growing some decent vegetables. Todoroki asked if the air was clean there. They know you're alive. They know you're safe. It has changed everything. The ghost is gone. The wound can start to heal. We are not whole without you. We may never be again. But we are no longer broken in the same way. What you are doing, I see the value in it. A strength that isn't about breaking, but about mending, about staying. We need that kind of strength, too, in the chaos we inhabit. So, I will not ask you to come back. Not anymore. But I will ask this, remember us. Right, if you can. Tell us about your potatoes. Your dragon, your quiet, and if the day ever comes when this different strength of yours is needed in our world, we will be waiting. You are still our friend. You are still our heart. Always. Momo. P.S. I took the liberty of having a security consultant look into your property's digital records. They are now obscured. No one else will find you the way I did. Consider it my contribution to your harvest. He read it once, then again. The words blurred. A hot tear fell onto the paper, smudging the elegant ink of his name. It wasn't a summons. It wasn't a plea. It was a blessing, a release, and a tether, thin and strong as spider silk, lovingly preserved. He folded the letter carefully, holding it to his chest. He looked around his dark, quiet house, at the cat and the dragon, at Yumi's painting on the mantel. The two worlds were not crashing together. They were acknowledging each other, making peace across a great distance. He was here, and he was still connected to there. The weight on his shoulders didn't vanish, but it shifted, settled, became something he could carry not as a fugitive, but as a man standing in the light of his own choices. Outside, the festival bonfire would be burning down to embers. The village would be going home to their beds, their lives. Izuku Midoriya blew out the lamp. In the darkness, lit only by the soft green glow of a sleeping dragon, he finally let himself cry. Quiet, cleansing tears for the friends he missed, for the peace he'd found, for the impossible, fragile ridge that now spanned the canyon between them. He was home, and for the first time, the word held both his past and his future, without breaking under the strain. Morning arrived with the soft, persistent pressure of Kintsugi's paw on his cheek. Izuku opened his eyes to gray light filtering through the window. For a disoriented moment, he expected the sterile ceiling of the UA dorms, the muff-led sounds of his classmates starting the day. Then the smell of old wood and drying herbs, the sight of Kaoru's green glow dimming in the corner as dawn took over, and the deep, familiar ache in Hi's shoulders from ditch digging rooted him back in place. The memory of the festival, of Momo's sudden appearance and the letter, rushed back. It didn't bring panic this time, but a heavy, bittersweet ache. Like a bone that had been reset and was now sore but aligned. He got up, moving through his morning routine with a quiet reverence. He fed Kintsugi and Kaoru, who was now attempting to use his bound wing as a prop to shuffle around more effectively. The little dragon nudged his hand, not for food, but seemingly for contact. Izuku stroked the cool, smooth scales between his eyes, and a soft, purring rumble vibrated under his palm. He ate a simple breakfast, then walked to the mailbox at the end of the path, a habit now ingrained. It was empty. He wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. The farm demanded his attention. The work was no longer just a distraction, it was his purpose. The potato plants were thriving, the dark green leaves sturdy and proud. The herb garden Ayami had started was a lush, fragrant patch, but the main field beyond his initial plots was still a sea of wild grasses and weeds, a kingdom waiting to be tamed. Today, he decided, he would begin clearing a larger section for a winter crop. Hannah had mentioned daikon radishes and winter spinach. He gathered his tools, the scythe, the fork, a new pair of heavy-duty clippers he'd bought from Goro. The work was hard, but his body was adapting. The muscles he was building were lean and corded, for endurance, not explosive power. As he swung the scythe in the smooth arc Hana had taught him, his mind wandered back to Momo's letter. A strength that isn't about breaking, but about mending. About staying. He was staying. For the first time, he truly believed he could. He was so absorbed in the RHYTHM of his work that he didn't notice the approaching figure until she was almost upon him. It wasn't the quiet step of Yumi or the purposeful stride of Hana. This was a confident, almost rolling walk. He looked up, wiping sweat from his brow. The woman standing at the edge of his cleared patch was a stranger, but she carried the undeniable mark of the village in her sturdy boots and practical, sun-faded clothes. She was perhaps in her mid-20s, with a strong, handsome face, tan skin, and eyes the color of dark honey. Her brown hair was tied back in a thick, messy braid. Over one shoulder, she carried a large, worn canvas bag that clinked softly with the sound of glass. "You're the new one," she said, her voice a low, pleasant alto. It wasn't a question. She set her bag down with a grunt. "Hana said you were out here fighting the wilderness single-handed." "I'm Aiko. I have the orchard on the western slope." An orchard, of course. He'd seen the neat rows of trees from a distance, blooming clouds of pink and white in the spring, now heavy with green fruit. "Izuku Midoriya," he said, leaning on the scythe handle. Aiko nodded, her eyes scanning his work. "Not bad. You're leaving the clover patches. Good. The bees need them." She walked a few paces into the cleared area, crouching down to examine the soil. She picked up a handful, letting it sift through her fingers. Good tilth. You've been working it right. It's thanking you." Her approval, so casually given by someone who clearly knew the land, sent a flush of pride through him. "Thank you." She stood, brushing her hands on her trousers. "I'm here on business, not just to critique your soil. I've got a problem. So do you, probably, but you just don't know it yet." "A problem. Wasps." She said the word, with the gravity of a general naming an enemy army. "The early apples are starting to sweeten. The paper wasps are moving in. They'll ruin the fruit, sting the pickers, make a general nuisance of themselves. My usual solution is smoke and traps, but this year, it's a bumper crop. I can't keep up. I need an extra pair of hands for a few days. Someone who isn't afraid of a few stings." Her honey-colored eyes fixed on him, sharp and assessing. "Hana says you're strong and stubborn. Ayami says you're gentle. That's a good combination for wasp wrangling." Izuku was taken aback. A job, a real, practical request for help, from someone who saw him not as a mystery or a charity case, but as a potential asset. I don't know anything about wasps. Or orchards." Aiko grinned, a flash of white teeth in her tanned face. "I'll teach you. It's simple. Annoying, but simple. I'll pay you in fruit, cider, and a favor for when your own pests arrive, and they will. What do you say?" He thought of his empty mornings, of the endless field. He thought of Momo's letter, about engaging with the world in a new way. This was it, not saving lives, but saving apples. "Okay," he said. "When do we start?" "Now's as good a time as any. The little devils are less aggressive in the cooler morning." She jerked her head toward the western ridge. "Grab a long-sleeved shirt and meet me at the orchard in 20 minutes. And bring a hat with a brim." Quote, 20 minutes later, Izuku stood at the edge of Aiko's orchard. It was larger than he'd realized, rows of carefully pruned trees stretching down a sunny slope. The air was thick with the sweet, green scent of growing apples and the low hum of countless insects. Aiko was waiting by a small wooden cart laden with strange equipment. Smoker cans, long poles with mesh bags on the end. Jars of a sticky-looking substance. "Rule 1, Aiko said, handing him a beekeeper's veil and a pair of thick gloves. "Respect, not fear. They're not evil. They're just hungry and defensive. We're not here to exterminate. We're here to encourage relocation." She showed him the smoker, a can with a bellows that produced a cool, thick smoke. The smoke makes them docile, makes them think there's a forest fire. They'll gorge on honey to prepare to flee, which makes them even slower. She pointed to a gray, papery nest the size of a melon, adhered to the crook of a high branch. "That's the target. We smoke it, then I'll bag it. You're on cart duty and look out. Watch for stragglers coming back to the nest. If one gets angry, don't swat. Just move away slowly. It was a tactical briefing. Izuku's mind, so used to combat analysis, latched onto it instantly. He nodded, pulling on the veil. The world took on a mesh-gridded hue. The work was tense, meticulous, and strangely meditative. Aiko moved through the orchard with a hunter's grace, identifying nests with a pointed finger. She'd work the smoker, a plume of white drifting up into the leaves. The agitated buzz would soften into a drowsy hum. Then, with a long, telescoping pole, she'd smoothly slip the mesh bag over the nest, sever its anchor with a quick twist, and lower it into a sealed barrel on the cart. Izuku's job was to follow with the cart, keep the smoke canisters ready, and watch. His enhanced senses, usually tuned for the footfall of a villain or the whistle of an attack, were now focused on the drone of insect wings. The telltale zigzag flight of a returning scout. Once, a wasp, confused and angry, dive-bombed his veil. He forced himself to stand perfectly still, his heart hammering, until it buzzed away. Good, Aiko said from the next tree over, having seen it. Panic is what gets you stung. By mid-morning, they had cleared a dozen nests. They took a break in the dappled shade between two rows. Sitting on the grass, Aiko pulled a canteen from her bag and handed it to him. The water was cool and tasted faintly of apples. You're a quick study, she observed, taking the canteen back. Most people are either jumpy or overconfident. You're just focused. I had good training, he said, the truth slipping out before he could think. She glanced at him, her gaze thoughtful behind her own veil. Which she'd pushed up. Not farm training, I'd wager. Something else. Doesn't matter. She took a long drink. What matters is you're here now, and you're not complaining. It's honest work. That it is. She looked out over her trees, her expression proud and weary. My grandfather planted these trees. My father expanded. I'm just trying to keep them healthy. Some years, it feels like you're just holding back the tide. The weather, the pests, the market, it all wants to sweep it away. You ever feel like that? The question was so eerily close to his old life that it stole his breath. Holding back the tide of villainy, of chaos. Yes, he said, the word simple and heavy. Aiko nodded, as if she'd expected that answer. Then you understand. This, she gestured to the orchard, the cart of captured nests, is my version of putting on the armor. My fight. She stood, brushing grass from her trousers. Come on, a few more before the sun gets high and they get feisty. They worked until noon. As they were putting the equipment away in Aiko's barn, a clean, organized space that smelled of wood, fruit, and motor oil, she handed him a basket. It was filled with early apples, small and tart, a jug of fresh pressed cider, and a jar of dark golden honey. Your pay, she said. The honey's from my own hives. They're the reason I'm gentle with the wasps. Everything's connected. Poison the wasps, poison the honey, poison the land. She looked at him squarely. You're welcome here anytime, for work, or just to talk. It gets lonely on this hill sometimes, with just the trees for company. The offer was genuine, without strings. Another thread. Thank you, Aiko. He walked back to his farm, the basket heavy in his hand. The encounter had left him with a new kind of tiredness. Not the soul-deep exhaustion of hero work, nor the blank fatigue of solitary labor, but the pleasant weariness of a team accomplishing a concrete task. The rest of the day passed in a contented blur. He did his own chores, the taste of the crisp, tart apple lingering on his tongue. He wrote a short, simple letter back to Momo, telling her about the wasps, the orchard, the taste of the first apples. It felt good to share a piece of his new life, not as an apology, but as a story. A few days later, Yumi came for her painting session. But this time, she didn't set up her easel at the field's edge. She approached the porch, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Midoriya-san, I was wondering. The schoolchildren were studying local ecosystems. Would it be all right if I brought them here? Just for a short visit. To see a working farm, the wild areas. Sachiko sometimes shows them things in the woods, but a farm is different, she trailed off, looking anxious. As if she'd asked for a king's ransom. The idea of a group of children on his land sent a jolt of primal fear through him. Children meant noise, chaos, questions, vulnerability. But he looked at Yumi's hopeful, nervous face. And he thought of Aiko's orchard, of being part of the connected whole. Okay, he said, Just for a little while. The visit was arranged for the following week. The day arrived, sunny and bright. Izuku was a knot of nerves. He tidied the yard, made sure Kaoru was safely tucked away inside, the children couldn't know about the dragon, and put Kintsugi's food bowl out of sight. Though the cat had likely sensed the invasion and vanished into the fields hours before. Yumi arrived, leading a line of about 10 children, ranging in age from 6 to 10. They wore little straw hats and carried notebooks. They were, predictably, loud and full of boundless energy. "This is Mr. Midoriya," Yumi announced, her teacher voice firm but kind. "He is kind enough to let us visit his farm. Remember our rules. Stay on the paths, don't trample the plants, and listen." The children stared at him with open curiosity. A bold little boy with grass-stained knees pointed. "Your hair is green." "Yeah," Izuku said, feeling himself flush. "Do you have a quirk that makes plants grow?" a girl asked. The question hit him like a physical blow. The old world, intruding through the mouth of a child. He saw Yumi's eyes widen slightly in concern. "No," he said, his voice quieter. "I just use my hands." The tour began. He showed him the potato plants. Let them feel the soil. He pointed out the herbs, naming them as Ayami had taught him. He showed him the ditch, now clear, and explained how important drainage was. He was stiff, awkward, but the children were fascinated by the simple, tangible things. They asked about worms, about birds, about how deep the roots went. Then, they reached the wilder edge of the property, near the tree line. Sachiko was there, leaning against a tree as if she'd grown from it. The children brightened. "Sachiko nay." She nodded at him, then her eyes found Izuku. "I told them about the Muskrat Lodge. They want to see." He led them to the bank, keeping him a respectful distance away. He pointed out the dome of reeds, the slick entrance. The children were hushed, captivated. "Do they have quirks?" the grass-stained boy whispered loudly. Sachiko answered, her voice clear in the quiet. "Their quirk is building homes that don't flood, and knowing the water's secrets. Better than any human quirk." The children accepted this as perfect wisdom. The visit lasted an hour. As Yumi was rounding him up to leave, the same bold boy ran up to Izuku, holding out a slightly crushed dandelion. "For your farm," he said, then darted back to the line. Izuku stood holding the weed, watching the line of small, hat-topped heads follow Yumi back down the path, their chatter fading. The fear was gone. In its place was a strange, warm hollow. They had been on his land. They had been safe. He had shown them something good. Yumi turned at the bend and gave him a smile that was pure, unguarded gratitude. That evening, as he fed Kaoru, he realized something. The village wasn't just a collection of individuals who were being kind to him. It was an organism, and he was being slowly, deliberately integrated into its systems. Aiko needed help with her pests. Yumi needed a living classroom for her students. The land itself, through Sachiko, needed a steward who understood its wild heart. And he needed to be needed. Not as a savior, but as a neighbor. As a strong back, a willing ear, a protector of muskrats and dragons. He was no longer just building a sanctuary. He was being woven into a community. And the weave, he was starting to understand, was stronger than any wall he could ever build alone. It was a net that could catch him if he fell, a tapestry that gave his solitude meaning, a connection that demanded his presence but respected his peace. He went to sleep that night not to escape his thoughts, but to rest his body for the next day's work. The quiet in his heart was no longer the quiet of emptiness, but the quiet of a full cup. Resting on a steady table, the rhythm of the days began to feel less like a march and more like a heartbeat. The frantic pulse of his first months here had settled into a strong, steady thrum. Izuku woke with the sun, his body knowing the routines before his mind did. Feed Kintsugi, check Kaoru's bandages, water the plants, plan the day's work. The crisp edge of autumn was in the air now, a morning chill that promised change. Kaoru's wing was healing. Under Ayami's guidance, Izuku had removed the rigid splints, replacing them with a lighter, flexible binding that allowed for more movement. The little dragon could now extend the wing, though the joint was stiff and the membrane, where it had been torn, was a lattice of pale, new scar tissue over the old slate blue. He would stretch it in his sunbeam, a look of intense concentration on his reptilian face, the green glow under his eyes brightening with the effort. He was still earthbound, but the spirit of flight was returning. One afternoon, as Izuku was repairing a section of the old stone wall that bordered the western edge of his property, he heard a sound that was becoming familiar, the soft, almost inaudible footfall of someone who moved like the wind through grass. He didn't turn. Sachiko settled on the wall beside him, her legs dangling. She watched him fit a heavy, mossy stone into a gap, his hands sure from practice. "You're making it too straight," she observed. "A wall should be straight to hold." The old wall wasn't straight. It followed the land. It curved with the roots of the big pine. She pointed to a gnarled, ancient pine tree a dozen yards away. "When the wind blows hard from the north, the straight part will fall. The curved part, with the tree, will stand." Izuku paused, the stone heavy in his hands. He looked at the line he was building, then at the original, crumbling section that indeed followed a gentle, natural arc, embraced by the pine's surface roots. She was right. The old builders had worked with the land, not against it. It was Ayami's lesson with the shovel, and Hana's with the scythe, all over again. He sighed, a small smile touching his lips. He dismantled the few new stones he'd laid and began again, this time following the land's subtle suggestion. The work was slower, more thoughtful. Sachiko nodded, satisfied. She was quiet for a while, watching the clouds. Then she said, "The badger set on the south hill. There's a sickness." He looked at her. Her face was solemn. "Sickness. A cough. In the kits. The mother is thin. She's not foraging well." Sachiko's connection to the wild things was absolute. She reported on them as others might report on the health of a neighbor. "I tried my medicines. Wild garlic, thyme. It's not enough. Have you told Ayami?" Sachiko shook her head. "She is for plants, and for things that come to her. The badgers, they're wild. Proud. They would not come to the blue door. And Ayami's steps are not quiet like yours and mine." It was a statement of fact, not a criticism. And it contained a request, as clear as if she'd shouted it. "You want me to go with you," Izuku said. "You have the quiet steps. And the gentle hands. And," she looked at him, her dark eyes seeing too much, "the loud heart is softer now. It won't scare them." He didn't hesitate. "Show me." They set out as the afternoon light began to slant. Golden and long. Sachiko led him away from the cultivated fields, up a rocky, brush-covered hill on the southern border of his land. Land that was technically his, but which felt like it belonged to the wild. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin. She stopped before a dense thicket of bramble and young oak. To Izuku, it looked impenetrable. Sachiko crouched, pointing to a barely noticeable opening at the base of the thicket, partially concealed by ferns. The ground around it was packed hard and showed the faint, five-toed prints of a heavy animal. "The set," she whispered. "You listen." He knelt beside her, closing his eyes, pushing his hearing beyond the normal range. The forest hummed with life, insects, distant birds, the rustle of leaves. And then, from deep within the earth under the thicket, he heard it, a wet, rasping cough, small and weak. And then another, the sound of suffering, buried. "The kits," Sachiko murmured. "3 of them, and the mother's breath is shallow. What do we do?" From her pocket, Sachiko produced a small, clay pot sealed with wax. "A poultice, for their lungs, honey and strong herbs. We need to get it to them. They won't eat it from a dish. It must be offered in the den." Izuku understood. It was a task requiring a combination of stealth, gentleness, and a tolerance for dark, confined spaces that might remind a creature of a trap. He thought of the rusty grate, of Keru's terrified eyes in the dark. "Okay," he said. Sachiko showed him how to apply the sticky, fragrant poultice to the end of a long, smooth stick. "Just inside the entrance. Where she will find it. She will know it is medicine. She is smart." Izuku took the stick. He approached the set entrance slowly, every sense alert. The smell was strong here, musky, animal, tinged with the sour note of sickness. He could feel the weight of the earth above the tunnels, the fragility of the lives within. He lay flat on the ground, ignoring the damp soil soaking into his shirt. He inched forward until his head and shoulders were at the entrance. The darkness inside was absolute, a living darkness that breathed out the hot, sickly air of the badgers. He extended the stick, careful not to make a sound. He pushed it just inside the tunnel, then gently scraped the poultice off onto the hard earth floor. A low, warning growl rumbled from the depths, vibrating through the ground beneath him. It was the sound of a mother defending her young. He froze, his heart a drum in his ears. He didn't pull back. He held still, making himself small, non-threatening. The growl subsided into a wary silence. He heard a sniffing, then a cautious lick. Then silence again. Slowly, he withdrew the stick and backed away, moving on his elbows until he was clear. Sachiko was watching, her expression tense. When he stood, brushing the dirt from his front, she let out a breath she'd been holding. She took it. They retreated to a fallen log, a safe distance away, and waited as the sun dipped lower. They didn't speak. The forest settled around them. After perhaps half an hour, the coughing from the set came again, but this time it was less ragged, followed by a contented grunting sound from the mother. Sachiko's shoulders slumped in relief. It's working. They walked back as twilight gathered. The path felt different. Izuku wasn't just a visitor to the wild anymore. He was a participant in its intimate dramas. He had lain on the earth at the mouth of a wild creature's home and offered help. It felt as significant as any villain fight. Thank you, Sachiko said softly as they reached the edge of his cleared field. You would have done it alone if you had to. Yes, but it was better with you. She looked up at him, her wild eyes serious. You are becoming a bridge. Between the village and the woods. Between the tame and the wild. That is a good thing to be. Then she was gone, a shadow melting into the greater shadow of the trees. He returned to the house, his clothes dirty, his heart full. Kintsugi greeted him with a demanding meow. Keru hobbled over, sniffing his dirty hands with interest. The following day, it was Hana who broke the rhythm. She arrived not with advice or gifts, but with a problem of her own. Her truck, an ancient, dented thing that was the lifeblood of her farm, was making a catastrophic grinding noise and had died near the crossroads. I think it's the transmission, she said, her hands covered in grease, frustration etched on her face. I can fix most things, but that's beyond me. The nearest mechanic is an hour away and charges a fortune. She kicked the truck's tire in disgust. I have a load of compost that needs to be spread before it rains. And feed to pick up. Izuku looked at the beleaguered machine, then at Hana's set, frustrated jaw. An idea, absurd and simple, formed. Where does the compost need to go? He asked. The north field, about half a mile down the lane. And the feed, at Goro's. He got it in for me. Izuku walked to the back of the truck. It was loaded with sacks of dark, rich compost. He estimated the weight. It was substantial, but not impossible. Not for him. Unhook the trailer, he said. Hana stared at him. What? The trailer with the compost? Unhook it. I'll pull it to your north field. She blinked, then let out a short, incredulous laugh. Midoriya, that trailer weighs a ton. Literally. Even if you could pull it, it's half a mile uphill. Just unhook it, he repeated, his voice calm. Muttering about city boy insanity. Hana went to the hitch and released the trailer. It settled with a heavy thump on the dirt road. Izuku walked to the front of the trailer. He took a deep breath. This wasn't about fighting. It wasn't about speed or destruction. It was about steady, controlled power. A farmer's strength. He didn't flare one for all into a brilliant corona. He let it seep into his muscles, a low, green ember glowing under his skin. Concentrated in his legs and back. He took the tow hitch in his hands, braced his feet against the gravel, and pulled. The trailer groaned. For a second, it resisted. Then, with a screech of its rusty axle, it began to move. Hana's jaw dropped. She watched, utterly silent, as Izuku Midoriya, dressed in worn work clothes, his muscles corded with a light that seemed to flicker just beneath the surface, walked steadily up the country lane, dragging a ton of compost behind him as if it were a child's wagon. He didn't run. He didn't strain. He walked with a determined, plodding pace, his feet finding purchase on the dirt. The green light was a faint aura, a whisper of the power that had once shattered city blocks, now applied to the singular task of moving fertilizer. It took him 20 minutes. He reached Hana's north field, positioned the trailer where she'd indicated, and unhitched it. He turned and walked back, the empty trailer bouncing lightly behind him on the return trip, which was much faster. He rehitched it to the dead truck in front of a speechless Hana. He was breathing heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, but he wasn't exhausted. It had been hard work, but honest work. The feed bags at Goro's, he said, wiping his brow. How many? T10, Hana stammered, still staring at him. 50-pound bags. I'll get them. He set off at a jog toward the village. When he returned an hour later, a 50-pound bag of feed balanced on each shoulder, his steps were still sure. He stacked them neatly in the bed of her truck. Hannah hadn't moved. She was leaning against the truck's fender, her arms crossed, her earlier frustration replaced by deep, searching contemplation. "You have a quirk," she said finally, her voice flat. It wasn't a question. He stopped, the last bag in his hands. He set it down carefully. There was no point in denying it. The green light had been visible in the daylight. Yes, a powerful one. He nodded, bracing for the change, for the fear, the questions, the distance that would now yawn between them. Hannah was silent for a long moment, studying him as if seeing him for the first time. She looked at his hands, his posture, the quiet intensity in his eyes that she'd mistaken for city boy determination. "Is that why you left? The city, the hero stuff?" "Yes. Are you hiding?" "I was. Now, I'm just living." Hannah pushed off the fender. She walked up to him, stopping an arm's length away. Her hazel eyes were hard, but not with fear, with calculation. "That power, you used it to pull my compost, to fetch my feed. It seemed practical." Quote. A slow smile spread across Hannah's face. It wasn't her usual smirk. It was something warmer, fiercer. "Practical," she repeated. "I'll say." She shook her head, a laugh escaping her. "All this time, I thought you were just resilient. Turns out you're a damn tractor." She punched him lightly on the arm. "Don't ever do that in front of Ryo. He'll try to hire you to move his barn." The tension shattered. She wasn't running. She wasn't treating him like a bomb. She was treating him like Izuku, who had a useful, if unconventional, skill. "You're not upset?" he asked, bewildered. "Upset, Midoriya? I've been praying for a miracle to get that compost spread." "You're not a miracle, but you're a hell of a tool." Her smile softened. "Your secret's safe with me, but you should tell Ayami. And maybe Yumi. They've earned that much. Sachiko already knows, doesn't she? She knows I have a loud heart. I think that's all that matters to her." "Figures." Hannah looked at her truck, then back at him. "You still owe me a proper favor for this. Transmission repairs aren't cheap. But, thank you. Really." He nodded, the relief a sweet ache in his chest. That evening, as he sat on the porch with Keru and watched the stars emerge, he thought about the day. The badger set, the trailer, the reveal. The weave of his new life had just accepted a thread of his old power, and it hadn't torn. It had held. It had, in fact, become stronger. He was a farmer who could talk to wild girls and heal dragons. A neighbor who could pull a ton of compost and keep a secret. A friend with a quirk who was learning that power, in the right hands, could be as much about nurturing as it was about protecting. He looked at his hands, faint scars from old battles visible in the twilight. They were the same hands that had planted potatoes, splintered a wing, offered medicine to a wild badger, and pulled a trailer up a hill. They were his hands, and for the first time, he felt no disconnect between the boy who had fought and the man who was building. The bridge, as Sachiko had called it, was being built within him, too. And with every stone laid, every quiet act of strength, the two sides of his soul drew closer, no longer at war, but learning to share the same, steady ground. The morning after pulling Hannah's trailer, Izuku's muscles sang a familiar, deeper ache. It was the echo of one for all used not in a burst, but as a sustained, low hum, a farmer's engine rather than a hero's cannon. The sensation was strange, satisfying. He had used his power for something that yielded compost, not craters. He followed Hannah's advice. He went to Ayami first. He found her in her shop, sorting dried chamomile flowers into jars. The air was sweet and soporific. "Ayami," he began, his voice more tentative than he intended. "There's something I should tell you." She looked up, her hands stilling. She took in his serious expression and gestured to a stool. "Sit," he told her. "Not everything, not All Might, not the wars, not the legacy of fear." He told her he had a quirk, a powerful one, that it was part of why he'd left the city, and that Hannah had seen a glimpse of it yesterday. Ayami listened without interruption, her brown eyes calm. When he finished, she simply nodded, reaching for another handful of chamomile. "I knew you carried a great weight, Izuku. I felt it in you. A gravity. I thought it was grief, or guilt. This Makes a different kind of sense. She looked at him. Does this power hurt you? Sometimes. When I lose control. And do you lose control often? Not here. Here, it's quieter. Then it is not the power itself that is the burden, she said, her voice gentle. It is the world you had to use it in. Here, the world asks for a different kind of strength. It seems you are learning to answer. She smiled slightly. Thank you for trusting me with this. It changes nothing, except perhaps my understanding of how you moved tea. Had fallen oak branch from the path last month. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Yumi was harder. He found her after school, painting the old shrine at the village edge. He approached, the words feeling clumsy. Yumi-san. She turned, her brush poised, a smudge of ochre on her cheek. Midoriya-san. Is everything all right? Yes. I wanted to be honest with you. I have a quirk, a strong one. I'm not just a farmer. Yumi's eyes widened. She set her brush down carefully. Oh, she said softly. She was silent, processing. Her mind, he could see, was connecting dots, his sudden appearance, his solitude. His sometimes too intense focus. Is that why you seem so sad sometimes? The question surprised him. Not, are you dangerous? But, are you sad? It's part of it, he admitted. She nodded, looking down at her painting, the serene, weathered wood of the shrine. My quirk is very small, she said quietly. I can make the tips of my fingers glow, just enough to read by in the dark. It was never very useful. But, your quirk, it must have asked so much of you. She looked up, her eyes filled not with fear, but with a profound, artistic empathy. This place, it must feel very different. It does. Then I'm glad you found it, she said simply. And I'm glad you told me. She picked up her brush again, a shy smile touching her lips. Would you like to see the painting when it's finished? The relief was a warmth in his chest. I would. The village, it seemed, could hold his secret. It was a testament to the world he'd stumbled into, a world that judged a man by his actions on the land, not the power in his veins. A few days later, a new rhythm introduced itself. Izuku was weeding the potato plot when he heard the distinct, uttering growl of an underpowered engine. A small, three-wheeled K-truck, painted a cheerful, peeling yellow, bounced up his path. It came to a stop in a cloud of dust, and a woman hopped out. She was around Aiko's age, maybe a little older, with a round, friendly face framed by curly brown hair escaping from a colorful headscarf. She wore mismatched, paint-splattered overalls and a smile so bridge. It seemed to generate its own light. You must be Izuku, she declared, her voice cheerful and loud. I'm Chi. I'm the village's one-woman repair, renovation, and occasional disaster service. She strode forward, hand extended. Her grip was firm, her palms calloused. Izuku shook her hand, bewildered. Hello. Hana said you were fixing up the Miller place by yourself. Brave man. Or foolish. Usually the same thing. She laughed, a full-bodied sound. I was passing by to check on old Mrs. Uchida's leaking roof and thought I'd drop off my card. She handed him not a business card, but a roughly cut piece of heavy paper with a phone number and a little drawing of a smiling hammer. I do plumbing, electrical, carpentry, roofing, you name it. If you get in over your head, with this place, you will, give me a shout. I work for trade, cookies, or good stories. She was a whirlwind of energy, already turning to survey the house with a critical, professional eye. Oh, yeah, the porch is holding a prayer. The roof needs refelting before winter, or you'll be swimming inside. And that shed is one strong breeze from becoming kindling. She turned back to him, her hands on her hips. So, what's the worst of it? Her directness was overwhelming, but not unpleasant. It was a different flavor from Hana's practicality or Ayami's serenity. This was enthusiastic, chaotic competence. The roof, probably, Izuku admitted. Let's have a look. She was already dragging a rickety ladder from the back of her tiny truck before he could protest. 20 minutes later, she was on his roof, humming off key as she poked and prodded. She called down diagnoses like a doctor. Rotted fascia here, missing tiles there. Surprised you're not growing mushrooms in your bed. Don't worry, we can fix it. I've got some spare materials from the Yamamoto job. We can do it in a weekend, You and me. You're not afraid of heights, are you? No, Izuku said, looking up at her perched precariously on the peak. Excellent. I'll be back Saturday, bright and early. Bring strong coffee. She climbed down with alarming speed. Gotta run, Mrs. Uchida's ceiling is currently a water feature. And with a wave, she was back in her yellow truck, which coughed to life and putted away, leaving a fresh silence in its wake. Izuku stood, bemused. Another thread. This one vibrated with a different, more chaotic frequency. Saturday arrived. True to her word, she appeared at dawn, her truck loaded with rolls of tar paper, bundles of shingles, tools, and a large thermos. She handed Izuku a mug of coffee so strong it was almost solid. Fuel, she winked. The roof repair was an education. She worked with a speedy, intuitive skill, her hands knowing exactly where a nail should go, how to cut a shingle, how to patch a rotten board. She talked constantly, about other jobs, about the village gossip, about her failed attempt to raise ostriches, vicious, stupid birds. Beautiful feathers, though, she asked him questions, but they were about technique, not his past. Hand me that pry bar, would you? So, you got a good swing. You'll need it for these old nails. Ever used a nail gun? No, today's your lucky day. Under her direction, Izuku became an apprentice. He learned to lay tar paper in overlapping rows, to align shingles, to swing a hammer with economic force. It was hard, high-up work. The autumn sun warming the old shingles they were replacing. The world from the rooftop was a patchwork of gold and green, the village a tiny cluster in the distance. During a break, sitting on the ridge with their legs dangling, sharing a water bottle, she looked out over the view. Not bad, is it? You picked a good spot. A hard spot, but a good one. She took a swig of water. Hannah says you're stronger than you look. I can see it. You keep up just fine. She nudged him with her elbow. You're a good listener, too. Most people try to talk over me. You just absorb. I like that. By late afternoon, a large section of the roof was resheathed and re-shingled, a dark, neat patch against the older, weathered original. It looked secure. It looked like a promise against the coming winter rains. We'll finish the rest next weekend, Chi said, packing her tools. That should hold for now. She wiped her forehead, leaving a smudge of tar. Payment options. You can help me retile all. D-Man Goro's bathroom next month. He's a terrible backseat carpenter, drives me nuts. Or you can bake me something. I hear you make decent eggs. Izuku smiled. I'll bake. I'm trying to learn. Even better. I'll bring the butter. She loaded up and left in another cloud of cheerful noise. As the quiet of evening settled, Izuku sat on his now more sturdy porch. His body ached from a different kind of labor. His hands had new blisters from the hammer. He felt useful in a new dimension. He could fix a roof. He could, eventually, bake something. The community around him was no longer just a safety net. It was a workshop, a classroom, a network of mutual need and exchange. He was giving as well as taking. His strength for Hannah's compost, his labor for Chi's expertise, his quiet for Yumi's art, his care for Sachiko's wild charges. A few evenings later, a soft knock came at the door. It was Yumi. She held a carefully wrapped canvas. It's finished, she said, her voice shy. The shrine painting. I wanted you to have it. He unwrapped it. It was beautiful. The old wood of the shrine was rendered with such tenderness it seemed to glow from within. The forest around it was a suggestion of deep greens and browns. A protective embrace. In the corner, almost hidden in the dappled light at the base of a tree, she had painted a small, familiar figure. It was him, sitting quietly, looking at the shrine. Not as an intruder, but as a part of the scene. A peaceful, integrated part. Yumi, this is incredible. She blushed deeply. I see you there sometimes. Sitting, thinking, you look at home. I wanted to remember it. She twisted her hands. I wrote a letter. To the friend who visited you at the festival. The one from the city. Izuku froze. What? I hope it's not too forward. Yumi rushed on, her words tumbling out. I just thought, she seemed so elegant, and sad, and she cares about you. And I am an artist here, and you are our friend here. I thought maybe she would like to know that. That you are seen, and that it's good. She pulled a sealed, delicate envelope from her bag. I painted a small picture on the letter, of the field. It's just a watercolor sketch. I didn't give any address or name, I promise. I gave it to the post, to go to the return address on the letter she sent you. Was that terribly wrong? He looked from the stunning painting of the shrine to the delicate envelope in her hand. Yumi, in her shy, profound way, was building her own bridge. From her world to Momo's. From art to the person who needed to see it. He took the envelope. It was light. He imagined the small watercolor inside, a burst of color and peace sent into the concrete heart of the city. No, he said, his voice thick. It's not wrong. It's perfect. Thank you, Yumi. Her relieved smile was like sunrise. Later that night, after Yumi had left and he'd hung the new painting opposite the one of his field, he sat with Kaoru. The little dragon was more active now, exploring the confines of the main room with increasing confidence. Kintsugi watched from atop the bookshelf, her tail twitching with what might have been possessive irritation or feline curiosity. Izuku felt the weave around him, strong and complex. Hana's tough loyalty, Ayami's gentle wisdom, Sachiko's wild truth, Aiko's practical camaraderie, Chi's chaotic generosity, Yumi's quiet, observant heart. And now, threads stretching out, beyond the village, to Momo. To his old friends. Bridges built not by him, but by the people who had accepted him. He was not just being woven in. He was becoming a part of the loom itself. The thought was humbling, and terrifying, and more comforting than any solitude had ever been. Winter was coming. The air had a bite that promised frost. But his house had a repaired roof. His land had planted roots. And his life had a community, a purpose, and a growing, quiet strength that felt, for the first time, truly and completely his own. The first frost came silently, a pale artist that painted the world in glittering white while the village slept. Izuku woke to a world transformed. Every blade of wild grass, every leaf on the old oak, every roof tile wore a delicate, crystalline fur. The air was sharp and clean, biting the inside of his nose with each breath. His morning breath fogged in the kitchen as he stoked the small, pot-bellied stove he'd bought from Goro and installed with Chi's help. The metal grew warm, then hot, radiating a cozy heat that pushed back the chill. Kaoru, sensitive to the cold, had wanted his sunbeam corner and now spent most of his time draped over the stove's warm flue pipe, a contented, scaled comma. Kintsugi, ever practical, had claimed the spot directly in front of the stove door, a furry, purring furnace block. Winter farming, he was learning, was less about growth and more about protection, about waiting. The potato plants had died back, leaving only the mounds to mark their subterranean treasure. He'd harvested the last of the root vegetables, fat, earthy carrots and turnips, and stored them in a cool, dark pit lined with straw, another technique learned from Hana. The field lay fallow under its frosty blanket, a sleeping giant. His days took on a new, interior rhythm. Mornings were for maintenance, chopping wood for the stove, checking the animal feed, mending tools by the warm fire. Afternoons were for projects. He was building a proper chicken coop from scavenged lumber and Chi's guidance, its skeleton rising steadily beside the shed. He was also, at Yumi's gentle suggestion, trying to teach himself to bake. His first attempt at bread had resulted in a dense, sad brick that even Kintsugi had regarded with suspicion. But he was persistent. One such afternoon, he was in the middle of kneading a stubborn ball of dough when a hesitant knock, almost lost in the wind, sounded at the door. It wasn't Hana's confident rap or Chi's cheerful bang. He wiped his floury hands and opened it. Yumi stood on the step, bundled in a thick coat and scarf, her nose red from the cold. She wasn't alone. Beside her, looking even more uncomfortable, was a man Izuku Yu had seen in the village but never spoken to. He was tall and lean, with a quiet, scholarly air, wearing glasses that were slightly fogged. He held a stack of books tied with string. Midoriya-san, Yumi said, her breath pluming. This is Kenji. He helps at the library. He's our local historian. Kenji gave an awkward bow. Midoriya-san, Yumi-san said you have an interest in the local land. It's history. He said the word with reverence. Izuku, surprised, ushered them in from the cold. The warm, flour-dusted air of the main room enveloped them. Kaoru lifted his head from the stovepipe, his green eyes blinking at the newcomers. Kenji's eyes widened behind his glasses, but he politely averted his gaze, focusing on Izuku. I brought some things, Kenji said, placing the stack of books on the table with care. They were old, their bindings cracked and faded. One was a hand-drawn map on brittle parchment, regarding the Miller place, and the older history. Pre-quirk, even. Intrigued, Izuku offered him tea. As he prepared it, Kenji spoke, his voice gaining confidence as he touched on his subject. The land your farm is on, it's always been considered special. Or troubled, depending on who you ask. Old tales speak of a spirit of the place, a guardian, or a prisoner. The stories are vague. He carefully unrolled the map. It showed the village and surrounding hills as they were over a century ago. Izuku's property was marked not as a farm, but with a small, intricate symbol, a coiled serpent, or a dragon, sleeping over a spring. This symbol, Kenji pointed. It appears in the oldest village records. It's associated with this specific plot. A Ru no Azumi, a dragon's spring. The spring that feeds your ditch originates from a deep aquifer under that hill. He tapped the map where the symbol lay. Izuku's eyes drifted to Kaoru, who was watching them with sleepy interest. A dragon's spring. Miller, Kenji continued, his voice dropping, was not a kind man, as you've likely heard. But he was also deeply superstitious. He believed the old tales. He thought something lived in the spring, that it was poisoning his land, making it wild and unmanageable. He tried to drain it, block it, trap it. He looked meaningfully at the little dragon on the stove. It seems he partially succeeded. You think Kaoru is connected to the old stories? Izuku asked quietly. Kenji adjusted his glasses. I think the stories are memories, dressed in myth. This region had small, reptilian quirked fauna long before the term quirk existed. They were rare, secretive, seen as omens. Miller finding one, it must have felt like a confirmation of his fears. Instead of a wonder, he saw a pest, a thing to be locked away. It made a horrible sense. The cruelty of fear, the destruction of mystery. Thank you for telling me, Izuku said, feeling the weight of the history in his home. Kenji nodded, then his expression brightened. There are other stories too. Better ones. Of the land giving bounty to those who respected it. Of the spring's water being especially good for certain herbs. He glanced at the thriving plants by the window, started by Ayami. Your comfrey is exceptionally robust. Yumi, who had been listening quietly, sipping her tea, spoke up. I thought, perhaps you could write down what you learn about the farm, as you discover it. Kenji is making a new archive for the village. A living one. The idea took root in Izuku's mind instantly. Notes, analysis, but not of villains and quirks. Of soil composition, of frost dates, of the habits of moose. Krats and the healing of a dragon's wing. A journal of peace. I'd like that, he said. After they left, Izuku sat by the stove, the old map spread before him. Karen shifted, hobbling over to investigate. He placed a small, cool foot on the parchment, right over the coiled serpent symbol, and let out a soft, clicking chirp, as if recognizing something. The past wasn't just a ghost. It was layers in the soil, stories in the water, scars on a creature's wing. And he was now its keeper. A few days later, the weather turned. A true winter storm swept in from the mountains, howling around the eaves of the house, hurling fistfuls of sleet and snow against the windows. The world beyond the glass was a swirling, furious white. Izuku was glad for the repaired roof, the stacked wood, the stored food. He was reading one of Kenji's books by lamplight when a frantic pounding shook his door, hard enough to rattle the latch. He yanked it open. Hana stood there, barely visible through the driving snow, coated in a layer of white. Her face was etched with a fear he'd never seen on her before. It's Aiko, she shouted over the wind. She went to check on a weak hive in the lower orchard before the storm hit. She hasn't come back. She's not answering her phone. The path is gone in this. Without a word, Izuku grabbed his heavy coat, a coil of rope, and a powerful flashlight. He pulled on his boots. Show me. They fought their way through the blizzard, the wind stealing their breath. The path to the orchard was a featureless white void. Hana, who knew the land by heart even in this, led the way, following the ghostly shapes of fence posts. She's too stubborn for her own good. Hana yelled, the words ripped away by the gale. That hive was on a slope. If she slipped, they reached the orchard. The trees were skeletal hands clawing at the white sky. Hana pointed down the slope. Down there. They half slid, half fell down the icy incline. Izuku's light swept through the blinding snow. Then he saw it, a splash of color against the white. Aiko's bright red scarf. She was lying at the base of a gnarled old apple tree, one leg bent at an unnatural angle. Her face was pale, her eyes closed. An empty smoker can and her veil lay scattered nearby. Hana gasped, dropping to her knees beside her. Aiko, can you hear me? Aiko's eyes fluttered open, glazed with pain. Hana, legs broken, tried to crawl, too cold. Her teeth were chattering violently. Hypothermia and a broken leg. In a blizzard, they had to move her, now. I've got her, Izuku said. His voice was calm, cutting through the panic. The hero training, buried under months of quiet, surfaced clean and clear. Hana, take the rope. Tie it around that trunk. We'll use it to pull ourselves back up. While Hana secured the rope, Izuku assessed the injury, a clean break of the tibia, just above the ankle. He moved with swift, gentle precision, using the smoker cannon strips torn from his own scarf to fashion an improvised splint. Aiko cried out, biting her lip until it bled, but didn't protest. Okay, he said, this will hurt, but we have to go. He slid his arms under her, careful of the leg. He lifted her. She was solid, muscular. But his power answered the call, not with a flash, but with a deep, steady wellspring of strength. He rose, Aiko cradled against his chest, her head tucked under his chin to protect her from the wind. Go, Hana, follow the rope up. Hana led, pulling herself hand over hand. Izuku followed, one arm securing Aiko, the other gripping the rope, his boots digging into the snow. The wind screamed, trying to tear them from the hillside. Snow blinded him, but he climbed, step by deliberate step, his body a bulwark against the storm, Aiko's shivering form a silent plea against his heart. It felt like an eternity. Finally, they crested the slope and stumbled into the relative shelter of the upper orchard. The trek back to the village was a nightmarish slog, but they made it. Bursting into the warmth of Hana's family farmhouse, chaos ensued. Aiko's family swarmed. A doctor was called. Blankets, hot water bottles, worried voices. Izuku stood back, dripping snow onto the floor, his arms feeling strangely empty. Hana turned to him, her face streaked with melted snow and relief. She didn't say anything, she just walked over and hugged him, a brief, fierce, grateful squeeze. Then she was pulled back into the flurry around Aiko. He slipped out into the storm and trudged home. The cold seeped into his bones, but a different warmth persisted in his core. The next morning, the storm had blown itself out, leaving a world of pristine, silent white. Aiko was stable, the brake set properly at the clinic. The news, of course, had spread through the village's silent network. Izuku was shoveling a path from his door when Chi's yellow truck, now fitted with makeshift snow chains, rumbled up. She hopped out, her usual cheer tempered by seriousness. You carried Aiko out of the orchard like a sack of precious flour, she said, leaning on her shovel. Good work. Is she okay? She will be. Grumpy as a bear with a sore head, but she'll be okay. Chi looked at him, her head tilted. Hana said you were unshakable. Like a mountain. She poked his arm with a gloved finger. You're full of surprises, Green. He shrugged, embarrassed. I just helped. You saved a life. Chi corrected, her tone leaving no room for argument. In this village, that's a currency that never devalues. She grinned suddenly. Also, it means you're officially one of us now. You don't get to be the mysterious new guy after you pull a stunt like that. Your family. Messy, complicated, snow-covered family. Family. The word reverberated in the cold air. Later that day, as he was finishing the chicken coop, Sachiko appeared. She seemed to materialize from the sparkling snow itself. She walked up to him and placed a small, rough-made pottery jar in his hand. It was warm. For the cold, she said. A salve, from the deepest pine resin. It holds the summer sun. She looked toward the western slope, toward Aiko's orchard. The bees are asleep under the snow. They are safe. She kept them safe. You kept her safe. The balance is good. She stayed long enough to watch him apply the salve to his wind-chapped hands, then vanished back into the winter woods, a small, dark figure in the vast white. That evening, exhausted but deeply settled, Izuku sat by the stove. Keru was curled in his lap, a warm, purring weight. Kintsugi monopolized the space directly in front of the fire. He had Kenji's books open, and a new, blank notebook beside them, his farm journal. He picked up a pen. Winter, first month, he wrote. The first major storm. Repaired roof held. Saved Aiko from the orchard with Hana. Broken leg, hypothermia. Used rope and basic first aid. The land sleeps, but its dangers are quiet, patient ones. Keru's wing shows more flexibility. Applied Sachiko's pine salve. It smells of sun and memory. He paused, then added. Chi says I am family now. The word fits. It is a wider, wilder, warmer family than I ever knew to imagine. He closed the journal. Outside, the moon rose over the snowfields, casting a blue-silver light. The world was hushed, peaceful. He had saved a life. Not from a villain, but from winter's indifferent grip. The victory felt clean, simple, profound. The power inside him was quiet, a banked fire. It had been used to carry, to protect, to bring someone home. He looked around his small, warm, crowded house, at the cat, the dragon. The paintings on the wall, the tools by the door, the journal on the table. He was a farmer, a neighbor, a historian's subject, a wild girl's ally, a builder's apprentice, a teacher's friend, a family member. The boy who had run from being a symbol was gone. In his place was a man, rooted deep in the winter earth, surrounded by a quiet, resilient, unexpected kind of love. And for the first time, Izuku Midoriya felt not like he was hiding from the world, but like he had finally found his true place within it. The deep cold held the land in a silent fist for a week. Then, a thaw crept in, tentative and dripping. The snow retreated, revealing the earth again, not the soft brown of autumn, but a hard, frozen gray. The ditch water ran high and muddy with melt. Izuku's world became a symphony of drips from the eaves and the squelch of mud under his boots. Aiko's recovery was slow but steady. Izuku visited her once, bringing a basket of his stored vegetables and a loaf of bread that was, finally, recognizably bread. She was propped up in bed, her leg in a cast, surrounded by ledgers and seed catalogs. She looked pale but her eyes were sharp. Don't you dare look sorry for me, she'd groused. But her hand had closed tightly around his when he offered the basket. I owe you one. A big one. When I'm back on my feet, you're getting the first batch of next year's cider. The good stuff, aged in oak. You don't owe me anything. I decide what I owe, she said, with a flash of her old spirit. Now, get out of here and check on my hives, will you? The blue ones in the upper meadow. The snow weight might have shifted the lids. He had gone, obeying the command of a convalescent queen. The thaw revealed other things. As the snow melted from the base of the old stone wall he and Sachiko had been repairing, a section of it, weakened by frost heave, finally gave way. It wasn't a collapse, but a slump, revealing the dark, wet earth behind it and something else, a long, low, rectangular shape of moss-covered stone that was too regular to be natural. Curious, Izuku cleared away the rubble. It was a slab, like a low table or a bench, set right into the hillside. As he brushed away decades of moss and leaf litter, his fingers traced shallow grooves carved into its surface. They weren't random. They formed a pattern, a series of interconnected spirals, and flowing lines that seemed to tell a wordless story. In the center of the design was a familiar, worn down but still recognizable symbol, the coiled serpent from Kenji's map. A chill that had not hing to do with the damp went through him. This wasn't Miller's work. This was older, much older. He spent the afternoon carefully cleaning the slab. He fetched a notebook and made a rubbing of the carving using charcoal and paper. The pattern was beautiful, hypnotic. It felt like a message, or a map, or a prayer. He showed the rubbing to Kenji the next time the historian visited the library car. Tea that Yumi had arranged to come to the village green. Kenji's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He adjusted his glasses, peering at the paper with trembling fingers. A spirit stone, he breathed. A Shinoa, a purification marker, or a boundary stone. This is pre-quirk, likely early Edo period, maybe older. The coil symbol, it's not just for the spring. It's for the ley line. He looked at Izuku with awe. Your farm, Midoriya-san. It sits on a confluence. A place where, in the old beliefs, the earth's energy was strong. This stone, it was placed to honor that. Or to placate it. Placate it. Powerful places attract powerful stories. Sometimes they attract fear. The stone could be a thanks, or a warning. Kenji traced the spirals. These lines, they might indicate water flow, or energy paths. This is a tremendous find. We must document it properly. The discovery sent a new kind of energy through Izuku. The land wasn't just soil and crops, it was a palimpsest, layer upon layer of history and meaning. He was no longer just farming it, he was uncovering it. This sense of connection to the deep past was suddenly mirrored by a connection to his own, more recent past. A letter arrived in the mail, not from Momo, but in a different, messier handwriting that made his heart clench. Izuku, Momo showed us your letter, and the painting from your friend Yumi. It's beautiful, it looks peaceful. We're not okay, but we're better. Knowing you're alive, that you're somewhere growing things, it helps. It's like knowing there's a quiet room in a very loud, broken house. Kaken is even more of a bastard, if you can believe it. He says if you're farming, you'd better be the best damn farmer. Typical. I miss you. We all do. But I'm glad you're finding your quiet. Please write back when you can. Tell us about the dragon. Your friend, Okako. Tears blurred the kanji. Okako. Her kindness, even across the distance, was a physical ache. He could see her face, her determined smile. He wrote back that night, a longer letter, telling her about Keru, about the roof repair with Chi, about the spirit stone. He included a pressed leaf from one of Ayami's herbs. A piece of his quiet, sent into the noise. A week after the thaw, the rain came. Not a storm, but a cold, relentless, misting drizzle that lasted for days. It turned the world into a watercolor of grays and greens, and turned the path to his house into a slick, treacherous river of mud. It was on the third day of this drizzle that the crisis came. He was in the shed, organizing tools, when he heard a sound that was utterly wrong. A deep, groaning crack, followed by a roar that was not of water, but of earth and stone giving way. It came from the direction of the village. He was out the door in an instant, splashing through the mud. He didn't need to go far. Just beyond the first bend in the lane, he saw it. The relentless rain had saturated the steep hillside above old Mrs. Uchida's house, the one with the roof Chi had fixed. A section of the hillside, a slurry of mud, rocks, and uprooted small trees, had let go. It had slammed into the back of the small, traditional house. The wooden wall was buckled inward. Part of the roof, the part Chi hadn't yet repaired, had collapsed. He could hear a faint, terrified calling from inside. Other villagers were already converging, shouting, their faces masks of horror. Ryo was there, staring at the devastation. Hana arrived, breathless, her eyes wide. Chi's yellow truck skidded to a stop, and she leaped out, a cry of, Granny Uchida. Torn from her throat. The mud was still moving, a slow, deadly ooze. The house groaned. Another beam could give way at any moment. The whole slope is unstable. Ryo yelled. We can't go in there. We have to wait for the rescue squad from the town. She'll be buried by then. Chi screamed, trying to wade into the knee-deep mud, only to be held back by Hana. Izuku assessed the scene with the cold, hyper-fast clarity of a battlefield. The house was a trap. The mud was a secondary threat. The primary objective was extraction, immediate and precise. No overwhelming force. Surgical. He didn't announce himself. He just moved. Green lightning, absent for so long, flickered to life across his skin. Not the full, blinding power of a Detroit smash, but a concentrated, humming current. He pushed it to his legs. He didn't run through the mud. He jumped. A single, powerful arc that carried him over the flowing muck, over the debris, landing lightly on the sagging porch. The wood shrieked in protest. Midoriya, no, Hana shouted. He ignored her. He focused his hearing, pushing through the creak of strained timber and the hiss of rain. There, a weak, rhythmic tapping. From the main room, under the collapsed roof section. The front door was jammed, twisted in its frame. He placed his hands on it. A pulse of power, perfectly controlled. The door splintered inward without blowing apart. He stepped into the dark, wet ruin. The interior was a nightmare. A support beam had crashed down, pinning a heavy Tansu chest. Behind it, in a cocoon of fallen plaster and splinters, he could see a tiny, frail form. Mrs. Uchida. Her eyes were wide with terror, but she was conscious, tapping a piece of broken pottery against the floor. It's okay, he said, his voice calm amid the chaos. I'm getting you out. The beam was massive. The mud outside pressed against the buckling wall. He had one chance. He braced his feet, finding solid floorboards. He wrapped his arms around the beam. He didn't try to lift it straight up. He needed to shift it, just enough. He channeled one for all. The green light intensified, illuminating the wrecked room in stark, emerald flashes. He took a breath, and pushed, not with explosive force, but with a steady, monumental heave. A low groan tore from his throat, matching the groan of the wood. The beam shifted, inches, then a foot. With a final, grinding shove, he created a narrow gap. He didn't waste a second. He darted in, scooping the old woman into his arms. She was light as a bird. He cradled her close, protecting her head with his body. He turned. The way out was a tunnel of jagged wood and dripping debris. The house gave another sickening lurch. Mud began to seep through the cracked wall. There was no time for finesse. He cocooned Mrs. Uchida, tucking her face against his chest. He took 2 steps and then leapt, not for the door, but straight up, through the damaged section of the roof. Wood shattered around them. Rain and gray light hit his face. He cleared the roof, twisted in midair, and landed in a crouch in the garden 20 feet away, the impact softened by a surge of power to his legs. He set the old woman down gently on a patch of unsullied grass. Silence, save for the hiss of rain. Then, noise erupted. Chi was there first, sobbing as she gathered her grandmother into a fierce hug. Villagers rushed forward with blankets. Ryo stared at Izuku, who stood amid the wreckage, his clothes torn, mud and plaster in his hair, green light fading from his skin like dying embers. Hana walked up to him. She didn't say anything. She just looked at the shattered hole in the roof he'd blasted through, then at the tiny, safe woman in Chi's arms, then back at him. Her expression was unreadable. The town's rescue squad arrived an hour later, to find the victim already rescued and the village in a state of stunned, murmurous shock. They took over, securing the area, declaring the house a total loss. Izuku retreated to the edge of the crowd, suddenly feeling the cold and the weight of every eye. He had done it again. He had used his power. He had shattered something to save something. The old pattern, in this new place. He turned to slip away. Back to his farm. To the quiet. Midoriya. He stopped. It was Ryo. The big farmer walked up to him, his face grim. He stopped an arm's length away, looking him up and down. Then, he stuck out his hand. Thank you, Ryo said, his voice gruff. For Granny Uchida. Izuku, stunned, took his hand. The grip was crushing, honest. That power of yours, Ryo continued, dropping his voice. It's not for farming, is it? Sometimes it is, Izuku said quietly. Ryo held his gaze for a long moment, then gave a single, slow nod. HMPH. Good. He released Izuku's hand. You're a strange one, but you're one of us. He turned and walked back to the others. The rain continued to fall, washing the mud from Izuku's hands, but not from his clothes, nor from the memory of the collapsing house. He walked home slowly. The adrenaline was gone, leaving a hollow, trembling fatigue. He was at his porch when he heard footsteps behind him. It was Chi. Her face was streaked with rain and tears. She walked right up to him and, without a word, wrapped him in a hug so tight it drove the air from his lungs. She held on for a long moment, her body shaking. When she let go, her eyes were red but fierce. You saved my granny. You smashed a hole in the universe to do it. She punched his arm, a solid thump. Don't you ever apologize for what you are. You hear me? He nodded, unable to speak. She turned and walked back into the drizzle, leaving him standing on his porch, the hero and the farmer and the bridge between worlds, all wrapped in one tired, muddy, utterly seen young man. The quiet of his farm waited for him, but it was a different quiet now. It knew his name, it knew his power, and it had, in its own messy, muddy, human way, given him its blessing. The days after the landslide were a study in contrasts. The village buzzed with the aftermath, the cleanup, the arrangements for Mrs. Uchida to stay with Chi, the low hum of awe and speculation that followed Izuku like a shadow. Yet, on his farm, the rhythm of winter held. The deep quiet of the land seemed to absorb the noise, leaving only the essential sounds, the crackle of the stove, the scratch of Keru's claws on the floorboards. The wind in the bare branches. He had expected change, wariness, perhaps, fear, Instead, he found a subtle, profound shift. When he went to the village store, Mrs. Tanaka didn't just nod. She pressed an extra bag of rice into his hands. "For your strength," she muttered, not meeting his eyes, but the gesture was firm. Goro, when Izuku went for more nails, grunted and slid a small whetstone across the counter. "Keep your tools sharp," was all he said, but the meaning was clear. Your tools. All of them. It was acceptance, but of a heavier, more knowing kind. He was no longer just the struggling newcomer. He was the strong one. The reliable one. A pillar in their small, vulnerable world. The weight of it was different from the weight of being a symbol. This was local, personal. It settled on his shoulders not as a mantle, but as a yoke he had chosen to carry. He threw himself into the physicality of the season. He finished the chicken coop, a sturdy little structure that stood defiant against the gray sky. He dug the garden beds deeper, turning the frozen earth until his muscles burned and his breath fogged the air in great plumes. He needed the simple, brutal clarity of labor. A week after the landslide, Hana came to him. She found him splitting logs behind the shed, the rhythmic thwack of the axe a satisfying punctuation to the cold air. She leaned against the shed wall, watching him for a moment. "You're hiding in the work," she stated. He sank the axe into the chopping block, wiping his forehead. "It needs doing." "It does." She pushed off the wall. "So does this. Come on. Aiko's driving everyone insane. She's banned from the orchard but she's trying to direct operations from her bed via phone. It's a disaster. We're having an intervention. At my place. Tonight. You're included. An intervention. We're getting her drunk on cider and playing old board games until she stops giving orders. It's medicinal. Be there at 7. Bring something that isn't eggs." She turned to leave, then glanced back. "And wear something that doesn't have mud on it. It's a party, not a barn raising." It wasn't a request. It was a summons into the inner circle. That evening, with a strange flutter of nerves he hadn't felt since his first days at UA, Izuku washed up, put on his cleanest flannel shirt, and brought a jar of the honey Aiko had given him, tied with a piece of twine. He walked to Hana's family farmhouse, a larger, warmer, more lived-in version of his own. The moment he stepped inside, the wave of sound and warmth hit him. The main room was full. Aiko was enthroned in a cushioned chair by the hearth, her cast propped on a stool, a fierce scowl on her face that couldn't quite hide her pleasure at being the center of attention. Hana was maneuvering around the kitchen area, directing traffic. Chi was already there, laughing loudly at something, a mug of something steaming in her hand. Yumi sat on a low sofa, looking slightly overwhelmed but smiling. Ayami was stirring a large pot on the stove, filling the air with the scent of herbs and broth. Even Sachiko was present, perched on a windowsill in the corner like a watchful bird. A cup of juice in her hands, observing the human herd with detached interest. And Kenji was there, looking awkward but welcome, holding a sheaf of papers. "Izuku, you made it," Chi boomed, dragging him into the room. "Get him a drink, Hana. The man works hard and saves grandmothers. He deserves a beverage." Hana shoved a mug of hot spiced cider into his hand. It was fragrant and sharp, warming him from the inside out. "Don't think this gets you out of hive checking," Aiko called from her throne, pointing a finger at him. But she was smiling. "I checked them yesterday. The blues are fine. The lids were secure." "See," Aiko said to Hana triumphantly. "He listens." Unlike some people, the evening unfolded in a way that was entirely new to Izuku. It was noisy, chaotic, full of overlapping conversations and laughter. They ate Ayami's delicious stew. They played a ridiculous, ancient board game that involved throwing painted sticks, with Chi cheating outrageously and Sachiko, to everyone's surprise, proving to be a ruthless strategist. Kenji shyly shared some of his findings about the Spirit Stone, which led to a spirited debate about village history between him, Aiko, and Hana's grandfather, who had joined them. Izuku mostly listened, a quiet smile on his face. He was part of the circle, not as a project, or a mystery, but as Izuku. They teased him about his baking attempts. She had somehow gotten the story of the brick loaf, asked him about Keru's progress, included him in the debate about the best apple variety for pie. It was ordinary. It was perfect. As the evening wound down and people began to gather their things, Ayami came to sit beside him on the sofa. The room was quieter now, just the crackle of the fire and the soft murmur of goodbyes. You are quiet tonight, Izuku, she said softly. I'm just listening. It's nice. She studied his face in the firelight. The landslide. It brought something to the surface for you, didn't it? The old conflict. Power versus peace. He nodded, staring into his empty mug. I used it again. I broke something. To save something. It felt familiar. In a way I thought I'd left behind. A tool is not defined by a single use, Ayami said. Your strength is a tool. You used it to farm for Hana. You used it to save a life for Chi. The action does not change the nature of the tool. Only the intention of the hand that holds it. She placed a gentle hand on his arm. You are not hiding from your power here, Izuku. You are learning its true vocabulary. A hammer can build a house or break a window. You are learning to build. Her words were a balm. He had been fearing a return to a binary world. Hero or farmer, break or mend. She was telling him he could be both, that the choice was in the application. Yumi approached them, her coat on. I finished a new painting, Midoriya-san. It's not here, it's at my studio, but, would you like to see it sometime? It's of the landslide. But not the destruction, the moment after, when you were standing there, in the rain. He looked at her, surprised. She had seen that. He remembered the feeling, the mud, the fading power, the eyes of the village on him. A moment of profound exposure. I would, he said. Thank you, Yumi. She gave him a shy, determined smile and left. Soon, it was just him, Hana, and Sachiko remaining. Hana was washing mugs. Sachiko slipped down from the windowsill and came to stand before Izuku. The badger kits are fat, she announced. The cough is gone. The mother brought me a mushroom. A thanks. She regarded him with her unblinking gaze. The earth under the hill where the mud fell, it is unhappy. It was wounded. It will take time to heal. She spoke of the landslide not as a human disaster, but as an injury to the land itself. It was a perspective that resonated deeply. Can it be helped? He asked. Sachiko considered. Maybe. With slow words. And careful steps. Then she tilted her head. Your loud heart was very loud that day. But it was a good loud. A protective roar. Like the old bear on the mountain when the wolves come too close. With that piece of animal metaphor delivered, she padded to the door and let herself out into the night. Hana finished drying the last mug and came over, tossing the towel over her shoulder. Well, that was a success. Aiko is marginally less tyrannical. For now, she looked at Izuku. Walk you home. They walked in companionable silence under a sky brilliant with cold, hard stars. The path was familiar now, every stone and dip known to his feet. They love you, you know, Hana said suddenly, her voice quiet in the vast stillness. The words, so bluntly spoken, stole his breath. They're just being kind. No, Hana said, stopping and turning to face him. Her breath made little clouds in the starlight. Kindness is bringing casserole to the new neighbor. This isn't that. Ayami sees a kindred spirit. Yumi sees a muse. Chi sees family. Sachiko sees whatever Sachiko sees, but it's important. Aiko sees a reliable pair of hands. Kenji sees a living link to history. She took a step closer. And I see someone who's trying oh damn hard to be worthy of a peace he doesn't think he deserves. He had no answer to that. The truth of it was a light too bright to look at directly. You are worthy of it, Izuku, Hana said, her voice fierce. You've earned every second of that quiet. With your sweat, and your care, and yes, with your crazy power. This is your home. We are your people, all of us, in our weird, messed up ways. Get used to it. She reached out and punched his shoulder, the same solid, friendly thump. Now get inside before you freeze. And for the love of God, get some chickens in that co-op. The silence over there is starting to spook me. He watched her walk back toward the warm lights of her own house, a solid, capable silhouette against the starry night. He turned to his own dark house. He let himself in. Keru chirped a sleepy greeting from his nest by the stove. Kintsugi lifted her head from the couch, gave a slow blink, and went back to sleep. He stood in the middle of the room, the words echoing. They love you. This is your home. We are your people. He had spent so long running from connection, fearing it would demand his old self back. But this connection demanded nothing but his presence. His honest, flawed, powerful, peaceful presence. He walked to the window and looked out at his sleeping land, silvered in the starlight. The spirit stone was out there, under the frost. The ditch flowed quietly. The co-op stood ready. He was not just building a life. He was being loved into one. And that, he realized as a deep, settled warmth spread through his chest, was the most powerful, unexpected harvest of all. The thaw became a proper, if reluctant, spring. The frost retreated to the deepest shadows. Patches of stubborn snow clung to the north sides of hills like forgotten linens. But the air lost its biting edge, softening with the scent of damp earth and the faint, sweet promise of things waking up. Izuku's days began to stretch, filled with the urgent, hopeful work of the new season. The potato plants were just green whispers pushing through the dark soil. The herb garden was a riot of fresh, tender growth. He planted the seeds Hana had given him for daikon and spinach in the newly expanded bed, pressing each one into the cool earth with a silent prayer. The chicken coop, now painted a cheerful red with leftover paint from cheese truck, stood empty and waiting. The subject of chickens had become a gentle, persistent pressure from Hana. "You can't call it a farm without something that clucks," she'd say every time she visited. One bright, breezy afternoon, she arrived not with words, but with a cardboard box. It emitted a chorus of high-pitched, frantic cheeps. She set it on his porch with a triumphant grin. "Congratulations. It's a flock." Inside were 6 fluffy chicks, a mix of rust red, black, and yellow, peeping and stumbling over each other. 3 Rhode Island Reds, 2 Orpingtons, and a Barred Rock, Hana announced, as if introducing royalty. "They're already a week old. Hardy. You'll need a heat lamp in the coop for a few more weeks, chick starter feed, and fresh water twice a day. Don't look so terrified. They're less work than that dragon of yours." Izuku stared at the chaotic, living box. New life, dependent on him, a different kind of responsibility. He set 'em up in the coop under a warm lamp, their cheeping a new, strange music that drifted across the yard. Kaoru was fascinated. The little dragon, whose wing was now almost fully functional though still slightly stiff, would sit for hours outside the coop's wire mesh, his head tilted, watching the fluffy creatures scratch and peep. Kintsugi, after an initial period of predatory interest, decided they were beneath her dignity and took to sunning herself on the coop's roof. A lazy queen overlooking her nonsensical subjects. The chicks became a new focal point. Yumi brought her students to see them, the children's delighted faces pressed against the mesh. Iko came and offered a critique on their scratching technique. Even Aiko, now hobbling around on crutches, made the trip to inspect them, pronouncing them a decent start. Life was full, almost overwhelmingly so. Yet, in the quiet moments, early morning with a mug of tea, watching the mist rise off the field, or late evening by the stove, Izuku felt a contentment so deep it was like a new kind of bone in his body. He continued his journal, filling pages with observations. Chicks arrived. Kaoru watches them like television. Planted daikon. The spirit stone pattern seems to align with the morning sun on the spring equinox. Need to check. He also continued his correspondence. Letters from Okako were infrequent but precious, little capsules of his old world. She told him about classwork, about funny things the others did, about her own struggles. She never asked him to come back. She just shared her life, and in doing so, gently held the door open between their worlds. One such letter arrived on a day when the first true warmth of the season had settled. He read it on the porch, smiling at her description of Ida trying to train a stray cat to follow protocol. As he folded the letter, his eye caught movement at the edge of the tree line, near the slumped section of the old wall where the spirit stone was. It was Sachiko, but she wasn't alone. Beside her, stepping cautiously out of the dappled shadows, was a woman. She was tall and willowy, with long, silver hair that seemed to catch the light even in the shade. She wore simple, earth-toned robes that flowed around her, and she moved with an ethereal, silent grace that made Ayami's serenity seem bustling by comparison. Her face was ageless, serene, but her eyes, a pale, piercing gray, held the weight of deep, quiet knowledge. She looked like a figure from one of Kenji's oldest tales, stepped out of a scroll. Sachiko led her to the base of the wall where the stone was. The silver-haired woman knelt, not touching it, but holding her hands palms down over the carved spirals. She closed her eyes. A long moment passed. The breeze stilled. Even the chicks in the coop fell silent. Then she opened her eyes and looked directly at Izuku, across the length of the field. Her gaze was not intrusive, but profoundly aware. She stood, said something quietly to Sachiko, and then turned and walked back into the woods, disappearing as silently as she'd come. Sachiko scampered over to the porch. Her expression was unusually solemn. "Who was that?" Izuku asked. His voice hushed. "Fuyumi," Sachiko said. "She lives deeper in the mountains. Older than the oldest tree. She tends the deep places. The veins of the earth." She felt the stone wake up. "Wake up. When you cleared it. When you are here. The land knows you." Sachiko looked at the stone. Then back at him. "She says the energy is flowing again. But it is young. Like a new stream. It needs guidance, or it will cut a wild path." It was the most mystical thing Sachiko had ever said. And she said it with the same matter-of-fact tone she used for discussing badger health. "Guidance. How?" Sachiko shrugged. "She didn't say. But she will come back. When it is time." With that, she darted off, leaving Izuku with a head full of spinning questions and the eerie certainty that his farm was more than just a piece of land. The encounter with Fuyumi lingered in the back of his mind, a subtle, new flavor in the soup of his daily life. It was pushed to the forefront a few days later by a more immediate, human problem. He was in the village, picking up feed for the chicks, when he saw a commotion outside the closed-down cafe. A man in a cheap, city-style suit was speaking loudly to a small cluster of villagers, including a stony-faced Ryo. The man held a clipboard and gestured expansively. "Significant investment opportunity. Natural hot springs development. This whole valley has untapped geothermal potential. We're talking resorts, spas, economic revitalization." Izuku slowed, listening, a cold knot forming in his stomach. "Our surveys indicate the highest concentration is right here, under the western slopes and the adjoining properties," the man continued, pointing vaguely in the direction of Aiko's orchard and the hills beyond, hills that included Izuku's land. "We're prepared to make very generous offers to landowners. Think of the jobs, the progress." Ryo crossed his massive arms. "My land is not for sale. It's been in my family for 5 generations. Sentiment is understandable, but think of the future. Your children could." I said no. Ryo's voice was final, like a slab of granite. The salesman's smile grew strained. He turned to the others. "We'll be in touch, individually. I'm sure we can find terms that are mutually beneficial." As the man walked away, his eyes scanning the village with a calculative gleam, he passed Izuku. His gaze swept over him, dismissing him as just another local youth, before moving on. Izuku finished his errand and walked home, the man's words echoing. Geothermal potential, development, resorts, the quiet, secret energy of the land that Fuyumi spoke of, the Dragon's Spring, wasn't just folklore. It was a resource, and resources attracted men with clipboards. That evening, Hannah came over, her expression grim. "You hear about the vultures? The hot springs man." She nodded, sinking onto his porch step. "He's been sniffing around for a week. Made an offer on the Uchida property. What's left of it?" She told him where he could shove his generous offer. "He's going door to door. He'll come here. My land isn't for sale. I know that, you know that." But he sees an abandoned mill house bought by a young, single guy from the city. "He probably thinks you're a spy. Killer who'll flip it for a quick profit." She looked out at the darkening field. "This kind of thing, it's happened before. Not here, but in the next valley over. They buy a few key plots, promise the moon, and then the whole character of a place changes. Paved over, packaged, the soul gets drained out and sold as bottled water." The thought was a physical revulsion. His farm, his quiet, the muskrat's ditch, the spirit stone. The view Yumi painted, all turned into a parking lot for a resort. Keru's home, gone. "What can we do?" he asked. "Stand firm, all of us. If they can't get the land they need, the project dies." "But," she chewed her lip, "money talks, and some people might listen. Times are hard. A generous offer can be very tempting if you're struggling." The peace he'd fought for felt suddenly fragile, under threat from a different kind of villainy, one dressed in a suit and wielding contracts instead of quirks. 2 days later, the prediction came true. A sleek, quiet electric car pulled up his path. The man in the suit stepped out. He had a different, more unctuous partner with him this time, a woman with a tablet and a professional smile. Mr. Midoriya, the man said, extending a hand. Kaito Sato, from Hinode Development. This is my associate, Ms. Tanaka. We're reaching out to landowners in the area about an exciting opportunity. Izuku wiped his earth stain. Hands on his pants but didn't take the offered hand. I'm not interested in selling. Sato's smile didn't waver. I understand the attachment. It's a lovely, rustic spot. But have you considered its full potential? Our geological surveys show this property sits on a very lucrative thermal vent. The value is subsurface. We're prepared to offer you 3 times the market value for the raw land. You could buy a much nicer place closer to the city, with the remainder. The number he named was staggering. It was more money than Izuku had ever conceived of. It was freedom from want, forever. He looked past the man, at his field, at the potato plants, at the red co-op, at the woods where Sachiko and Fuyumi walked. He thought of the spiral carved in stone, of water that remembered dragons. This land isn't raw, Izuku said, his voice quiet but clear. It's alive, and it's not for sale. The woman with the tablet tapped on it. We could structure it as a long-term lease. You retain ownership, but we develop the hot springs. You'd receive annual royalties, passive income. You could keep your farm. She said the word with a faint hint of condescension. No, Sato's smile finally tightened. Mr. Midoriya, be reasonable. Progress is coming to this valley. You can be a part of it, and benefit greatly, or you can be left behind. If we acquire the surrounding plots, your little farm here will be an island. The noise, the traffic, the changed water table, it won't be the peaceful retreat you think it is. It was a threat, veiled in concern. Izuku felt a old, familiar heat rise in his chest. Not the explosive rage of battle, but a cold, protective fury. This was his home. They were threatening his home. Get off my land, he said, the words dropping into the sunny afternoon like stones. Sato's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the simple house, the rough fields, as if reassessing the young man before him. Think it over. We'll be in touch. They got back in their silent car and drove away. Izuku stood there long after they were gone, his heart pounding. It wasn't a physical fight, but it was a fight all the same. For the ditch, for the dragon, for the badgers, for Hana's orchard and Yumi's views and the quiet that had saved him. He wasn't just a farmer protecting his crop. He was a guardian, standing at the gate. And he would not let them pass. The silence after the developers left was different. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of before, but a watchful, charged stillness, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Izuku stood on his porch long after the electric car's hum had faded. His knuckles white where they gripped the railing. The threat was abstract, paper and money and whispered implications, but it felt more invasive than any physical villain. He needed to move, to act, but this wasn't an enemy he could punch. He went inside. Kaoru, sensing his agitation, hobbled over and butted his head against Izuku's ankle, a low, questioning warble in his throat. Kintsugi watched from the top of the bookshelf, her tail twitching slowly. Someone wants to buy the land, Izuku said aloud, his voice sounding strange in the quiet room. To dig it up, pour concrete on it, Kaoru chirped, a sharp, disapproving sound. He flapped his good wing, the one that was now almost fully healed, sending a small gust of air across the floorboards. Izuku managed a weak smile. Yeah, I don't like it either. He spent the rest of the day working with a focused, almost violent intensity. He chopped a winter's worth of wood, the axe biting deep into the logs with satisfying thwacks. He reinforced the chicken coop's wire, though no predator had threatened it. He weeded the already pristine garden beds until his hands were raw. The physical labor burned off the immediate, panicked energy, but the underlying dread remained, a cold stone in his gut. At dusk, he didn't wait for them to come to him. He walked to Hana's. He found her in the barn, mending harness by the light of a hanging lantern. She looked up as he entered, her expression grim. They came to you. Yeah, same song and dance, 3 times market value, then threats about being an island in their progress. Hana snorted, setting aside the leather. Bastards. They've been to see old man Goro too. And the widow Higashi, who owns the south pasture. She's on a fixed income. The generous offer, is a siren song to someone like her. What are we going to do? We came out naturally, instinctively. We fight, Hana said, simple and final. We organize. We out-stubborn them. This isn't just about property lines. It's about a way of life. We have a village meeting tomorrow night at the shrine. Spread the word. Everyone needs to be there. The word, fight, resonated in Izuku's bones. But the context was new. A community meeting. A battle of wills and words. The next day, he became a messenger. He told Ayami at her shop, her serene face hardening into determination. They would pave over the medicinal springs I gather from. No, he told Yumi at the school, who looked frightened but nodded firmly. I will paint what we could lose, she whispered. He even tracked down Aiko, who was now hobbling around her house with a single crutch. Her face flushed with anger. They want to put a spa over my best pollinator meadow. I'll fill their survey holes with bees. He saw Kenji poring over maps in the library nook. The historian looked up, his eyes wide behind his glasses. They can't. The historical significance, the spirit stone, the old paths. It would all be destroyed. He immediately began pulling books on land rights and cultural preservation. Even Sachiko, when he found her inspecting a stand of young bamboo, understood. The deep veins would be cut, she said, her voice flat. The earth would bleed and then go silent. Fuyumi would not allow it. She said it with the certainty of a natural law. By the time evening fell, the entire village hummed with a tense, united energy. This was their common enemy. The meeting at the old shrine was unlike anything Izuku had experienced. It wasn't a festival. It was a war council under the ancient cedar trees. Nearly every adult in the village was there, crowded onto the stone steps and the mossy ground. Lanterns cast jumping shadows on determined faces. Ryo stood at the front, his voice a low rumble that carried without shouting. They're dividing us, talking to us one by one, offering money, playing on fears. We stand together, or we fall apart. All or none. There were murmurs of agreement. But then Mrs. Higashi, the widow, her hands twisted in her shawl, spoke up, her voice thin. But, the money, Ryo-san. My grandson, he could go to a better school. My roof leaks. A tense silence fell. The reality of need, of struggle, was the developer's sharpest weapon. Then Ayami stood. She didn't raise her voice. If we sell the land's soul for a new roof, what will we have left to shelter? We will help you fix your roof, Setsuko. Together, as we have always done. Chi jumped up. Yeah, I've got spare tiles. And I work for cookies, remember. We'll have a roof-raising party. One by one, others offered. Firewood, help with repairs, a share of the harvest. The widow Higashi began to cry, but they were tears of relief, not fear. The collective will of the village solidified. Visible in the set of their shoulders, the nods exchanged. Hana spoke next, practical and fierce. We need a strategy. They'll try loopholes, zoning changes, environmental assessments, that they pay for. We need to be smarter. Kenji stood, clutching his papers, his voice shaky but gaining strength as he spoke about historical designations, protected waterways, and the cultural importance of the Dragon's Spring folklore. We can petition for protected status. It's not just land. It's a heritage site. Izuku listened, awestruck. This was power, too. Not the flash of a quirk, but the slow, grinding, immovable power of community, of shared history and shared future. His turn came. All eyes turned to him. He was the newcomer, but also the one who lived on the key plot, the one with the loud heart and the strange strength. He felt the weight of their expectation. They threatened me, he said, his voice carrying in the hushed space. They said my farm would be an island, that the noise and the changed water would ruin it. He looked around at the faces he knew. Hana's determined, Ayami's calm, Yumi's worried, Ryo's granite hard. But I'm not an island. None of us are. We're the land. And the land isn't for sale. A low rumble of approval went through the crowd. It wasn't a grand speech, but it was truth, and they felt it. The meeting broke up with plans, a committee to handle official responses, a schedule for checking on vulnerable neighbors, a promise to share any contact from the developers. They were a phalanx now. Izuku walked home in the dark, his mind racing but his heart steadier. They were fighting together. The next morning, he was up before dawn, a new resolve burning. He couldn't fight with lawyers or petitions, not directly. He could fight by making his connection to the land undeniable, unbreakable. He went to the Spirit Stone. In the cool, pink light of morning, he knelt before it. He didn't know any rituals. So he did what felt right. He cleared away the last of the winter debris from around it. He gently washed the carved spirals with clean water from the spring. He placed a small offering from his garden, a perfect first radish, in the moss at its base. As he worked, he focused, not with his quirk, but with his intention. He thought of the water flowing deep below, of the roots of the ancient pine, of the stories in the soil. He thought of protection, of steadfastness, of a wall that was not straight, but followed the curve of the land, strong and enduring. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth seemed to emanate from the stone. Or perhaps it was just the sun finally clearing the ridge. But the air felt charged, alive. He spent the day in a state of deep, purposeful connection. He walked every inch of his property, not as a surveyor, but as a guardian reaffirming his bond. He checked on the muskrats, whose lodge was bustling with spring activity. He tended the chicks, who were growing at an astonishing rate. He worked in the garden, his hands in the soil, whispering promises to the seeds. In the afternoon, Sachiko and Fuyumi appeared again. They stood at the edge of the field, watching him. After a time, Fuyumi glided forward. Up close, her presence was even more profound. She looked at the Spirit Stone, then at Izuku, her pale gray eyes seeing layers he could not perceive. "You have stirred the deep water," she said, her voice like the sound of wind over a distant cave mouth. Not with violence, but with recognition. "The land hears you." "What do I do?" he asked, humbled. "Continue," she said simply. "Root deeper. Every step you take in reverence, every seed you plant with care, strengthens the weave. They wish to cut the tapestry. You must make it too strong to tear." She gestured to the stone. "This is an anchor, but you are the living anchor now. Hold fast." She placed a hand, light as a leaf, on his shoulder. A sense of immense, patient strength flowed into him, not power, but fortitude. Then she and Sachiko melted back into the woods. That evening, as the sky turned violet, the developers returned. This time, it was just Sato, the lead man. His unctuous partner was absent. His smile was gone, replaced by a cold, professional demeanor. He didn't get out of his car, just rolled down the window. "Midoriya, last chance. The offer is now 4 times market value. Final. Signed tonight, and the money is yours tomorrow." Izuku stood on his porch, the warm light of his house at his back, the darkening field before him. He thought of the meeting under the cedars, of Hana's stubbornness, Ayami's wisdom, the widow Higashi's tears turned to relief. He thought of the spiral carved in stone, and the feel of warm earth in his hands. He looked at Sato, this man who saw only a commodity. "No," Izuku said. The word was final, absolute. Sato's eyes narrowed. He looked past Izuku, at the humble house, the rustic fields, as if trying to understand what could possibly be worth more than the fortune he was offering. He saw nothing he valued. "Your neighbors may not be so sentimental," Sato said, a last, feeble threat. "They're not my neighbors," Izuku replied, a small, sure smile touching his lips. "They're my family, and this is our home." For a long moment, Sato just stared at him. Then, without another word, he rolled up his window. The silent car reversed, turned, and disappeared down the lane. Izuku stood there as true night fell, the first stars pricking through the deep blue. The threat wasn't gone. The fight wasn't over. There would be paperwork, tricks, pressure. But he was not alone. He was rooted. He was part of the weave. And he would hold the line. From inside the house, Keru let out a clear, triumphant chirp, the sound cutting through the peaceful night. It was the sound of a creature who had been freed from a dark hole, declaring his place in the world. Izuku took a deep breath of the cool, sweet evening air, and went inside to his waiting, living, defiant home. The confrontation with Sato left a clear line in the earth. The developers didn't vanish, but their approach shifted from honeyed offers to a colder, procedural war. Paper began to arrive, official notices of geological survey rights, applications for zoning variance hearings at the prefectural office, dense packets of legalese that turned the simple act of living on one's land into a labyrinth of potential infractions. The village committee, led by Ryo's stubbornness and Kenji's frantic research, became a permanent fixture, meeting in the back room of the store. Their faces lit by the glow of a single laptop. Izuku, while part of the fight, found his own battlefront was the land itself. Fuyumi's words, "root deeper," became his mantra. He didn't just tend the farm, he fortified it. He expanded the garden again, this time planting hardy perennial berries and fruit bushes along the borders, a living, thorny fence. With Chi's help and a reckless use of his strength, he hauled larger stones from the creek bed to reinforce the old wall, not just repairing the slumped section but extending it, making it a more definitive, physical statement of boundary. He and Sachiko spent 2 days carefully transplanting young saplings, oak, pine, maple, to create a denser buffer between his field and the road, a small forest in the making that would take years to mature but would someday stand as a silent guard. It was defense, but of a creative, growing kind. One morning, as he was mulching the new berry canes, Yumi approached. She carried not her easel, but a large, flat portfolio. Her face was set with an unusual determination that overrode her usual shyness. "Midoriya-san," she said, her voice firm. "I need your help, and your permission." She opened the portfolio on his porch step. Inside were not finished paintings, but a series of detailed, beautiful maps. They were artistic renditions of the valley, but overlaid with intricate watercolor illustrations, the exact location of the badger set, the path of the muskrat-lined ditch, the stand of ancient oaks on the western slope, the flowering meadows of Aiko's orchard, the view from the shrine. And in the center, carefully drawn, was his farm, with the spirit stone marked by a tiny, gleaming spiral. "I am making a testimony," Yumi said, her fingers tracing the lines. "For the zoning hearing, they see maps of soil types and property lines. I will show them a map of life, of memory, of what their concrete would cover." She looked at him, her eyes blazing. "But I need to be accurate. I need to walk the land. All of it, the hidden places, with you, to see it through the eyes of someone it speaks to." It was a profound request. She was asking him to be her guide, into the soul of the place they were fighting for. To translate the whispers of the land into something a bureaucrat might, just might, feel in their heart. "Of course," he said. For the next week, their routine changed. In the afternoons, after her teaching duties, Yumi would meet him, her portfolio and sketchpad under her arm. They walked the borders of his land, then ventured further, with permission, onto Aiko's orchard. Along the village's common forest paths, Izuku showed her what he knew, the specific tilt of the land that caught the morning sun just right for the potatoes, the damp hollow where the rarest ferns grew, the particular gnarled root of the old pine that cradled the spirit stone. He spoke less about facts and more about feelings, the peace of the morning mist, the Indus Trias purpose of the bees in Aiko's hives, the protective rumble of the badger mother he'd heard from the set. Yumi listened, her artist's eyes missing nothing. She would stop, sketch quickly, make notes in her delicate script. Light here is liquid gold. Sound, bee hum and distant creek. Smell, pine resin and wet stone. She was capturing the experience of the land, not just its geography. During these walks, a new, quiet understanding grew between them. The nervous teacher faded, replaced by a focused, passionate artist. Izuku, in turn, found himself sharing things he hadn't even fully articulated, his sense of the land's patience, his guilt over his power, his dawning realization that healing could be a form of strength. She didn't offer solutions, just listened, her pencil scratching a soft accompaniment to his words. One afternoon, they were sitting on the bank of the ditch, the water chuckling beside them. Yumi was finishing a sketch of the Muskrat Lodge, its architecture of reeds and mud. "You see the world in such detail," Izuku observed softly. She looked up, a faint blush on her cheeks. "It's how I make sense of things. When the world is too loud, or too scary, I can focus on a single line. A single shade of green. It makes it manageable. Beautiful." She met his eyes. "You do that too, I think. But with actions. You focus on the next task, the next seedling, the next creature to help. It's how you've built your peace here. One careful, beautiful line at a time." Her perception startled him. She had seen right through to the core of his survival strategy. "You make it sound more graceful than it is," he said with a wry smile. It is graceful, she insisted softly. It's the grace of persistence. She went back to her drawing, and he watched the water flow. Her words settling into him like a gentle rain. The maps she created were works of art infused with love. She presented them to the village committee. Kenji cried when he saw them. This is the evidence we need. Not just environmental impact, but cultural and aesthetic impact. They're destroying beauty. Hana clapped Yumi on the shoulder, a grin on her face. Nice work, Teach. Now let's go shove this beauty down their throats. The hearing was set for the end of the month. The village planned to caravan to the prefectural office. It felt like going to war, armed with paperwork and watercolors. In the midst of this, spring fully arrived. The world exploded in green. The chicks grew into gawky, half-feathered teenagers, clucking and scratching in their run. The potato plants were lush and dark. And Kaoru, finally, tentatively, flew. It happened on a still, sunny morning. Izuku was hanging laundry on the line. Kaoru had been exercising his wings for days, flapping vigorously while clinging to the back of a chair, the green glow under his eyes bright with effort. This time, he flapped, let go, and instead of sinking, he managed a clumsy, staggering hover for 3 full seconds before tumbling into a soft patch of clover. Izuku froze, a shirt in his hands. Kaoru righted himself, shook his head, and let out a series of excited, chattering clicks. He tried again. This time, he managed a wobbly circle of the yard, about 4 feet off the ground, before landing with a graceless but triumphant skid at Izuku's feet. It wasn't soaring. It was struggling, awkward, magnificent flight. Izuku dropped to his knees, laughing, his eyes stinging. He gathered the little dragon into his arms, feeling the powerful thrum of his heart, the strong, new muscles in his wings. You did it, he whispered into his cool scales. You're flying. Kaoru nuzzled his chin, purring like a tiny engine. That evening, as if to celebrate, Hana, Chi, and Aiko, now walking with a pronounced limp but without crutches, descended on his farm for what Chi declared a pre-hearing strategy session, with food. They spread a blanket in the yard, and Ayami brought a pot of her famous spring vegetable stew. Yumi came, still clutching her portfolio like a shield. Even Sachiko appeared, sitting slightly apart but accepting a bowl. It was a gathering of the heart of the resistance. As they ate under the emerging stars, the talk was of the hearing, of lawyers, of arguments. But it was also about Aiko's bees, about Chi's next repair job, about the ridiculous antics of the adolescent chickens. Watching them, Hana arguing passionately with Ryo about legal tactics, Ayami gently calming them, Yumi showing Sachiko her sketches, Chi making Aiko laugh so hard she snorted cider. Izuku felt a surge of protectiveness so fierce it stole his breath. This noisy, messy, loving circle. This was what he was fighting for. Not just a piece of land, but the life that flourished on it. And between the people who cherished it. Later, as the others were leaving, Yumi lingered. She stood beside him, looking at the dark shape of the spirit stone hill. Thank you, she said quietly, for showing me the land. It helped me see my own place in it more clearly. You belong here, Yumi, he said. Your art is part of its story now. She looked at him, her face pale in the starlight. She seemed to gather her courage. After the hearing, whatever happens, I would like to keep painting it, with you in it, if that's all right. Her meaning was clear, and gentle, and profound. She wasn't just painting a landscape. She was painting a life. His life, and asking to be part of the picture. It's all right, he said, his voice soft. She smiled, a true, unguarded smile that transformed her face. Then turned and hurried down the path after the others. Izuku remained, the sounds of the night creatures rising around him. The hearing loomed, a cliff they had to scale. The devil, Opas were a hungry shadow at the edge of their light. But on his farm, a dragon had taken flight. An artist had found her voice. A community had linked arms. He was rooted. He was loved. He was ready. He looked up at the stars. The same stars that had watched over his battles in the city, and felt a new kind of power humming in his veins. Not the power to break, but the power to hold. To endure. To build. The fight for his home was just beginning. And for the first time, he knew, with every fiber of his being, that he would not fight it alone. The morning of the hearing dawned not with sun, but with a low, brooding ceiling of clouds. It felt appropriate. The village convoy assembled in the gravel lot near the store. Ryo's work truck, Hana's dented pickup, Chi's yellow three-wheeler, and a few elderly sedans. They looked like a ragtag militia heading to a siege. Izuku rode with Hana. She drove in focused silence, her knuckles white on the wheel. In the back seat, Kenji mumbled over his notes, and Yumi clutched her portfolio to her chest like a shield. Ayami had stayed behind, holding the spiritual and practical home front, but her presence felt like a warmth at their backs. The prefectural office was a bland, modern building of glass and steel, an alien artifact dropped into the pastoral countryside around it. Inside, the air was recycled and cold, smelling of disinfectant and anxiety. They filed into the designated hearing room, a sterile space with rows of plastic chairs facing a raised dais. Already present were Sato and his team, 2 men in sharp suits and a woman with a sleek tablet. They looked polished, professional, and utterly out of place. The villagers filled one side of the room, a solid block of worn work clothes and determined faces. The developers occupied the other, an island of expensive fabric. The hearing officer, a bored-looking middle-aged man with glasses, called the session to order. It began with dry, tedious formalities. Then Sato's team presented their case. It was a masterclass in sanitized destruction. They showed slides of economic projections, artists' renditions of tasteful, low-impact hot spring resorts that blended seamlessly with nature, a lie so blatant Izuku saw Hana's jaw tighten, and geological surveys with colorful maps that reduced the valley to a cross-section of profitable heat. They spoke of regional revitalization, job creation, and underutilized resources. Their words were empty calories, designed to sound nourishing. Then it was the villagers' turn. Ryo stood first. He was a mountain in his best, ill-fitting suit. He didn't use notes. He spoke from his gut, his voice filling the sterile room with the raw truth of generations. My family has worked that South Field for 120 years. We know its moods. We know where the water runs sweet and where it runs sour. You can't put that on a map. You can't buy that with your surveys. That land feeds us. It's our history. You're not offering progress. You're offering amnesia. Sato's team barely concealed their smirks. Sentiment, not a legal argument. Kenji was next, trembling but resolute. He presented documents, historical records. His voice gaining strength as he spoke of the cultural significance of the Dragon's Spring, lore, of the Spirit Stone, of the old paths used for centuries. He argued for heritage site designation. The hearing officer listened, taking notes, but his expression was unreadable. Then Yumi stood. She walked to the front, her steps quiet but sure. She didn't look at the developers. She faced the hearing officer. And then she turned her portfolio toward him and opened it. This, she said, her voice a clear, quiet bell in the room, is what you are deciding on. She began to lay her map. And paintings on the table before the dais. Not projected slides, but physical pieces of art. The watercolor of the morning mist over Izuku's field. The detailed map of the interconnected ecosystem, with badgers and muskrats and bees drawn in. The portrait of the ancient oak. The sketch of the shrine nestled in the cedars. The careful illustration of the spirit stone spiral, glowing with implied meaning. The room fell utterly silent. The sterile atmosphere seemed to recoil from the vibrancy of her work. The colors were alive. The lines were love. This is not an underutilized resource, Yumi said, her voice gaining power. It is a living community. Of plants, animals, and people. This land is not separate from us. We are part of its story. These paintings are a record of that story. To approve this development is not just to change a zoning law. It is to erase a narrative. To silence a conversation that has been going on for centuries between the earth and those who listen to it. She pointed to the map of Izuku's farm. This man came to this land broken. He listened to it, he healed it, and it healed him. That is the potential of this place. Not geothermal watts, but human connection. Not revenue, but restoration. Her eyes flickered to Izuku, then back to the officer. Which do you think our world needs more of right now? The hearing officer was staring at the paintings. A flicker of something, not understanding, perhaps, but recognition, in his bored eyes. Sato's team looked uncomfortable. Their charts and graphs seemed suddenly flat, dead things next to Yumi's living testament. The officer cleared his throat. Thank you, Muz. Yumi. Just Yumi. Thank you, Ms. Yumi. Very evocative. He turned. Does the community have any further statements? Hana stood. We have a petition, signed by every adult in Sora village. We stand together. All or nothing. She marched forward and placed a thick sheaf of papers on the dais. The hearing officer sighed. The bureaucratic back in control. The record will note the petition. This hearing is to assess the zoning variance application based on existing statutes and environmental impact reports. While community sentiment is noted, it is not the primary. What about the environmental impact on something that doesn't have a voice? The new voice cut through the room. It was Izuku. He hadn't planned to speak. But seeing Yumi's courage, seeing the developer's cold dismissal of her truth, something in him broke open. He stood. All eyes turned to him. The boy from the city, in his simple clothes. Sato's EYs narrowed in recognition and a flicker of contempt. The reports talk about water tables and soil composition, Izuku said, his voice low but carrying a strange, resonant weight. He wasn't speaking as a hero, or a farmer. He was speaking as a witness. They don't talk about the badger kids who just recovered from sickness in their set on the South Hill. They don't talk about the specific strain of wild bee in Aiko Shireishi's orchard that pollinates a rare native orchid. They don't talk about the mycorrhizal network in the old forest that connects the roots of the pines to the roots of the oaks, sharing nutrients and warnings. He took a step forward, his green eyes fixed on the hearing officer. How do you measure the impact of severing those connections? How do you quantify the loss of a story that hasn't finished being told? He was channeling Sachiko's perspective, Ayami's wisdom, his own months of silent observation. It was a language the room had never heard. The hearing officer blinked. That is, outside the scope of the standard environmental review. Then the review is inadequate, Izuku said simply. If your science is too small to see the life it's judging, then it's not science. It's blindness. A murmur, half shock, half approval, ran through the villagers. Sato's face darkened. This is irrelevant grandstanding, Sato snapped, standing. My client has followed every procedure. The economic benefits to this depressed region are substantial and documented. This is about the future. It is about the future, Izuku agreed, turning to face him directly. For the first time, he let a fraction of his otherness show. Not his power, but the gravity Ayami had sensed, the weight of someone who had carried worlds. It's about what kind of future we choose. Oh, any where we only value what we can dig up and sell. Or one where we learn to value what sustains us, connects us, and makes us whole. He looked back at the officer. You have a choice. You can be the man who signed the permit for another forgettable resort. Or you can be the man who protected a place where a dragon learned to fly again. The silence that followed was absolute. The phrase hung in the air, poetic and impossible. The hearing officer stared at him, utterly nonplussed. Sato looked furious. The officer gathered his papers abruptly. The hearing is concluded. All testimony has been noted. A decision will be rendered in due course. He stood and left the room through a side door, ending the confrontation. The villagers gathered their things in a daze. They had fought. They had spoken their truth. But the outcome was suspended, left in the hands of a bored bureaucrat. The drive back was quiet, the high of the confrontation fading into the weariness of uncertainty. The clouds finally released a soft, cold rain that blurred the world outside the truck windows. They dropped Kenji and Yumi off at their homes. As Yumi got out, she turned and gave Izuku a small, brave smile. You were amazing, she whispered, before hurrying inside. Finally, Hana pulled up to his farm. The rain was falling steadily now, a gentle hush on the roof of the truck. She turned off the engine. Well, she said, staring through the windshield. We threw everything we had at them. Even poetic nonsense about dragons. It wasn't nonsense, Izuku said quietly. Hana looked at him, her eyes searching his face in the dim light. I know, she sighed, leaning her head back. I just don't know if it was enough. They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the rain. Whatever happens, Hana said, her voice firming. We did this together. No one can take that away. She reached over and squeezed his hand, a quick, hard press. Now get out. Your chickens are probably drowning. He got out and stood in the rain as she drove away. The farm was a blur of grays and greens in the downpour. He walked to the porch, but didn't go inside. He stood there, letting the rain soak his hair and coat. The fight was out of his hands now. It was a terrible feeling. From inside, he heard Kaoru's chirp. The little dragon was at the window, peering out at him, his green glow a soft beacon in the gloom. Izuku looked past the house, toward the Spirit Stone Hill, invisible in the rain and mist. He thought of the deep veins Fuyumi tended, of the roots connecting under the soil, of the story Yumi had painted. He had done all he could. They all had. Now, they had to wait, and trust that the land, and the truth they had fought for, had roots deep enough to hold. The rain became a season of its own. A week of it fell, a steady, gray curtain that turned the world into a watercolor of muted greens and browns. The ditch ran high and fast, a constant, chattering voice. The chicks, now almost fully feathered, huddled grumpily in their coop. Kaoru spent his days pressed against the warm stove, his flights confined to irritable laps around the main room. The waiting was a physical presence, a cold, damp weight on the farm. Izuku worked through it. There was always work. He repaired the leaks the rain found in the shed roof. He organized the toolshed into a state of military precision. He tried more baking, with slightly less disastrous results. He wrote letters, to Okako, a long one describing the hearing and Yumi's paintings, to Momo, a shorter, more analytical summary. The act of putting it on paper made it feel more real, less like a dream of defiance that the rain could wash away. The village held its breath. Conversations at the store were hushed. People met eyes and shared silent, worried nods. The developers were quiet too, a lurking silence that felt more threatening than their overt pressure. On the 8th day of rain, a break came. Not in the weather, but in the form of Ayami. She arrived at his door under a large oilskin umbrella, a basket covered with waxcloth hooked over her arm. She brought not herbs, but food, a steaming pot of rich miso soup with dumplings, and a loaf of her dark seeded bread. "You are feeding an army," Izuku said as she bustled in, bringing the scent of warmth and broth into the damp house. "I am feeding a young man who is carrying a village on his shoulders," she corrected, setting the pot on the stove. "Sit, eat." They ate in companionable silence for a while. The soup was restorative, its warmth seeping into the cold places the waiting had created. "The waiting is the hardest part," Ayami said finally, breaking a piece of bread. "Action has a rhythm. Waiting is a void. It allows fear to grow." "Is that what this is?" "Fear?" Izuku asked, staring into his bowl. "A kind of fear. The fear of powerlessness. You have done all you can, and now the outcome belongs to someone else, in a room far away. It is a familiar feeling to you, I think." It was the aftermath of a battle, waiting for news of the wounded. The days after a villain attack, waiting for the public verdict. He had lived in this void before. "How do you stand it?" he asked quietly. "By remembering that the outcome does not change the truth of what we did," she said. "By tending to the life in front of me. This soup, this bread, the rosemary pea, lant on your windowsill that needs pruning." She smiled gently. "And by trusting the weave. You have added strong threads, Izuku. Yumi's courage, Kenji's knowledge, Hana's ferocity, your own, profound testimony. The tapestry is stronger. Whatever the bureaucrat decides, that tapestry remains. It cannot be unmade by a stamp on a paper." Her words were a lifeline. He clung to them. After she left, fortified by food and wisdom, he put on his rain gear and went outside. He couldn't just wait indoors. He went to the Spirit Stone. The rain had washed it clean, the spirals in the rock dark and vivid. He placed his hand on it. The stone was cool, but there was a subtle, steady vibration, like a very slow heartbeat. Or perhaps it was his own pulse. Root deeper, he thought. Hold fast. He spent the afternoon pruning the rosemary. As Ayami had suggested, it was a tiny, specific act of care. It mattered. The next day, the rain finally stopped. A pale, watery sun broke through the clouds, turning the world into a dazzle of a million diamonds on every leaf and blade of grass. The air was washed clean, sharp with the scent of wet earth and renewal. It was on this freshly scrubbed afternoon that the car came. Not Sato's silent electric vehicle, but an official-looking sedan with prefectural plates. It parked at the end of the lane. A man in a civil servant's uniform got out, carrying a thick envelope. Izuku's heart plummeted. This was it. The verdict, delivered not by mail, but by hand. A formality, or a courtesy. He walked down to meet him, his boots sinking into the soft mud. Izuku Midoriya, the man asked, his tone politely impersonal. Yes. Notification from the Land Use and Zoning Bureau. He handed over the envelope. Have a good day. He got back in his car and drove away, leaving Izuku standing alone in the brilliant, mocking sunshine, the envelope heavy as a tombstone in his hand. He didn't open it. He turned and walked back to the house, his steps slow. He set the envelope on the table. Kaoru hopped down from the stove and sniffed at it, hissing softly at the unfamiliar scent of bureaucracy. Izuku stared at it. This single packet held the future. His farm, Aiko's orchard, the badger set, Yumi's views, the spirit stone, all of it, reduced to a yes or no. He couldn't open it alone. He went to Hana's first. She took one look at his face and the envelope in his hand and called out to her grandfather, "Cover for me." She grabbed her coat and followed him without a word. They gathered the others. Aiko, leaning on her cane, met them at the crossroads. Chi, summoned by a frantic call, pulled up in her yellow truck, her usually cheerful face grim. They found Yumi at the school, just dismissing her students. Kenji was in the library, and he scurried after them, his glasses askew. They even managed to find Sachiko, who seemed to sense the summons and was waiting at the edge of his field. They convened on Izuku's porch, a silent, solemn circle, around the unopened envelope on the small wooden table. The sun was warm, but the air was cold with anticipation. "Well," Ryo said, his arms crossed. "Someone opened the damn thing." All eyes turned to Izuku. He was the one who lived on the land in question. It was his to open. His hands were steady as he picked up the envelope. He broke the seal and pulled out a sheaf of official documents. He skimmed the dense, dry paragraphs, his heart hammering against his ribs. He searched for the conclusion, the final ruling. His eyes found it, a single paragraph, buried in legal jargon. He read it, then read it again. A strange sound escaped him. Not a laugh, not a cry, but a sharp exhale of disbelief. "What?" Hana demanded, her voice tight. "What does it say?" Izuku looked up, his vision swimming slightly. He looked from face to face. Hana's fierce worry, Aiko's clenched jaw, Chi's wide eyes, Yumi's pale anxiety, Kenji's terrified hope, Sachiko's unblinking stare, Ryo's granite impatience. "The application for a zoning variance," he began, his voice hoarse. He cleared his throat. "Is denied." Silence. Then, "Denied," Kenji whispered. "Denied," Izuku repeated, stronger now. Sitten. G. Insufficient consideration of cumulative cultural and ecological impact as presented by the community. They reference the petition, Kenji's historical submission, and, he looked at Yumi, a slow smile spreading across his face. The qualitative environmental testimony provided in visual and narrative form. "They're calling your paintings testimony, Yumi." A beat of stunned silence. Then, chaos. Chi whooped, a sound of pure, explosive joy. She grabbed Aiko and spun her around, almost sending them both tumbling off the porch. Hana let out a fierce, triumphant yell and punched the air. Ryo's stern face cracked into a massive, relieved grin, and he clapped Kenji on the back so hard the historian stumbled. Kenji was crying, wiping his glasses furiously. Yumi stood perfectly still, her hands pressed to her mouth, her eyes shining with tears of disbelief and joy. Sachiko, from her perch on the porch rail, simply nodded, as if she'd never expected any other outcome. The celebration was loud, messy, and beautiful. They hugged, they laughed, they talked over each other. Hana produced a hidden bottle of her father's sake from her truck, and they passed it around in mismatched cups. Even Izuku took a small sip. The unfamiliar burned a celebration in his throat. They had won. Against the money, the lawyers, the cold progress. They had won with stories and art and stubbornness and love. As the initial frenzy settled into a warm, buzzing contentment, people began to drift off, eager to spread the news through the village. Soon, it was just Izuku and Yumi left on the porch, the late afternoon sun casting long, golden shadows. Yumi was looking out at the field, her expression peaceful. "They called my paintings testimony," she said softly, wonder in her voice. "They were," Izuku said. "The truest kind." She turned to him. "It was your words too. About the badgers and the bees and the dragon." She blushed faintly. "You made them see it. We all did." The silence between them was comfortable. filled with the shared victory and the gentle exhaustion that followed great strain. "Midoriya-san," Yumi began, then hesitated. "Izuku, I was wondering. Now that the farm is safe, would you sit for me? Not as part of the landscape. Just you." The request was intimate in a new way. A portrait, not the farm boy, or the guardian, but him. Izuku. He thought of her careful lines, her observant eye, of being seen, completely, by someone so gentle. It was a terrifying prospect. And a gift. "Okay," he said. Her smile then was like the sun finally breaking through after the long rain. As she walked down the path, her step light, Izuku remained on the porch. He looked at his land, washed in the golden light of the victory sunset. The ditch chattered, the chickens clucked contentedly. From inside, he heard the flutter of Keru's wings as he practiced a turn. It was safe. It was home. He had fought for it with words and community, and he had won. The power inside him hummed, a quiet, satisfied frequency. It was not a weapon sheathed, but a tool resting, its purpose fulfilled in a new way. He was a farmer, a friend, a member of a family he'd built, a man who had defended his home not with fists, but with the weight of a shared heart. And as the first stars appeared in the violet sky, Izuku Midoriya knew, with a certainty that went deeper than bone, that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Summer arrived not with a gentle swell, but a triumphant blaze. The world, so long muted by rain and worry, erupted in color and sound. The potato plants flowered, delicate purple and white stars against the dark green leaves. The wildflowers in the untamed margins of the field became a riot of yellow, blue, and crimson, buzzing with industrious bees from Aiko's hives. The air was thick with the scent of warm earth, blooming clover, and the sweet, green promise of growing things. The victory over the developers had woven the village into an even tighter tapestry. There was a shared lightness, a sense of collective pride that manifested in spontaneous potlucks, offers of help that needed no asking, and a deeper, quieter respect for the land they had fought for. Izuku's farm was no longer just his sanctuary. It was a symbol of the shared resilience. Life settled into a new, sun-drenched rhythm. Mornings begged, and with the raucous crowing of Hana's rooster, a victory gift, she'd deposited one morning with a smirk, which was now answered by the indignant squawks of Izuku's own maturing chickens. He would tend to the animals, weed the thriving garden, and spend hours in the peaceful, meditative work of maintaining the land. One such morning, he was repairing a section of fence when he heard a familiar, cheerful putter. Chi's yellow truck bounced into view, but it wasn't just Chi. In the passenger seat, waving enthusiastically, was Okiko Uraraka. Izuku dropped the hammer. For a second, he just stared. Sure he was hallucinating in the heat. The truck stopped. Okiko practically tumbled out. She looked the same, yet different. Her hair was a bit longer, tied in a messy but practical bun. She wore simple civilian clothes, jeans and a t-shirt, but she moved with the same boundless energy he remembered. Her smile was wide and real, but her eyes held a new layer of something, weary wisdom. "Deku," she cried, and then she was running across the grass, not with the floating grace of her quirk, but with a flat-out, human sprint. She crashed into him, wrapping her arms around his middle in a hoo. G so fierce it lifted him slightly off his feet before she remembered to release her quirk's effect, settling him back to the ground. He hugged her back, overwhelmed, breathing in the familiar scent of her, a mix of clean sweat, sunshine, and the faint, ozone-like tang of her quirk. "Okiko, what, how?" Chi leaned out of the truck window, grinning. "Picked up a hitchhiker at the train station. Said she was a friend of the green-haired farmer. Figured she was telling the truth when she started crying looking at the mountains." She winked. "I'll leave you to it. Nice to meet you, Okiko." And with a putter and a wave, she was gone. Okiko finally let go, stepping back, her eyes shining. She looked him up and down, taking in his tanned skin, his calloused hands, the simple work clothes, the absolute lack of tension in his shoulders. "You look," she searched for the word, "good. Really good, Izuku." "So do you," he said, and meant it. She looked tired, but solid, like a tree that had weathered a hard storm. "What are you doing here?" Momo said it was okay. That you were settled. "I had a few days off. I needed to see." She gestured vaguely at the farm, the field, the distant mountains. This, the quiet place. He gave her a tour. It was surreal, walking his best friend from his old life through the reality of his new one. He showed her the potatoes, explaining the different varieties. He introduced her to the chickens, who regarded her with beady-eyed curiosity. He showed her the repaired roof, the spirit stone, which she touched with a reverent wonder, the ditch now clear and sparkling. Inside the house, Kaoru was dozing in a sunbeam. Okiko froze in the doorway, her eyes wide. That's Kaoru. I found him hurt. He lives here now. Kaoru opened one luminous green eye, blinked at the new human, and then, to Izuku's astonishment, unfurled his wings in a slow, graceful stretch and gave a soft, warbling chirp of greeting. He's beautiful, Okiko whispered. Kintsugi, ever the queen, observed from the top of the bookshelf, offering no opinion. They sat on the porch steps with glasses of cool well water. Okiko told him about UA, about the class, about the slow, painful process of moving forward without him. She told him about her own struggles, the pressure, the moments of doubt. She spoke not as a hero in training, but as a young woman carrying a heavy weight. He listened, and then he told her his stories. Not the epic battles, but the small ones, learning to use a scythe, pulling Hana's trailer, saving Aiko from the storm, the village meeting, the hearing. He told her about Yumi's paintings, about Sachiko's wild wisdom, about Ayami's gentle strength. As he spoke, he saw the tension in Okiko's frame begin to truly unwind, replaced by a dawning, profound understanding. She was seeing the answer to a question she hadn't known how to ask. You're happy here, she said, not a question, but a realization. I am, he said, ND. The truth of it was a clear bell inside him. It's not that the other life was all bad. It's that this one fits. It asks for a different kind of strength. One I didn't know I had. She nodded, her eyes distant for a moment. I think we're all learning that there are different kinds of strong. She looked at him, a tear tracing a clean path through the dust on her cheek. I'm so glad you found yours, Izuku. She stayed for 2 days. She helped him weed the garden, her quirk making light work of moving heavy bags of soil. She sat for Yumi, who was shy but thrilled to meet a friend from Izuku's past. She shared a boisterous meal at Hana's, holding her own against the farmer's blunt teasing. She walked with Sachiko at the edge of the woods, listening with rapt attention to the wild girl's explanations of fox cub behavior. She even managed to coax a smile from a wary Aiko. It was a bridge, solid and real, between his two worlds. On her last morning, as they waited for Chi's truck to take her back to the station, they stood by the spirit stone. The early sun was warm on their backs. I'll tell them, Okiko said softly. I'll tell them you're not just safe. You're found. It'll help, more than you know. Thank you for coming, Okiko. She hugged him again, a long, tight embrace. Thank you for having me. And for showing me there's more than one way to save the world. She pulled back, smiling through fresh tears. Sometimes, you save it one potato at a time, right? He laughed, the sound easy and free. Right, she left, taking a piece of his heart with her, but leaving a deeper piece in its place. The bridge was strong. It could hold the weight of love, and memory, and letting go. After she left, the farm felt both quieter and more complete. Her visit had been a blessing, a confirmation. The summer deepened. The work was constant, but it was the work of abundance. He harvested the first new potatoes, small and tender, their taste like nothing he'd ever experienced. Earthy, sweet, profoundly satisfying. He collected eggs daily. The berry bushes began to offer up their first fruits. And he sat for Yumi. It started awkwardly. He felt stiff, overly conscious of himself under her gaze. But Yumi, in her studio, a light-filled room above the schoolhouse, was a different person. Here, she was in command. She directed him gently, talked to him about light and shadow, about the book he was reading, about the chick's latest antics. Slowly, he relaxed. The portrait sessions became a quiet, cherished ritual. He would sit by the window, the summer light painting his profile, while Yumi worked, her brow furrowed in concentration, the only sound the scratch of charcoal or the soft swish of a brush. They didn't need to fill the silence. It was enough to be present, together, in the act of creation. One afternoon, as the light was turning golden, she put down her brush. It's finished, she said, her voice hushed. He got up and walked to the easel. He didn't see himself, not at first. He saw a young man at peace. The lines of his face were softer than he remembered, the shadows under his eyes gone. His gaze was direct, calm, looking out at something beyond the frame with a quiet confidence. The green of his hair was just a part of the whole, not a startling focus. He was rendered not as a hero or a refugee, but simply as Izuku. Rooted, whole. He had to look away, his throat tight. Yumi, it's you, she said softly, coming to stand beside him. As I see you, as you are here. He turned to her. In the golden light of her studio, with the scent of turpentine and summer air, he saw her too, truly saw her. Not just the shy teacher, but the brave artist, the observant heart, the woman who had stood before a hearing officer and defended a world with watercolors. Thank you, he said, the words inadequate for the gift she had given him, the gift of seeing himself through her eyes, and liking what he saw. Her cheeks flushed, but she held his gaze. The space between them hummed with a new, unspoken understanding. It was fragile, and immense. He reached out, slowly, and took her hand. Her fingers were stained with paint, cool and delicate in his work-roughened palm. She didn't pull away. She curled her fingers around his, a shy, firm answer. No grand confession was needed. The portrait said it. The linked hands confirmed it. They stood there as the sun set, painting the room in fire, holding the quiet, beautiful truth between them. That night, back on his farm, Izuku felt a completeness so profound it was almost dizzying. The land was safe and flourishing. His past was at peace, connected by a bridge of friendship. His present was a community, a family of fierce, loving, unconventional hearts. And his future held the gentle, certain promise of Yumi's hand in his, and the endless, patient work of the seasons. He stood on his porch under a sky dusted with a million stars. Kaoru swooped in a silent, graceful arc overhead, a dark shape against the Milky Way, finally and fully airborne. Kintsugi purred around his ankles. From the coop, the soft clucking of sleeping chickens was a lullaby. He was Izuku Midoriya, once a hero, now a farmer, a guardian, a friend, a man learning to love and be loved, in all the quiet, powerful ways that mattered. He had run away to find nothing. He had found everything. The journey was over, and the life, his real, true, unexpected life, was just beginning. The portrait changed things, not dramatically, but fundamentally, like the first green shoot that proves winter is truly over. When Izuku looked at it, hanging now on the wall opposite Yumi's painting of the field, he saw a man at peace. It was a mirror that reflected not his face, but his soul. And it was a soul he could finally meet without flinching. His days with Yumi held a new, gentle charge. They still worked together on the farm, she sketching while he labored, or sat in her studio while she painted other subjects. But now, there were more shared smiles across a room, a hand lingering on an arm to point out a detail of light on a leaf, cups of tea shared comfortable silence on his porch as twilight fell. It was a courtship conducted in glances and the shared language of a place they both loved. It was slow, and shy, and perfect. The village, with its uncanny collective sense, seemed to approve. Hana would give him a knowing smirk when Yumi's name came up. Ayami would include an extra sweet in her basket, for you and Yumi-chan. Even Sachiko, on one of her visits, observed them sitting together and simply stated, "Your heartbeats are in rhythm now," before wandering off to investigate a beetle. The summer ripened, heavy and sweet. Izuku's first major harvest arrived. The potato plants died back, signaling the treasure beneath was ready. He spent a whole day digging, his hands plunging into the cool, dark earth, emerging with knobbly, red and gold treasures. The yield was astounding, a mountain of potatoes that filled baskets and sacks. They were his, from his labor, from his land. The satisfaction was bone deep. He distributed them like gifts, a sack for Hana's family, a basket for Ayami, another for Aiko, a careful selection for old Mrs. Uchida, now living with Chi, a small bag for Kenji, and even one left at the edge of the woods for Sachiko. The act of giving what he had grown felt as important as the growing itself. That evening, he stood in his kitchen, surrounded by the earthy scent of his harvest, and made a simple meal. Boiled new potatoes with butter and herbs from the garden, a side of greens, a perfect egg from his chickens. He ate at the table, Kaoru perched on the back of the other chair, kintsugi weaving around his legs. It was the best meal of his life. As the heat of high summer began to mellow into the golden light of late August, a different kind of visitor arrived. Izuku was repairing a hinge on the chicken coop door when he heard the sound of an engine, but not one he recognized. It was a deep, smooth purr, expensive and out of place. A long, black sedan rolled slowly up his path, coming to a stop with a whisper of brakes. His body tensed, old instincts flaring. Not the developers again. He set down his tools and walked to the front of the house, wiping his hands on his pants. The rear door of the sedan opened. A man stepped out. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a summer weight suit that probably cost more than Izuku's entire farm. His hair was silver, his posture erect, and his face, though lined with age and care, was handsome and stern. He carried an air of immense, quiet authority. And Izuku knew him. From television, from history books, from the foundation of the world he'd left behind. Toshinori Yagi, All Might, the symbol of peace. His mentor, the man he had failed. The world seemed to tilt, the vibrant summer colors leaching away. The sounds of the farm, the chickens, the wind in the grass, faded to a distant hum. All he could hear was the thunder of his own heart. All Might looked around, his blue eyes taking in the simple house, the wildflower-strewn field, the red chicken coop, the tools scattered by the porch. His gaze was unreadable. Then it settled on Izuku. For a long, agonizing moment, they just looked at each other across the dusty yard. The distance between them felt like a canyon carved by time, guilt, and silence. All Might took a step forward. He moved slowly, without his former explosive vigor, but with a grave, deliberate grace. He stopped a few paces away. "Young Midoriya," he said. His voice was the same, yet different, softer, weathered by pain and time, stripped of its booming hero cadence. It was just a man's voice, tired and sad. Izuku couldn't speak. His throat was sealed shut. He could only stare, taking in the gauntness of All Might's frame under the fine clothes, the deep shadows under his eyes, the way he seemed to lean slightly on his own height. He looked old and profoundly weary. "May I?" All Might gestured weakly toward the porch. "May I sit?" The request, so simple, so human, broke the paralysis. Izuku nodded jerkily. Of course." All Might walked to the porch steps and lowered himself with a careful, pained motion that spoke of old injuries fully healed. Izuku followed, sitting beside him, leaving a careful foot of space between them. The silence was a living thing, thick and suffocating. All Might was looking out at the field, his profile etched against the blue sky. "It's very green," he said finally. The observation absurd and heartbreaking. "Yes," Izuku whispered. Another long silence. A butterfly landed on a nearby coneflower, its wings a blur of orange. "I got your letter," All Might said, his voice low. "The one you left, and the ones from young Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka." He let out a long, slow breath. "I have read them, many times." Izuku's hands were clenched in his lap, his knuckles white. "I'm sorry," he choked out. "I'm so sorry, All Might. I failed you. I ran." "Stop." The word was quiet, but it carried the ghost of command. All Might turned his head to look at him. His blue eyes were not angry. They were filled with a deep, ocean-like sorrow. "You did not fail me, my boy. I failed you." Izuku's head snapped up, confusion cutting through the guilt. "I put a world on the shoulders of a child who already carried the weight of 1,000 dreams," All Might said, each word measured, heavy with regret. "I saw your spirit, your heart, and I thought that was enough armor. I forgot that even the strongest heart can be crushed by the wrong kind of weight." He looked away, back at the field. "You didn't run from your duty. You ran from the breaking point. There is a difference, a vital one." Tears were streaming down Izuku's face now, silent and hot. He didn't wipe them away. "Seeing you here," All Might continued, his voice growing even softer. "Hearing about this place from the others, it has forced me to see what I was too blind, too desperate, to see before. There is more than one way to bear one for all. More than one way to be strong." He finally turned fully to face Izuku, and in his eyes, alongside the sorrow, was a dawning, awestruck respect. "You have built a different kind of peace here, young Midoriya. A peace that grows things. That shelters life. That heals. He gestured vaguely toward the house, where Keru's soft glow was visible in the window. You are tending the garden I never could. It was absolution. From the last person Izuku ever expected to grant it. The weight on his chest didn't vanish. It transformed, melting into a river of grief and release that poured out of him in ragged sobs. He bent forward, his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. A large, bony hand, gentle as a falling leaf, came to rest on his back. All Might said nothing, just let him cry, his presence a steady, quiet anchor in the storm. When the tears finally subsided, leaving him hollowed out and clean, Izuku sat up, wiping his face with his sleeve. The world looked sharper, clearer. I'm still figuring it out, Izuku said hoarsely. The power, how to live with it. As am I, All Might said with a rueful, fragile smile. Living without it is its own puzzle. He looked down at his own hands, once capable of changing weather patterns. Now just hands. But you are finding a way to let it live with you. Not as a weapon, but as a part of the whole. That is a wisdom I never possessed. They sat in a new silence, but this one was not fraught. It was shared. The ghosts between them had been seen, acknowledged, and laid to rest on this sunny porch. All Might stayed for an hour. He asked about the farm, listening with genuine interest as Izuku explained about the potatoes, the ditch, the spirit stone. He didn't offer advice or heroics. He just listened, as a man listening to another man about his life's work. When it was time for him to leave, he stood, a little stiffly. He looked at Izuku, and for a fleeting second, Izuku saw a glimpse of the old, brilliant smile, not the performative one for the cameras, but the true, proud one he'd only seen in private. You have grown into a fine man, Izuku, All Might said, using his given name for the first time. A different man than I imagined. A better one, perhaps. Take care of your peace. The world will always need its quiet corners, and the strong souls who tend them. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a brief, firm press, then turned and walked back to the waiting car. He didn't look back as it drove away. Izuku stood on the porch until long after the car was out of sight, until the evening shadows stretched across the field. The encounter had left him feeling scoured clean, emotionally raw, but lighter than he had in years. The final thread of his past had not been severed, but lovingly tied into a new knot. The approval of the man he'd idolized, feared disappointing, and ultimately left behind, was not a summons back, but a blessing on the path he had chosen. He was free, not from responsibility, or from his power, or from the love of those he'd left, but free from the prison of a single, crushing definition of what his strength should be. He walked into the house. Keru fluttered down to land on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. Kintsugi rubbed against his legs. The portrait of his peaceful self watched from the wall. He was Izuku Midoriya. He was home, and for the first time, every part of him, past, present, and future, was finally, completely, at peace. The golden light of late summer took on a mellower, honeyed tone. The cicada's frantic song reached its peak and began to fade, replaced by the soft chirping of crickets in the long grass at dusk. A sense of fulfillment, rich and deep as the soil itself, settled over the farm. The harvest was in. The battles were won. The ghosts were quiet. Izuku's life moved with the steady, satisfying rhythm of a well-tended engine. His mornings began with the simple, profound pleasure of collecting warm eggs from the nesting boxes, the hens clucking at him with proprietary annoyance. He spent his days on maintenance and planning for the autumn, turning the emptied potato plot, sowing cover crops, pruning the fruit bushes. The work was no longer a struggle against the land, but a conversation with it. His afternoons often included Yumi. She had started a new series, smaller, more intimate studies, the texture of the old stone wall, the pattern of light through the chicken coop wire. The way Keru's scales caught the sun. She would work while he did his chores, their silences companionable, their occasional exchanges soft and easy. Sometimes, he would simply sit nearby and read one of Kenji's books on local history, feeling the warmth of the sun and the quieter warmth of her presence nearby. One such afternoon, as he was oiling the hinges on the shed door, he heard a familiar, wild patter of footsteps. Sachiko appeared, not from the woods, but from the direction of the village. She was slightly breathless, her eyes wide with urgency, but not fear. The old well, she said, skipping the greeting entirely, behind the abandoned Tanaka house. It's crying. Izuku set down his oil can. Crying, a watery sound that shouldn't be there. A bad sound, like the earth is choking. He didn't question her. If Sachiko said the well was crying, it was. He grabbed a coil of rope and a powerful flashlight. Show me. The old Tanaka house was on the far eastern edge of the village, a crumbling relic overshadowed by a massive, ancient willow tree. The well in its overgrown backyard was a stone circle half swallowed by ivy. As they approached, Izuku heard it, a faint, gurgling, sucking sound, unlike the healthy plink of water dropping into a deep, clear shaft. It sounded sick. He peered over the mossy lip. His flashlight beam pierced the darkness, illuminating not clear water far below, but a murky, swirling surface only about 10 feet down, clotted with leaves and debris. The sound was the water struggling to drain, blocked. It's clogged, he said. Probably a collapse further down the channel. If it backs up any more, it could contaminate the groundwater or even undermine the foundations of nearby houses. Sachiko nodded solemnly. The willow's roots are thirsty. They are drinking sadness. He assessed the situation. The well was narrow. A professional would need pumps and special equipment. But leaving it could cause real damage. I need to go down there, he said. He secured the rope to the sturdiest root of the willow tree. He tied the other end around his waist, not for descent, he could jump that easily, but as a safety line. A tether to the world above. He gave the flashlight to Sachiko. Shine it down. Tell me what you see. He didn't use a dramatic leap. He simply stepped over the edge and let himself down, controlling his fall with his hands and feet against the cool, slimy stones. He landed lightly on the soggy, shifting mass of debris. The air was cool and smelled of damp rot and ancient stone. Sachiko's light beam danced around him. The well shaft was wider below the lip. The source of the blockage was clear. A section of the old stone lining had given way, spilling rubble and earth into the water channel. The flow was a mere trickle, oozing through the mud. He could clear it. With careful application of one for all, he could break up the collapsed stones and clear the channel without causing a further cave-in. But it required precision. Power as a surgical tool, not a hammer. He braced his feet in the muck. He placed his hands against the largest obstructing stone, feeling its weight, its points of stress. He closed his eyes, shutting out the close darkness, and focused. He let the power rise, not in a wave, but in a fine, controlled thread, flowing into his hands, into his fingertips. He needed to fracture, not pulverize. A faint, green light illuminated the confined space, reflecting off the wet stones. He applied pressure, a steady, increasing force along a specific plane. Crack, the stone split cleanly along a fault line. He moved the pieces aside, careful not to disturb the surrounding structure. He worked methodically, stone by stone, chunk of compacted earth by chunk. He was a miner, an archaeologist, a doctor removing a blockage from a vital artery. The power hummed in him, a precise, obedient instrument. Above, Sachiko was silent, a faithful sentinel holding the light. It took nearly an hour. Sweat mixed with the well's damp on his skin. But finally, with the last large stone rolled away, there was a deep, grateful gurgle. The murky water swirled and then, with a sudden, powerful sigh, drained away, revealing a clear, dark channel leading down into the earth. A moment later, fresh, cold water began to well up from the depths, clean and fast, filling the shaft with its pure, ringing music. The well was no longer crying. It was singing. Izuku let out a long breath. The green light faded from his skin. He looked up. Sachiko's face was a small, bright moon at the top of the shaft. It's clear, he called up, his voice echoing. He climbed the rope hand over hand, emerging into the late afternoon sun. He was covered in slime and mud, but he felt exhilarated. It was the clean fatigue of a problem solved, a small piece of the world set right. Sachiko looked from him to the well, now emitting a healthy, hollow sound of rising water. You gave it its voice back, she said. With deep satisfaction, she reached into a pouch at her belt and handed him a clean-ish cloth and a leaf-wrapped bundle of wild berries. For the work. As Hay walked back through the quiet village, the news seemed to spread without words. Old Mrs. Tanaka, who lived in the newer house down the lane, came out on her porch as they passed. She looked at Izuku's muddy state. then toward the direction of the old well. She didn't speak, just placed her hands together and gave a shallow, grateful bow. He had fixed a well, not saved a city, but to Mrs. Tanaka, and to the thirsty willow tree. It might have been the same thing. The incident with the well seemed to unlock a new phase. The village's perception of him completed its final shift. He was no longer the strong newcomer, or the mysterious guardian. He was the handyman, but in the best, most ancient sense of the word. The man whose hands could fix things. Requests began to come, not as demands, but as respectful asks. Could he help shift the fallen tree that was blocking the upper path? The one too big for Ryo's tractor. Could he take a look at the foundation stone of the old shrine that had shifted after the rains? Could he reach the wasp nest that was too high even for Aiko's longest pole? He said yes to all of them. He helped Ryo and other men roll the massive oak off the path, high. Controlled strength making the back-breaking task merely difficult. He carefully, under Kenji's nervous direction, realigned the heavy shrine stone, feeling the sacred weight of history in his palms. He fetched the wasp nest for Aiko, moving with a speed that left the insects confused and unharmed. He was using his power as a service, a utility. It felt right. It felt integrated. One evening, after a day spent helping Chi reinforce a sagging barn beam for the widow Higashi, he returned home as the fireflies were beginning the dance over his field. Yumi was waiting on the porch, a small basket beside her. "You've been busy," she said, her smile soft. "It needs doing," he said, sitting beside her with a tired sigh that was wholly content. "I know." She opened the basket. Inside were two perfect, miniature pies. "Blackberry, from the canes at the edge of your field. I baked them." He took one. The crust was flaky, the berries inside sweet and tart, bursting with the taste of sun and summer's end. "It's delicious." Quote. She beamed, a flash of pure, unguarded joy. "I'm glad." She ate her own pie quietly for a moment. "I've been thinking about the portrait and the other paintings." Kenji says the Prefectural Cultural Office was impressed by the qualitative testimony. He thinks there might be interest in a small exhibition in the town of the Sora Valley series. Izuku looked at her, surprised. "An exhibition of your work?" She nodded, her shyness returning briefly. "Our work, the land, the story. Would you come with me? If it happens." The idea of leaving the valley, even for a day, to go to a town and stand in a room with people looking at paintings of his home, of himself, it was daunting. But he looked at Yumi's hopeful, anxious face, at the artist stepping into her own light. "Of course," he said. Her smile returned, brighter than the emerging stars. As August waned, the first true hints of autumn brushed the air at night, a crispness had promised changing leaves and harvest moons. Izuku stood at the edge of his field one such evening, looking at the results of his first full season. The ordered rows of covered crops, the sturdy coop, the ripening berries. The healed ditch, the spirit stone standing sentinel on its hill. He thought of the well singing, of the shrine stone settled, of the path cleared. He thought of Hana's laugh, Ayami's quiet strength, Chi's chaotic generosity, Aiko's sharp pride, Kenji's passionate knowledge, Sachiko's wild truth. He thought of Okiko's visit, of All Might's blessing. He thought of Yumi's hand in his, and the taste of blackberry pie. He had come here shattered, a vessel holding only echoes and pain. Now, he was full of purpose, of community, of a love that was as wide and deep as the sky above his fields. He was a farmer, a fixer, a friend, a man loved by a wild girl, an artist, a village. The power of one for all slept within him, a quiet, well-tamed river, ready to be channeled for a needed task. Not a desperate battle. It was part of him, not his definition. He was whole. The journey that began with a desperate flight and a single, wounded cat had ended here, in this moment of perfect, peaceful fullness. He had not just built a farm. He had built a life. A real, human, beautifully imperfect, and deeply loved life. And as the first star of the evening spark led to life directly over the spirit stone, Izuku Midoriya smiled, a simple, unburdened smile, and turned toward the warm light of his home, where his family, feathered, scaled, furry, and human, awaited. The first leaf turned not with a bang, but a whisper. A single, brilliant ginkgo leaf on the tree by the village shrine surrendered to gold, a silent herald of the change to come. The air in the mornings held a crisp, clean bite that made the coffee steam taste sweeter, and the evening shadows stretched longer, painted in hues of deep purple and orange. Izuku's world entered a season of gathering, not just of crops, but of moments, of connections deepening in the softening light. The frantic energy of growth gave way to the satisfying work of preservation. He spent days with Aiko in her orchard, the two of them moving through the dappled rows of trees heavy with fruit. The scent was intoxicating, a crisp, sweet perfume that clung to their clothes and hair. They picked apples, the thump-o-f each one landing in the basket a solid, fruitful sound. Aiko, back to her full, formidable strength, directed operations from a ladder, her voice ringing through the leaves. Not that one, it's for the deer. This one, see the blush. Perfect for cider. Izuku learned to twist and lift, to judge ripeness by touch and color. His hands, already scarred, grew stained with sweet, sticky juice. They walked in comfortable silence punctuated by Aiko's instructions and the distant hum of her hives. Here, amidst the bounty, the last of the tension from her rescue and the developer's threat melted away. They were just two farmers, bringing in the harvest. One afternoon, as they took a break sitting on crates in the barn, surrounded by baskets of flawless fruit, Aiko handed him a bottle. It was last year's cider, the one she'd promised him. The glass was cool, the liquid inside a deep, rich amber. A deal's a deal, she said, her honey-colored eyes serious. For pulling me out of the mud. He took it. You didn't have to. I know. She took a swig from her own bottle. But I wanted to. She looked out the barn door at the sun-dappled orchard. You know, when I was lying there in the snow, I wasn't scared of dying. I was furious. Furious that my trees would have to wait for someone else to care for them. That the hives would wonder where I was. She glanced at him. You understood that. You didn't carry me out like a damsel. You carried me out like a fellow keeper of things. That matters. He nodded, understanding completely. It was the difference between being saved and being recovered. She had been recovered for her land, and he had been the instrument. It was the purest form of help he could imagine. Back on his own farm, the rhythm was slower, more interior. He harvested the last of the beans, the drying pods rattling in the breeze. He collected seeds from the best plants, fat sunflower heads, feathery dill umbels, carefully storing them in paper envelopes for next year. He was planning for a future he now took for granted. Yumi's exhibition was confirmed. A small gallery in the nearby town wanted to show her Sora Valley series for 2 weeks in mid-autumn. The news sent a flutter of nervous excitement through the village. Yumi was a wreck, alternating between giddy hope and bouts of paralyzing anxiety. Izuku became her steadying anchor. He helped her choose which paintings to include, carrying them carefully to her studio for final touches. He listened to her fret over titles and lighting. He offered quiet reassurance not with grand speeches, but with his presence. With a hand on her shoulder, with a cup of tea placed silently beside her as she worked. One evening, as she agonized over whether to include the portrait of him, he said simply, "It's your vision, Yumi. Your truth. Whatever you choose, it will be right." She looked at him, her anxiety softening into determination. "I'm including it," she decided. "It's part of the story. The story of a place, and a person, finding peace." The day before the exhibition opening, the village threw her a surprise, bon voyage, party at Hannah's. It was a riotous, loving affair. She had made a ridiculous cake shaped like a painter's palette, which tasted of lavender for some reason. Kenji gave a rambling, heartfelt speech about art as historical record. Hannah presented Yumi with a new, professional-grade set of brushes. Ayami gave her a sachet of calming herbs to tuck in her pocket. Even Sachiko left a perfectly smoothed river stone on the table for her, an unspoken totem of solidity. Yumi cried, but they were happy tears, overwhelmed by the tangible force of their belief in her. Izuku drove her to town on the morning of the opening in Hannah's truck, the paintings carefully padded and secured in the back. The gallery was a clean, white space in a quiet part of town. Seeing her work hung under professional lights, with little cards bearing her name and the titles, was surreal. The paintings seemed to breathe in the new space, their colors more vibrant, their stories more potent. The portrait of Izuku hung in a place of honor at the center of one wall. Standing before it, Ing himself, so exposed in this foreign place, was intensely vulnerable. But seeing the quiet pride on Yumi's face as she looked at it, her fear swallowed by the reality of her accomplishment, made it okay. More than okay. The opening was quiet, attended by a smattering of town art patrons and a very proud, slightly out-of-place contingent from Sora village who had carpooled in. Izuku stayed at the back, watching as people moved slowly past the paintings. He saw them pause before the scene of the landslide aftermath, their faces sobering. He saw them smile at the painting of the chicks. He saw a woman stop for a long time before the portrait, her head tilted, a thoughtful expression on her face. An elderly man, a local historian Kenji had corresponded with, stood before the map of the ecosystem, tracing the lines with a finger. Remarkable, he murmured to Yumi. You've captured the genius loci, the spirit of the place. It's a profound act of conservation. Yumi, glowing with a confidence Izuku had never seen, accepted the compliment with grace. Afterwards, as they drove home in the deepening twilight, Yumi was quiet, exhausted but radiant. They liked it, she said softly, as if confirming it to herself. They loved it, Izuku corrected. Because you loved it first. She reached across the seat and took his hand, lacing her fingers with his. They drove the rest of the way home in a comfortable, victorious silence. Autumn truly took hold. The trees around the valley erupted in a final, glorious conflagration of red, orange, and yellow. Izuku's farm was a patchwork of gold and umber. He spent days raking leaves, not to discard them, but to create thick, nurturing mulch for the garden beds. The work was rhythmic, peaceful. Kaoru had taken to following him on these chores, swooping down to snatch up startled insects disturbed by the rake, his flight now strong and confident, a flash of slate blue against the fiery foliage. One cold, bright afternoon, Kenji arrived at the farm, breathless with excitement. He carried a large, flat package. It's come, he announced, unwrapping it on Izuku's table with reverent care. It was a professionally rendered map, based on Yumi's artwork and his own research, but formalized and printed on sturdy parchment-like paper. The title read, Sora Valley, a Cultural and Ecological Atlas. It showed property lines, but overlaid with the locations of the Spirit Stone. The Badger Set, the historic paths, the old well, Aiko's pollinator meadows. In the corner was a small reproduction of Yumi's painting of the shrine. The Prefectural Archive has accepted it for the permanent collection, Kenji said, his eyes shining behind his glasses. And they're printing copies for the village school and library. Your farm, Izuku, it's the centerpiece. The Dragon's Spring. It's officially part of the recorded history now. Izuku ran his fingers over the map, over the tiny, intricate illustration of his spirit stone. From hidden shame to historical heart in less than a year. The journey was documented now, not just in his journal, but in the world's memory. As the month drew to a close, the nights grew colder. He began the process of battening down the farm for winter. He installed the heavy shutters on the chicken coop. He banked the earth around the foundation of the house. He stacked the final cords of firewood under the eaves. On the last evening of September, he built the first real fire of the season in the pot-bellied stove. The heat was a welcome, primal comfort. Kaoru immediately claimed his spot on the warm flue. Kintsugi sprawled before the glowing door. Izuku sat in his chair with a book, but mostly he just watched the flames dance, listening to the wind sigh around the eaves. He thought of the turning leaf, the singing well, the harvested apples, the paintings on a gallery wall, the map in an archive. Each a small, perfect bead on the string of this season. He had not just lived through autumn. He had curated it. He had gathered its fruits, fixed its broken parts, preserved its beauty, and shared its stories. The farm was not just a place to survive the seasons. It was a place to celebrate them, to become part of their endless, beautiful cycle. He closed his book. The fire crackled. The dragon purred on his pipe. The cat dreamed by the hearth. Outside, the first few dry leaves skittered across the porch in the wind. A whisper of what was to come. But inside, all was warm, and safe, and deeply, abundantly full. October arrived wearing a cloak of frost and the scent of wood smoke. The brilliant autumn foliage began to loosen its grip, drifting down in lazy, spiraling curtains of crimson and gold. The world was preparing for its long sleep, and a profound, contented stillness settled over the farm. The harvest was truly in. Jars of pickled vegetables, Sacks of dried beans, and crocks of salted potatoes filled the cool, dark root cellar Izuku had dug with Chi's help. The pantry shelves bowed under the weight of his labor. It was a visual poem of security, of a winter faced not with dread, but with quiet confidence. The pace of life slowed, turning inward. Izuku's days were filled with the small, careful tasks of stewardship, cleaning and oiling tools before storing them, checking the animal shelters for drafts, splitting the last of the firewood into kindling. He began a new project, one he'd been planning for weeks, a proper bed frame and headboard, crafted from the seasoned oak he'd salvaged from the fallen tree on the upper path. It was slow, meticulous woodworking, a meditation in grain and joinery. The smell of sawdust and linseed oil became a new perfume in the house. Yumi's exhibition had ended, but its effects lingered. She had sold 3 paintings, one of the shrine, one of the morning mist, and, to her stunned delight, the portrait of Izuku. The buyer was the thoughtful woman who had lingered before it, a retired teacher from the town. It radiates such peace, she had told Yumi. I want that in my home. The sale had given Yumi a new, quiet confidence. She was painting again, but her subjects had shifted subtly. Less of the grand landscapes, more of the intimate details, the pattern of frost on a cabbage leaf, the intricate weave of a bird's nest abandoned in the eaves, the way the lamplight caught the curve of a pottery mug. She was looking closer, seeing the universe in the miniature. She often worked in Izuku's main room now, her easel set up by the window, the scratch of her charcoal a companionable sound to his sawing and sanding. One such afternoon, as a cold rain tapped against the windows, she looked up from a sketch of kintsugi washing her paw. Do you ever miss it? She asked softly. The excitement, the big world. Izuku paused, his plane hovering over a smooth board. He thought of the roar of crowds, the adrenaline surge of a fight, the dizzying scale of cities. He thought of the crushing pressure, the constant fear, the loneliness that could exist amidst thousands. No, he said, the truth simple and absolute. This is the biggest world I've ever known. He gestured with the plane to the room around them, the cat, the sleeping dragon. Her easel, his half-built bed, the fire in the stove. It has everything in it. Yumi's smile was a warm light in the gray afternoon. She went back to her drawing, her pencil moving with sure, loving strokes. The village, too, turned inward. Gatherings moved from outdoor festivals to warm kitchens. There were more shared meals, more stories told by firelight. Izuku was now an expected part of these circles. He brought his bread, which was finally, consistently edible, or a jar of his pickles. He listened to old tales from Hana's grandfather, debated apple varieties with Aiko, helped Kenji decipher a new batch of faded documents. He was woven in, irrevocably. One crisp, star-bright night, a different kind of gathering was called. Not at a house, but at the Spirit Stone. The summons came via Sachiko, who appeared at his door as he was banking the stove for the night. Fuyumi is here, she said. The moon is right. You should come. He followed her out into the crystalline cold. The nearly full moon hung low and huge, bathing the frosted field in silver light. As they approached the stone, he saw others already there, Ayami, a dark shawl around her shoulders, Hana, looking curious but respectful, and Fuyumi. The silver-haired woman looked like she was made of moonlight herself. She stood before the stone, her palms resting lightly on the carved spirals. She didn't turn as they approached. The year turns, Fuyumi said, her voice blending with the sigh of the wind through the bare branches of the great pine. The sap descends. The energy of this place gathers inward, to its core. She finally looked at him, her pale eyes luminous. It is a good time to give thanks, and to set intentions for the deep sleep. It was not a ritual with chants or gestures. It was a collective, silent attention. They stood in a loose circle around the stone. Izuku felt the cold seeping through his boots, the vast silence of the night around their small island of consciousness. He thought of the year, of the dark hole he'd pulled Karu from, of the first green shoots of potatoes, of the ditch clearing, the trailer pulling, the landslide, the hearing. Of Okiko's visit, All Might's blessing, Yumi's hand in his. He poured his gratitude into the cold earth under his feet, toward the stone, toward the silent people around him. He felt it then, a subtle, answering pulse. Not from the stone, but from the land itself. A deep, slow vibration of acknowledgement, of welcome. He was not just standing on the land. He was recognized by it. After a timeless interval, Fuyumi lowered her hands. It is done. The gratitude is received. The intentions are planted. They will sleep with the seeds, and wake with the spring. She gave a small, grave nod to each of them, then turned and walked into the moon shadows of the woods, vanishing as completely as a breath on the cold air. The others lingered for a moment, sharing a look of wordless understanding. Then drifted back toward their respective homes, wrapped in a shared, peaceful solemnity. Hana fell into step beside Izuku as they walked back. Well, she said, her breath frosting. That was something. Yeah, you felt it too. Ha, that. He nodded. She bumped her shoulder against his. Told you were part of the land. It just made it official. She grinned in the moonlight. Welcome to the weirdest family on earth. The next morning, the world was sheathed in the first real hoarfrost of the season. Every blade of grass, every twig, every wire of the fence was encased in a brittle, dazzling armor of ice crystals. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and brutally cold. Izuku was feeding the chickens, their breath making little clouds in the air, when he saw a figure trudging up the path from the village. It was Chi, but her usual bounce was gone. She looked exhausted, her face pinched with cold and worry. Izuku, she called, her voice rough. I need a favor. A big one. Anything. What's wrong? It's Granny Uchida. The cold, her old lungs. She's taken a bad turn. The clinic in town says it's pneumonia. They've got her on oxygen, but it's not great. She's asking for her tea. Her special tea. The one Ayami makes with the silver thyme that only grows on the south face of Black Rock Peak. Izuku knew the place. A sheer, rocky outcrop, an hour's hard hike into the mountains. Treacherous even in good weather. In this ice, it was a climb. Ayami's knees can't handle the climb in this, Chi said, her eyes pleading. And I can't leave her. I need to be at the clinic. I know it's asking too much, but I'll get it, Izuku said without hesitation. Tell me exactly what it looks like. Chi described the plant. A low, silvery gray creeper with tiny purple flowers. Found only in the one sunny, sheltered crevice. You'll need to dig at the root. The frost will have made the ground like iron. He didn't bother with elaborate preparations. He put on his warmest clothes, sturdy boots, and gloves. He took a small pick, a trowel, and a canvas bag. He told Yumi, who was at the house, where he was going. Her eyes filled with worry, but she just nodded and pressed a thermos of hot tea into his hands. Be careful. The hike was a battle. The frosted world was a silent, glittering trap. Every rock was slick, every incline a test. He used his strength not for speed, but for absolute stability, digging his boots into the ice, testing each handhold. The cold was a sharp, persistent ache in his bones. His breath ripped from his lungs in white gusts. He found Black Rock Peak, its dark stone dusted with white. The south face was a puzzle of shadows and icy ledges. He began to climb, moving with a deliberate, spider-like caution. One for all thrummed in his limbs, not for power, but for flawless control, for the micro-adjustments that kept his balance on the verglass. He found the crevice, and there, clinging to a thin seam of soil, was the silver thyme. Its leaves like frosted pewter, a few hardy purple flowers still clinging on. He anchored himself, chipped away the frozen earth with the pick, and carefully, tenderly, excavated the plant, root ball and all. Placing it in the canvas bag. The descent was worse. His muscles trembled with fatigue and cold. But the bag against his chest, holding a fragile piece of hope for an old woman, was a tiny furnace of purpose. He arrived back at the village as the short afternoon was fading into early twilight. He went straight to Ayami's shop. She was waiting, a kettle already steaming. Her eyes widened at his ice-caked appearance, but she took the bag without a word. She inspected the plant, gave a sharp nod of approval, and set to work with her mortar and pestle, her movements a blur of focused grace. Within 20 minutes, she had a small, dark, fragrant infusion steaming in a sealed thermos. Go, she said, thrusting it into his hands. Chi is at the clinic. Take my bicycle. It's faster. He pedaled the old bicycle through the freezing dust to the town clinic, the thermos a precious cargo in the basket. He found Chi in the hallway outside a room, her face pale. She took the thermos, her hands shaking, and disappeared inside. Izuku waited in the sterile, antiseptic hallway, his wet clothes stiffening with cold. He waited for an hour. 2. Finally, Chi emerged. Her eyes were red, but there was a light in them that hadn't been there before. She drank it, all of it. She's breathing easier. The rattling in her chest, it's less. She walked up to Izuku and hugged him, a tight, desperate clutch. Thank you, she whispered, her voice breaking. You brought her the mountain. He just held her, feeling the tremors of her relief. He had climbed a frozen peak for a handful of leaves. It wasn't a dramatic rescue. It was medicine. It was the right tool, for the right task, at the right time. He cycled home in the pitch dark, the cold now a familiar companion. He was exhausted to his marrow, but as he turned onto his path and saw the golden square of his window, and the smaller, softer glow of Yumi's lamp in the studio above the school, a different warmth spread through him. He had provided, not as a hero saving the day, but as a member of a community, using his unique abilities to fetch a specific, vital thing. It was, he realized as he stumbled into the warmth of his house, the deepest, quietest, most satisfying use of his power he had ever found. He was a farmer, a neighbor, a fetcher of healing herbs. And in the grand, intricate, human scheme of things, that was everything. The deep cold of November was a test of everything Izuku had built. It was a quiet, relentless siege. Frost-etched permanent, intricate patterns on the inside of the windows each morning. The world beyond the glass was a study in monochrome. White fields, black skeletal trees, a sky the color of old iron. The farm slept under a thick, crystalline blanket. Izuku's life contracted to the essentials, the circle of warmth around the stove, the well-trodden paths to the coop and the woodpile, the quiet companionship within the walls of his home. The pot-bellied stove was the heart of it all, a black, humming deity that demanded constant feeding. The ritual of splitting, stacking, and carrying wood became a meditation, his breath pluming in the frozen air. The steady thwack of the axe a punctuation to the vast silence. Keru, ever sensitive to the cold, became a living hot water bottle. He spent his days draped over the stove's warmest parts or curled in Izuku's lap. His purr a contented vibration against the winter stillness. His flights were limited to short, brisk hops around the main room, more for exercise than joy. Kintsugi, in contrast, seemed to bloom in the cold. She became a furnace of feline contempt for the season, spending hours staring out the window at the frozen world as if personally offended by its lack of birds, before retreating to her spot directly in front of the stove door. Yumi's visits changed with the season. Her painting sessions moved entirely indoors, to his main room. She was working on a series of Y&TER interiors, the play of firelight on Keru's scales, the geometry of stacked firewood, the soft focus of a steaming cup of tea on the worn table. Her presence was a gentle, creative warmth that complemented the stove's heat. They spoke less, but communicated more in the shared quiet, in the passing of a brush or a murmured observation about the light. One such afternoon, as a weak sun attempted to pierce the gray haze, there was a knock at the door, a solid, familiar rap. Hana stood on the step, her nose red, a sack slung over her shoulder. Brought you a boredom breaker, she announced, omping snow from her boots before coming in. She dumped the sack on the table. It was full of dried corn husks. Tama's grandmother is teaching the village kids how to make old-style crafts. I volunteered you as an assistant. And a student. She pulled out a spool of sturdy thread and a needle. We're making harvest charms, for next year, to hang in the barns and coops. Izuku stared at the husks, then at Hana's challenging grin. I don't know how. You'll learn. Your fancy fingers are good for more than just breaking rocks. She sat down, commandeered a section of the table, and began demonstrating her strong, capable fingers folding and tying the pale husks with surprising delicacy. See, it's about tension and patience, two things you're supposedly good at. So, Izuku learned to make corn husk dolls. His first attempts were lumpy, tragic things that made Hana snort with laughter. But he was nothing if not persistent. By the third evening, with Yumi offering quiet suggestions, and Keru watching the flying threads with fascination, he produced a recognizably humanoid shape, its husk skirt neatly pleated. Not bad, farm boy, Hana conceded, holding it up to the firelight. It's got character, like a grumpy turnip with ambitions. It became a weekly ritual. Hana, and sometimes Chi or Aiko, would come over in the evenings. They would work on the husk dolls or other craft. Aiko showed them how to weave simple baskets from willow shoots she'd stored. She taught them to carve whistles from seasoned pine. The room would fill with the scent of dried grass and wood shavings. With easy laughter and the soft sounds of creation. It was defense against the winter, a way of weaving their community tighter while the world outside lay frozen. The cold also brought more serious responsibilities. Izuku took it upon himself to check on the more vulnerable villagers. He would chop and stack firewood for old Mrs. Tanaka, repair a loose shutter for the widow Higashi, deliver a portion of his stored vegetables to those whose own gardens had been less plentiful. He did it quietly, without fanfare. It was simply what one did. One bitterly cold night, the wind screaming around the eaves like a banshee. Kenji appeared at his door, looking frantic. The pipes, he stammered, his glasses fogged. In the library annex, they've frozen. If they burst, the books, the historical documents. Izuku grabbed his heavy coat and a blowtorch from his toolkit. The library annex was a small, unheated addition to the schoolhouse. Inside, the cold was even more intense than outside. He could see the bulge in the old lead pipe where the ice had expanded. He worked carefully, applying heat gradually, listening for the telltale trickle of thawing water. Kenji hovered, wringing his hands. Finally, with a groan and a gush, the pipe cleared, water flowing safely into the drain. Izuku then spent an hour insulating the pipe with every scrap of old cloth and newspaper Kenji could find. "I don't know how to thank you," Kenji said, his voice thick with relief as they stood in the now functioning, if still freezing, room. "Keep the stories safe," Izuku said, nodding at the shelves of books and boxes. "That's thanks enough." It was during this deep freeze that Izuku began his most personal winter project. Using the fine tools he'd accumulated, he started carving. He didn't have a plan at first. He just followed the grain of the wood, scraps of cherry from Aiko's orchard, a piece of dark walnut from Goro. He carved small things, a smooth egg for Yumi to hold while she painted. A little winged creature for Kaoru to bat around, a simple gnarl of roots that looked like a sleeping cat for Kintsugi, who ignored it with magnificent disdain. His hands, so used to brutal force and hard labor, learned a new language of subtle pressure and minute detail. He found a deep, almost spiritual peace in it. The act of revealing the shape hidden within the wood felt like a metaphor for his own journey. One evening, as he was sanding a small cherry wood spoon, Yumi watched him, her head tilted. "You're good at that," she said softly. "It's just whittling." "It's care," she corrected. "You're listening to the wood." Quote. He looked at the spoon taking shape in his hand, its curve fitting perfectly into his palm. She was right. The heart of his winter, however, remained the quiet center of his home. The evenings by the fire with Yumi, a book or a sketchpad open, Kaoru purring, the wind a distant orchestra outside. It was in these moments that the fullness of his life was most palpable. He was not enduring the winter. He was living within it, deeply and contentedly. One such evening, Yumi set aside her sketchpad. She had been unusually quiet. "Izuku," she began, her voice hesitant. "I've been thinking about the spring." He looked up from his carving. The school, the prefectural board was impressed by the atlas. And by the community response to the development threat. They've offered a small grant to develop a local studies program for the children about the valley's ecology and history. She took a deep breath. "They've asked me to design and teach it." Her eyes were wide, hopeful, scared. It was a huge responsibility, a validation of her art and her connection to the place. "That's amazing, Yumi," he said, sincerity warming his words. "You'll be perfect. I was hoping," she twisted her hands in her lap. "I was hoping you might help. Sometimes, with the practical parts, the farming, the wildcrafting with Sachiko. They need to see it, not just read about it. They need to feel it." The request filled him with a profound sense of rightness. To help the next generation of this place understand and love it. It was a legacy, a way to ensure the tapestry continued to be woven. "Of course," he said. "Anything you need." Her relieved smile was like a burst of sunlight in the firelit room. She moved from her chair to sit on the rug beside his, leaning her head against his knee. He rested his hand, still holding the half-carved spoon, on her hair. They sat like that for a long time, watching the flames, the future unfolding quietly and surely between them. As warm and solid as the wood in the stove, the winter was long, and cold, and still held weeks of darkness. But in the heart of Izuku Midoriya's farm, in the circle of light and warmth and love he had built, there was no fear of the cold, only the deep, satisfying knowledge that they were safe, they were together, and they were planting the seeds, literal, educational, artistic, and emotional, for 1,000 springs to come. The siege would not break them. It would only make the hearth fire burn brighter, and the bonds around it stronger. November bled into December, the cold hardening into something absolute. The world was a study in silence and sharp edges. The snow, when it fell, was a dry, whispering powder that piled into sculpted drifts against the walls of the house. The farm slept so deeply it felt enchanted. Izuku's world became a series of cozy, fire-lit tableaus. The woodcarving project had evolved. The simple spoon had given way to more ambitious pieces. He was now working on a small box for Yumi, intended to hold her precious art pencils. He'd chosen a piece of spalted maple from a fallen branch Sachiko had shown him, its wood grain a mesmerizing landscape of dark lines and whirls. He worked on it for hours, the delicate scraping of his knives a soothing counterpoint to the wind's moan outside. The corn-husk doll sessions had concluded with a collection of oddly charming, lumpy figures that now hung from the rafters of the shed, their husk skirts swaying in the drafts, promised guardians of the next harvest. The crafting evenings had shifted to food. Aiko taught them how to make traditional, dense fruitcakes that would mature over the winter. Chi, with chaotic expertise, guided them through preserving the last of the late harvest apples in syrup and spices, filling the house with a scent that was pure, bottled autumn. Yumi's local studies program was in the planning stages. She and Izuku spent afternoons at her table, maps and Kenji's books spread around them, outlining lessons. They planned a spring planting project for the schoolchildren, a guided walk with Sachiko to identify animal signs, a visit to Aiko's hives. It was work that felt like play, a joyful building of the future. One morning, Izuku awoke to a different quality of light, a flat, gray bright glow that seeped through the frost ferns on the window. He looked out. Overnight, a heavy, wet snow had fallen, draping every branch and fence post in thick, clumsy marshmallow coats. It was still falling in fat, lazy flakes. A classic December snowstorm. He did his chores in a hushed world. The chickens huddled in their coop, unimpressed. Kaoru refused to even look out the window. As he was carrying an armload of wood to the porch, he heard a sound T cut through the muffled stillness, the frantic, high-pitched bleating of a goat. It was coming from the direction of Hana's farm. He dropped the wood and sprinted through the deep snow, his powerful legs driving him forward in great, plowing strides. He found the source quickly. One of Hana's younger goats, a curious Nubian named Mocha, had somehow gotten tangled in the fence line at the edge of the pasture. In its panic, it had wrapped the wire around its neck and one hind leg, and was now thrashing, the wire biting deeper with every movement. Blood stained the pristine snow a shocking crimson. Hana was already there, trying to hold the goat still, her face a mask of furious worry. The damn fool got curious about something on the other side. Hana yelled over the goat's cries. Wire cutters are in the barn. I can't hold her and get them. I've got her, Izuku said, wading in. He didn't try to overpower the terrified animal. He moved with a calm, deliberate speed, wrapping his arms around the goat's thrashing body, pinning it against his chest in a firm but gentle hold. Easy, easy, he murmured, his voice a low rumble against its ear. The goat, sensing a different kind of strength, steady, not violent, still its frantic struggles, though it still trembled and bled. Hana raced back with the cutters. Working together, him holding, her cutting, they freed the goat. The wounds were deep, ugly gashes. Hana's hands were shaking as she assessed them. She needs stitches. The vet's an hour away in this. Bring her to my place, Izuku said. We'll clean it. I armies salve and bandages. We can do it. They half carried, half dragged the bleeding, trembling goat through the snow to his house. It was a strange procession. They got her into the main room, laying her on a thick layer of old towels by the fire. Kaoru, intrigued, fluttered to a high shelf to observe. Kintsugi gave one disgusted look and retreated to the bedroom. Izuku stoked the fire for light and warmth while Hana fetched warm water and rags. They cleaned the wounds, Hani's hands growing steadier as she focused on the task. Izuku held the goat, talking to it softly, his grip an unyielding but kind cage. He sent Hana to Ayami's for supplies. Ayami arrived minutes later, not just with salve and bandages, but with a needle and sterile thread. For a wound this deep, we must close it, she said, her serenity a powerful calm in the tense room. So, in the heart of his home, with a dragon watching from above and a cat judging from the doorway, Izuku held a panicked goat still while Ayami, with Hana assisting, stitched the animal's wounds with the same deft precision she used on herbs. It was raw, real, messy medicine. The goat bleated in pain, but Izuku's hold never wavered, his voice a continuous, soothing murmur. When it was done, the wounds cleaned, stitched, smeared with pungent herbal salve, and neatly bandaged, the exhausted goat lay still, its head in Hana's lap, breathing heavily. The crisis was over. Hana looked from the sleeping goat to Izuku, who was washing blood from his hands at the pump. Her eyes were shiny. "Thank you," she said, the words stripped bare of her usual bravado. "She's part of the family," Izuku said simply, drying his hands. "We take care of family." Ayami nodded, packing her kit. "The salve will prevent infection and promote healing. Keep her warm and quiet for a few days." They moved the goat, now wrapped in blankets, to a corner of the porch, sheltered from the wind but cool enough to prevent fever. Hana decided to stay, sleeping on his couch to keep an eye on her patient. That night, with the fire crackling, an injured goat on the porch, Hana snoring softly on the couch, and Yumi having stayed late to help, the house felt more alive than ever. It was a haven, a hospital, a hub. Izuku sat in his chair, looking at the scene, the artist, the farmer, the sleeping dragon, the hidden cat, the healing animal just outside. His family, strange, wonderful, and his. The snow continued to fall, piling into drifts that would take days to clear. It isolated them, but in the best way. It made the world small, and their circle within it everything. A few days later, the goat, now nicknamed Stitch by Chi, was back on her feet, though confined to Hana's barn for recovery. The snowstorm had passed, leaving a world of blinding, pristine white. The village began to stir from its deep freeze, paths being shoveled, smoke rising thick from every chimney. It was then that the letter came, not for Izuku, but for Yumi, official looking, from the Prefectural Education Board. She brought it to his house, her hands trembling as she opened it. She read it, her face going pale, then flushed. She looked up, her eyes huge. They've approved the grant. Fully, and they want to use the Sora Valley Atlas as a pilot textbook for other rural schools. They're talking about a printing. A real one. She held out the letter. Your name is on it too. As a community resource specialist. Izuku took the letter. There it was, in dry bureaucratic language. His farm, his experiences, his knowledge, were being formally recognized as having value to teach others. It was an honor he had never imagined, stemming from a life he had stumbled into in despair. Yumi was crying, tears of overwhelmed joy. We did it, she whispered. We really did it. He pulled her into a hug, feeling her quiet sobs against his chest. They had done it, together, a shy artist and a runaway hero, saving not a city, but a way of understanding, a connection to the land. That evening, as they celebrated with a simple meal, Yumi shyly presented him with a gift. It was a small frame. Inside was not a painting, but a careful, beautiful pencil sketch of his hands. One hand was holding a carving knife over a piece of wood, the other cradling the emerging shape. The detail was incredible, the scars, the calluses, the gentle strength in the fingers. It was a portrait of his new power, his new purpose. They're good hands, she said softly. They fix things, they grow things, they hold things. He looked from the sketch to his own hands, then to her. There were no words big enough, so he just took her hand in his, the carver's hand and the artist's hand, and held it, letting the silence speak of pride, of gratitude, of a future they were building stroke by stroke, seed by seed. Side by side, the winter was at its deepest, its coldest, but in the heart of the frozen valley, in a farmhouse filled with light and love and the quiet hum of creation. Spring was already being dreamed into being, not just in the ground, but in the hearts of those who tended it. And Izuku Midoriya, his roots now sunk deeper than the frost line, knew with unshakable certainty that no winter no matter how long or cold, could ever touch the warmth they had built. December deepened, and with it came the true, ancient heart of winter, a time for stillness, for stories, and for the soft, persistent magic of the solstice. The world outside was a monochrome painting, the stark black of bare branches against the relentless white of snow, the grey stone of the mountains sleeping under a thick duvet. But inside the homes of Sora Valley, and especially within Izuku's farmhouse, a different kind of light was nurtured. The approval of the grant and the textbook project had sent a ripple of quiet pride through the village. Kenji was practically vibrating, already drafting supplementary chapters. Hana began planning a hands-on section for the school garden plot she'd donate. Aiko offered hive visits. Sachiko, when told, simply said, "The woods will teach their own lessons." It was a collective endeavor, a testament to their victory. For Izuku, the focus turned inward, to preparation for the village's winter solstice gathering. It was, Ayami explained to him one afternoon over tea, less a festival and more a vigil, a long night of sharing food, light, and stories to coax the sun back from its furthest retreat. Everyone brings something symbolic of the year past, or a hope for the year to come, Ayami said. And something to share, a story, a song, a skill. Izuku thought for a long time about what to bring. A potato felt too literal. A carving felt too personal. Then he remembered the corn husk dolls. He selected the best one he'd made, the one Hana had said had character. It was lopsided, its husk face serene in its lumpy awkwardness. It represented effort, learning, community. It felt right. He also decided to bake. Not just any bread, but a special, sweet, fruit-studded loaf Ayami called sun bread, traditionally made for the solstice. He practiced for a week, Yumi acting as a kindly, flour-dusted consultant. His first attempts were leaden, but by the eve of the gathering, he produced 2 loaves that were golden, fragrant, and actually edible. The day of the solstice dawned clear and bitterly cold, the sun a pale, low coin in the southern sky, casting long, blue shadows. As dusk began to bleed into the afternoon, the village converged on the old shrine clearing. Bonfires had been laid in a great ring, and as the last light faded, they were lit one by one, until a circle of towering, crackling flame pushed back the deepening dark. The heat was a palpable force against the frozen night. The entire village was there, bundled in furs and woolens, their breath mingling in a great, joyful cloud above the firelight. There was no formal schedule. People simply began to step into the space between the central fire and the ring, sharing what they had brought. Old Mrs. Tanaka placed a single, perfect, glass-like icicle in the snow, where it caught the firelight. For the beauty of the cold, she said simply. Rai-O placed a hardened clod of earth from his first plowed field of the past spring. For the promise underneath, Aiko laid a dried apple blossom beside it. For the fruit that follows the flower, Chi, with a dramatic flourish, placed a comically bent nail she'd pulled from the repaired Uchida roof. For fixing what's broken, laughter rippled through the crowd. Kenji, trembling with nerves, laced a photocopy of the first page of the soon-to-be printed atlas. For remembering, he said, his voice gaining strength. So we never forget what we're a part of. One by one, they came. Seeds, feathers, a child's lost tooth, a ribbon from a summer festival, a tapestry of a year lived together. Then Yumi stepped forward. She didn't place an object. She unrolled a small scroll. It was a new painting, one she'd kept secret. In the shimmering firelight, she held it up. It depicted the spirit stone under a full moon, but from the carved spirals, streams of soft, green gold light flowed out, not as beams, but as roots, connecting to tiny, glowing illustrations of the village houses, the orchard, the beehives, the badger set, the school. At the center of the web of light, standing by the stone, was a small, green-haired figure. Not facing the viewer, but looking out at the connected network, a part of the flow. For connection, Yumi said, her clear voice carrying in the hushed circle. For the invisible threads that hold us to this place, and to each other. A profound silence followed, filled only by the crackle of the fires. People looked at the painting, then at each other, seeing their own homes in the web of light. Izuku felt a lump in his throat. She had painted the truth he felt in his bones. Then it was his turn. He stepped into the ring of firelight, the heat intense on his face. He placed his lumpy corn husk doll carefully in the snow beside Yumi's painting. Then he held up his loaves of sun bread, wrapped in cloth. "This is my first solstice here," he began, his voice quieter than Yumi's. But it carried in the attentive silence. "A year ago, I was in a different kind of dark. I thought strength was only one thing. I thought peace was something you had to earn by fighting for it every second." He looked around at the faces he knew. Hana's encouraging nod, Ayami's gentle smile, Ryo's respectful gaze, Chi's grin, Sachiko's watchful eyes from the shadow of a tree. "You taught me differently. You taught me that strength can be a quiet wall, a steady hand, a shared meal. That peace isn't earned by battle, but built, day by day, like a farm. Or a community." He held up the bread. "This is my hope, that we keep building, keep growing, keep sharing our light, especially on the longest night. That we remember the sun always comes back." He broke one of the loaves, the soft, sweet interior steaming in the cold air. "And that it tastes better when you share it." He began to pass pieces of the bread around the circle. Hands reached out. Old, young, rough, gentle. They took the bread, ate it, nodding, smiling. It was a simple act, but it felt sacred. Communion. The sharing continued long into the night. Songs were sung, old and new. Stories were told. Funny stories of farming mishaps. Ghost stories about the mountains. Personal stories of loss and hope from the past year. Hana told the story of the goat rescue, making Izuku out to be a mythical beast tamer. Which made him blush and everyone else laugh. As midnight approached, the deepest, coldest part of the night, the fires burned low. Ayami stepped forward one last time. She carried a basket of small, clay cups. She moved around the circle, pouring a steaming, fragrant tea from a large kettle into each one. "The longest night tea," she said, "to warm your dreams and bless your intentions for the returning sun." Izuku took his cup. The tea was complex, earthy, floral, with a hint of citrus and spice. It warmed him from the inside out, a liquid comfort that seeped into his very marrow. He stood between Yumi and Hana, sipping the tea, looking up at the sky. With the firelight dimmed, the stars were a breathtaking, icy brilliance, more numerous than he'd ever seen. The Milky Way was a vast, luminous river across the velvet black. In that moment, surrounded by his chosen family, under the infinite stars, with the taste of shared bread and blessed tea on his tongue, Izuku felt a unity so complete it was beyond words. He was not separate from this village, this land, this universe. He was a note in its song, a root in its network, a small, warm light in the long night. He was home, not just in a place, but in a moment, in a feeling, in a truth that would outlast any winter. As the first, faint hint of gray began to lighten the eastern horizon, signaling the sun's reluctant return, the villagers, tired and happy, began to drift away to their beds, carrying the warmth of the fires and the community with them. Izuku walked back with Yumi, their hands linked, their footsteps crunching in the snow. No words were needed. The vigil had been kept. The light had been held. Back at the farm, as the true dawn painted the snow in shades of rose and gold, Izuku stood at his window, Keru on his shoulder, kintsugi twining around his legs. He looked out at his sleeping land, at the spirit stone hill dusted with pink light. The longest night was over. The sun was returning, and so was he, every day, to this life he had built, stronger, quieter, and more full of love than he had ever dared to dream possible. The hero's journey was done. The farmer's year was complete. And the man's life, rich, complex, and beautifully ordinary, stretched out before him, as endless and promising as the returning light. The new year arrived not with a bang, but with the soft, inexorable turn of the earth. The extra minute of daylight each day was a secret the sun whispered only to those who paid attention. Izuku noticed. He saw it in the way the afternoon sun beamed through. The east window now stretched a hand's width further across the floorboards before fading. He felt it in the air, still bitingly cold, but with a subtle, damp promise that wasn't there in the deep freeze of December. January was a month of hushed potential. The farm slept, but it was a pregnant sleep. The seed catalogs arrived, thick, glossy books of impossible promise that Hana dropped off with a grunt. Start dreaming, farm boy. Spring's a planner, not a sprinter. He and Yumi pored over them at the kitchen table, mugs of tea steaming between them. Her local studies curriculum was taking shape, and she wanted to include a dream garden exercise for the children. They debated the merits of purple carrots versus golden beets, of climbing beans versus bush varieties. It was a joyful, hopeful kind of work, planning for color and life in the midst of the gray-white world outside. Izuku's wood carving had advanced. The pencil box for Yumi was finished, the spalted maple sanded to a satin sheen. The lid fitting with a satisfyingly precise snick. He'd lined it with a piece of soft, dark felt Ayami had given him. When he presented it to her, her eyes had welled up, and she'd immediately transferred her most precious charcoal pencils into it, arranging them with loving care. Emboldened, he'd started his most ambitious project yet, a new handle for his favorite hoe. The old one was cracked and splintered. He'd selected a straight, strong piece of hickory. Carving it was different from the small figures or the box. This was about ergonomics, about strength married to comfort, abo. Creating a tool that was an extension of his own body. He spent hours shaping it, testing the grip, refining the curve. It was a labor of love for the work itself. The quiet rhythm of these days as broken one afternoon by the sound of an engine struggling through the slush. It was a delivery van from the town, an unusual sight on the winter lane. The driver handed Izuku a large, flat, heavy parcel addressed to him. The return address was a prestigious publishing house in Tokyo. Puzzled, he brought it inside and opened it on the table. Inside was a stack of crisp, new books. The cover was a beautiful, muted watercolor of a misty valley at dawn. The title, in elegant script, read, The Sora Valley, an Ecological and Cultural Atlas. And beneath it, in smaller print, text by Kenji Sato, artwork by Yumi. Community resources by Izuku Midoriya. He stared. His name, on a real, published book. He flipped through the pages. There were Kenji's meticulously researched maps and notes. And there, reproduced in stunning color, were Yumi's paintings, the field, the shrine, the spirit stone, the portrait of him. His own contributions were woven in as sidebars, companion planting in the home garden, identifying local animal sign. The care and keeping of heritage crops. Simple, practical knowledge he'd learned by doing. It was real, tangible, a piece of their hearts and their home, sent out into the world. He grabbed his coat and ran through the half-frozen mud to Yumi's studio above the school. He didn't knock, just held up the book. She saw it, her hands flying to her mouth. He handed her a copy. She took it as if it were made of glass, tracing her name on the cover with a trembling finger, then his. Tears spilled over, silent and swift. They stood there in her sunlit studio, holding the proof that the quiet fight, their love for a place, had created something that would last. The books were a sensation in the village. Kenji held a small launch in the library, reading passages in his quavering, proud voice. People bought copies for family who had moved away, for friends in other towns. It was a point of immense, quiet pride. They had not just saved their home, they had written its story. The success of the book seemed to unlock a final door in Izuku's own heart. The last lingering sense of being an imposter, a tourist in this life, vanished. He was in the book. He was the story. A few days later, on a day that was cold but bright, Sachiko appeared at his door. She wasn't alone. Behind her, standing with that otherworldly stillness, was Fuyumi. The sap is beginning to think about rising, Fuyumi said without preamble, her pale eyes on Izuku. The deep veins are stirring. It is time to plant the intention for the year's strength. Plant an intention, Izuku asked. Fuyumi gestured for him to follow. They walked past the spirit stone, up the hill to the base of the great pine. The ground here was relatively clear of snow, protected by the tree's wide canopy. Fuyumi knelt, and with a slender, pointed stick, she began to draw in the soft, frozen earth. Not a random pattern, but a larger, more elaborate version of the spiral from the stone. This is a year circle, she murmured, her voice blending with the wind in the pine needles. Each loop a season, the center, the core. She finished the drawing, a beautiful, intricate labyrinth in the dirt. You have received much, given much. Now, you must choose what to nurture at your core for the turning year. Not a crop, a quality. Izuku stared at the spiral. He thought of the past year. He had learned patience, resilience, community. What did the core of him need now? He thought of Yumi's hand in his, of the trust in Hana's eyes when she handed him the goat, of the weight of the published book, of the quiet, sure strength in his own hands as they carved wood or turned soil. Steadiness, he said, the word coming to him fully formed. Not just to endure, but to be a steady place for others. For the land, for myself. Fuyumi nodded, as if she had expected this. Then plant it. She handed him a single, perfect acorn from the pocket of her robe. The oak is steady, its roots are deep, its growth is sure. Izuku took the acorn. He knelt in the center of the drawn spiral. He used his fingers to dig a small hole in the cold earth, feeling the life sleeping just beneath the surface. He placed the acorn in the hole, covered it gently, and patted the soil down. As he did, he focused all his intention, not on the acorn itself, but on the idea of steadiness. The unwavering strength of the stone, the reliable return of the seasons, the constant, gentle beat of his own heart, finally at peace. A warmth, unrelated to the sun, spread from his palms into the earth. The drawn lines of the spiral seemed to shimmer for a second, a trick of the light, perhaps. But Fuyumi's slight intake of breath suggested otherwise. It is done, she said softly. The land has heard. Your strength will be a root, not a flash. She stood, gave him one last, approving look, and with Sachiko at her side, drifted back into the woods. Izuku remained kneeling by the small, planted circle for a long time. It felt significant, a covenant. He wasn't just farming the land, he was partnering with it, offering a quality of his spirit in exchange for its bounty. When he returned to the house, he found Yumi there, looking at the new book laid open on the table. She smiled at him. You look settled. I feel it, he said, and it was true. The last piece had clicked into place. That evening, as they ate dinner, Yumi seemed nervous. She played with her food, took a deep breath. Izuku, the school board. They were so pleased with the book, they've offered me a permanent position. T.O. developed the local studies program full-time. And they've offered to help convert the old storage room behind the school into a proper art and nature studio. For me, for the children, it was everything she'd ever wanted, wrapped in one amazing offer. A career, a purpose, a space of her own, all rooted in the place she loved. That's incredible, Yumi, he said, his joy for her bright and immediate. There's more, she said, her voice barely a whisper. She looked down at her hands. The studio, it has a small living space above it. They said, it could be part of the position. If I wanted. The implication hung in the air. She would be moving out of her rented room in the village. She would have her own place, attached to her dream. Izuku's heart, so steady a moment before, gave a single, hard lurch. Of course, this was her dream coming true. It was natural, right, but the thought of this house without her quiet presence in the evenings, without the scent of her paints mingling with wood smoke. He pushed his own sudden, selfish pang aside. This was her moment. It's perfect for you, he said, forcing his voice to be steady. You should take it. She looked up, her eyes searching his face. She saw the genuine happiness for her, and also, he knew, the flicker of loss he couldn't fully hide. She reached across the table and took his hand. It's only a 10-minute walk away, she said softly. And I was hoping you might help me fix it up. Chi says the roof leaks. And I'll need shelves. And maybe a window seat to look at the mountains. The tension dissolved, replaced by a warm, sweet understanding. She wasn't leaving. She was branching out. And she was asking him to be part of building her new nest. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. A gesture that made her blush beautifully. I'd love to, he said. Later, as they washed dishes side by side, the comfortable silence restored, Izuku looked out the window at the darkening sky. The sun was setting a little later now. The deep sleep of winter was giving way to the quiet stirring of things to come. He had planted an acorn of steadiness in the earth, and in his heart, a new, gentle shoot of a different kind was unfolding, not just love for Yumi, but a joyful commitment to support her dreams as she supported his. To build a future where their roots were intertwined but air branches could reach for their own sun. The farm was sleeping, but life, in all its complex, beautiful forms, was patiently, steadily, getting ready to grow. February was a month of subtle rebellion. The sun, though still a weakling, fought a daily, glorious war against the night, reclaiming minutes with stubborn persistence. The snow lost its crisp, dry purity, becoming granular and tired, retreating to dirty heaps in the shadows. The world was neither winter nor spring, but a liminal space full of wet promise and the sound of dripping eaves. Izuku's focus split like a well-tended branch. There was the steady maintenance of his own farm, checking stored crops for rot, repairing tools, the endless splitting of the last of the winter wood. And then there was the new project, Yumi's studio. The old storage room behind the schoolhouse was a damp, dusty crypt filled with the ghosts of broken desks and obsolete textbooks. But Chi, with the eye of a visionary, and the vocabulary of a sailor, saw its bones immediately. Solid stone foundation. Good southern light. Once we knock out that wall, we'll turn this pigeon-hole into a palace. Izuku became Chi's primary laborer. Together, they embarked on the transformation. He hauled out decades of junk. He helped Chi frame the new wall for the large window she insisted was non-negotiable. An artist needs light, farm boy, not gloom. He mixed mortar and helped repoint the old stonework. He sanded a century of grime off the wide plank pine floor they uncovered. The work was hard, physical, and deeply satisfying. It was Crete, iron of a different kind, not growing from seed, but revealing potential hidden under neglect. Yumi visited every day, her eyes shining as she saw her future space take shape. She'd bring them lunch, and they'd eat sitting on upturned crates. Surrounded by sawdust and hope, planning where her easel would go, where the shelves for art supplies would be, how the light would fall in the afternoon. It was during one of these lunch breaks, with Chi regaling them with a story about a particularly stubborn badger she'd once evicted from a crawlspace, that Hannah stomped in, shaking slush from her boots. Saw the activity, she said, eyeing the progress. Looking good. You'll be out of his hair soon, Yumi. Give the man some peace. Yumi ducked her head, smiling. I'm not in his hair. Could have fooled me, Hannah grunted. But she was smiling too. She turned to Izuku. Speaking of hair, and peace, you're needed. Up at the high pasture fence line. Winter's been mean to it. Posts are leaning, wires sagging. If we don't fix it before the ground thaws completely, the whole herd will wander off come spring and give Ryo an aneurysm. So, Izuku added, fence mender, to his winter resume. The high pasture was windswept and bleak, the frozen ground resisting the post-hole digger like concrete. He worked alongside Hannah and her grandfather, the old man's knowledge of the land and its tricks as valuable as Izuku's strength. They reset posts, tightened wire, replaced broken staples. The cold bit at their faces, but the labor kept their cause warm. It was another thread in the fabric of mutual aid that held the village together. One evening, returning from the pasture sore and pleasantly exhausted, he found a package on his porch. It was from Momo. Inside was no letter, just a single, exquisite item, a hand-forged stainless steel trowel. It was a work of art, perfectly balanced, its blade sharp, its handle wrapped in durable, comfortable leather. A note was tied to it with a silk ribbon. For your steady hands, and the future they're building. M. The gift moved him deeply. It was an acknowledgement, from the world of precision and power he'd left, of the value in the work he did now. He used it the very next day in the studio, mixing a small batch of plaster, and it felt like a blessing in his palm. As the studio neared completion, the atmosphere within its stone walls changed. The chaos of construction gave way to the careful placement of finished elements. Izuku, using the skills he'd honed on his own furniture, built Yumi's shelves and a sturdy, simple worktable. He carved the window seat she'd asked for, padding it with a cushion made from fabric Ayami had dyed with indigo. The final touch was the lighting. Electricity was run in, but for the main room, Yumi wanted something softer. Izuku found an old, wrought iron wagon wheel in Goro's scrap pile. With Chi's help, he cleaned it, wired it for electricity, and hung it from the central beam. When the bulbs were installed, old-fashioned, Edison-style filaments, and turned on for the first time, the warm, golden light it cast transformed the room. It was no longer a storage space. It was a sanctuary. Yumi stood in the center of her finished studio, tears silently tracking down her cheeks. She walked to the window, touched the smooth wood of the window seat, ran her fingers along the shelves. Then she turned to Izuku and Chi, who were leaning in the doorway, covered in dust and pride. It's perfect, she whispered. Thank you, both of you. Chi waved a dismissive hand. but her eyes were suspiciously bright. Ah, it was just a bit of hammering. You're the one who's gotta fill it with pretty pictures. She clapped Izuku on the back. Come on, Green. Let's leave the artist to her blank canvas. Eat a beer that tastes like something other than sawdust. They left Yumi to her new kingdom. As they walked back through the twilight, the air smelled of thawing earth and coming rain. Chi was uncharacteristically quiet for a moment. You're good for her, you know, she said finally. She used to jump at her own shadow. Now she's building studios and telling bureaucrats where to stick their zoning permits. She grinned. You're good for this whole damn place. Don't ever doubt it. Izuku didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. That night, as he sat in his own quiet house, the absence of Yumi's expected presence was a palpable thing. But it wasn't an empty feeling. It was a space respectfully held. He knew she was just down the lane, in a space they had built together, dreaming her own dreams under the light of a wagon wheel chandelier. Kaoru fluttered down and landed on the back of his chair, nudging his ear. Kintsugi jumped into his lap, purring as if to say, finally, some peace and quiet. He smiled, stroking the cat's soft fur. It was peace, yes. But it was a peace that now comfortably held distance, and growth, and the independent flourishing of someone he loved. A few days later, the first real sign of spring's imminent victory appeared. Not a flower, not a leaf, but a sound. As Izuku was inspecting the potato plot, now clear of snow and a muddy brown, he heard it, a faint, tentative chorus of peeping. He followed the sound to the ditch. At the edge of the now swollen, fast-flowing water, in a sheltered backwater still half filled with ice, were clusters of gelatinous frog spawn. Life. The first, bold, cold-proof life of the new year. He went to get Yumi. He led her to the ditch, pointing silently. She crouched, her artist's eyes taking in the tiny black dots suspended in their clear jelly. A look of pure wonder crossed her face. They're so early, she whispered. They're sure, he replied. They stayed there for a while, watching the water flow, the spawn bobbing gently. A promise written in the simplest of codes. Later, back at his house, Yumi didn't set up her easel. Instead, she sat at the table with a fresh sheet of paper and began to write. Not paint, words. The curriculum, she explained, looking up. I'm writing the first lesson. For early spring. It's going to be about listening. Listening for the first sounds of the waking world. The drip of the eaves. The peep of the frogs. The scratch of a seed catalog page. She smiled at him. The sound of a steady heart. He felt that heart give a warm, strong beat in his chest. February, the shortest month, began to wane. The studio was finished. The fences were mended. The frog spawn promised a future chorus. And in the quiet of his home, with the memory of golden light on Yumi's face and the sound of peeping in the ditch, Izuku Midoriya felt the slow, sure turn of the world towards warmth, towards growth, towards a future they were all building, together and apart, with steady hands and listening hearts. The last of the winter's grip was slipping, and in its place was not just the hope of spring, but its certain, quiet, peeping arrival. March did not arrive like a lamb, but as a painter, wielding a brush dipped in the most improbable colors. The snow retreated in ragged, defeated patches, revealing not just mud, but the fierce, vibrant green of winter rye and the purple spears of the earliest crocuses. Braving the frosty mornings with audacious hope, the air lost its knife's edge, gaining a soft, damp richness that spoke of waking earth. Izuku stood at the edge of his field, a seed catalog in one hand, the other resting on the smooth, finished handle of his newly carved hoe. The ground was still too cold for planting, but it was time to prepare. The planning was over, the dreaming was done, now was the doing. He had expanded his garden plots, following the natural curve of the land as Sachiko had taught him. He'd built new, taller trellises for peas and beans from the willow shoots Aiko had pruned. The chicken coop buzzed with the irritable energy of hens eager to scratch in real earth again. Kaoru spent less time on the stovepipe and more at the window, his eyes tracking the returning birds with predatory interest. Kintsugi supervised all activity from various sunbeams, her contempt for the season's messiness evident in every twitch of her tail. The village, too, was shaking off its sleep. Smoke still rose from chimneys, but doors were left open to the midday sun. The sound of hammering and repair work echoed as people readied their own homes and land. There was a shared, focused energy in the air, a collective inhale before the plunge into the busy season. Yumi's studio was now a living part of the village rhythm. Children came for after-school art sessions, their laughter mixing with the scent of clay and tempera paint. She had started the listening lessons, taking small, quiet groups to the ditch to hear the frogs, to the woods to hear the wind in the still bare branches. Izuku joined them sometimes, a silent, steady presence who could point out the subtle signs of waking life, the budding pussy willow, the first emergent tent of a leaf-cutter ant. One such afternoon, as he helped a little girl identify rabbit tracks in the soft mud by the spirit stone, Hana found him. She didn't shout. She just waited until the children had moved on, then jerked her head toward the western ridge. "Come on," she said. "Bring your fancy new trowel." She led him to a south-facing slope on her property, a place where the snow was completely gone. The earth here was dark and steaming faintly in the sun. "First planting," she announced, handing him a bucket of small, wrinkled tubers. "Early potatoes. My grandmother's variety. They'll beat yours to the table by 2 weeks." Her grin was challenging. "Think you can keep up, farm boy?" It was a ritual, a passing of the torch disguised as a competition. They worked side by side, cutting the seed potatoes, planting them in the warm earth. It was silent, sacred work, the first true planting of the year. When they were done, Hana stood, brushing the dirt from her knees. She looked at the neat, covered rows, then at Izuku. "My grandfather says the land has a new song this year," she said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. "A steadier rhythm. He says it's you." She punched his arm, the familiar gesture now laden with a lifetime of meaning. "Don't let it go to your head." He knew what she meant. It wasn't pride. It was responsibility. The land recognized his steadiness, and in return, asked for his continued care. The following week, the official copy of the printed textbook arrived, a box of them for the school. There was a small ceremony. The children each got a copy. Yumi signed them. Kenji cried again. Izuku stood at the back, watching. His name was in that book. His knowledge, his home. It was no longer just his sanctuary. It was a lesson for the future. That evening, as a warm spring rain pattered against the roof, the first rain that didn't threaten to turn to ice, Izuku sat at his table. Before him lay a blank page in his farm journal. He picked up his pen. "Spring, first planting," he wrote. "Planted early potatoes with Hana on the south slope. Earth smelled alive. Frog spawn in the ditch has hatched. Tiny tadpoles like moving commas. Keru T. Orc his first sustained flight over the field today. Circled 3 times before landing, triumphant. Yumi's studio is full of children's paintings of peeping frogs. The book is in their hands." He paused, the pen hovering. He looked around his home. At the carving tools on the shelf, the basket of yarn Ayami had left for mending, the perfect trowel from Momo, Yumi's painting of his hands on the wall. He thought of the spirit stone, the planted acorn, the woven community, the love that had grown in the quiet spaces between chores and crises. "I came here with nothing," he wrote, the words flowing sure and clear. "I was a vessel full of broken glass and echoes. Now, I am full of potatoes and plans, of dragon wings and cat purrs, of paint smells and sawdust, of Hana's punches and Ayami's tea, of cheese laughter and Kenji's passion, of Sachiko's truth and Aiko's honey, of Ryo's grudging respect and the widow Higashi's quiet smile, full of Yumi's hand in mine, and the future we sketch together. I am a farmer, a carver, a fixer, a teacher's helper, a dragon's guardian, a friend. I am home. The journey is over. The life is here, and it is more than enough. It is everything." He closed the journal. The rain had stopped. A gap in the clouds revealed a single, brilliant star, and a sliver of a new moon, a waxing crescent, a symbol of beginnings. He stood and walked to the door, stepping out onto the damp porch. The night air was cool and sweet, laden with the scent of wet soil and growing things. From the ditch, the peeping of the frogs was a joyous, deafening chorus. From the coop, a contented cluck. From the woods, the distant, questioning call of an owl. Lights were on in the village windows, tiny jewels in the velvet dark. A warm square of gold shone from Yumi's studio down the lane. The Spirit Stone Hill was a darker shadow against the starry sky. He was not alone on his porch. Keru fluttered down to land on the railing beside him, his scales gleaming in the starlight. Kintsugi slipped out and sat at his feet, her eyes reflecting the cosmos. Izuku Midoriya took a deep, clean breath of the spring night. He looked at his land, at his village, at the stars, at the small, fierce creatures who shared his home. He had run from a world that asked him to be a weapon. He had stumbled into a world that asked him to be a steward, a partner, a man. He had answered, and in the answering, he had found not just peace, but a purpose so deep and so wide it held the entire turning world within it. The green power within him hummed, a quiet, contented frequency in harmony with the peeping frogs, the sighing earth, the beating of his own steady heart. He was here, he was whole, he was home, and as the new moon climbed higher in the spring sky, painting a path of silver on the waking world, Izuku Midoriya smiled, a farmer standing on his own good land, surrounded by his unexpected, wonderful life, ready for the dawn, and for all the golden, ordinary, extraordinary days to come. The end.